One of the most exciting things being in this auction industry is getting a call from someone that has an exclusive collection. And when Kathy Byway called us to explain what she had, that was the most exciting part of this one.
It's amazing when you think of the museum in Dearborn, the Henry Ford Museum. Joe put together a miniature private version of Greenfield Village. It really was exciting to go through the railway station, which was moved to his property, decorated all with period furniture and memorabilia, and a general store as well that had a lot of great signs and advertising inside it. And we've selected the best of what was there, and we're offering it today, and it's all at no reserve.
Yeah, Joe was passionate about history. I know that you are passionate about history. We're passionate about history. And here we have it with the signs and the railroad material that he kept from his grandfather. It's all here today. This is an exciting day. I already see the bids flowing in on the screen here.
It's 3 generations, and it's here today at Miller & Miller. They curated it for 3 generations, and now we're offering it to the general public. It's your turn to be the curators for the next life of this memorabilia. We'll start it right off here at lot number 1. It's the Anarco Motor Oil Round Bank. This is the large one, the rare one. If you're collecting Anarco banks, this is the one that's hard to find. And we're at 125, now 150. I got a bid 125 and then 150. 125 and then 1.5, a bid 150, now 175. 150 and 175. I have 150, 175. I got a bid 150, then 175. Is that it? Is that all? And 150, 175. Fair warning. Last chance and final call. All through and done. 150, 175. Sold it right there. 150. Moving on to lot number 2. Another Anarco bank. This one, the slimmer version at 75 and 100. 75 and 1. I got the bid 75 and then 100. 75 and then 1. I bid 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 1. And the Anarco Oil Bank, the Savings Bank, 75 100 from the Joe Byway collection. 75 and 1. Fair warning. Sold it right there. 75. Lot number 3 is coming up. Another Anarco bank. What do you say on this one? 75. Got it. And 100. Will you be 100? I have 75 already. Now 100. 75 and then 1. I'm bid 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 1. All through and done. Fair warning. Last chance. Final call. 100. Just under the gun. Now 125. Back to you. 100 then 125. 100 then 125. All through and done. 125. 150. 125 and then 1.5, and a bid 125 and then 150, all through and done. Last chance, final call. Sold it there at 1.25. Lot number 4, Anarco Motor Oil Quart Bottle. What a clean example here. This one from the 1930s at 200, now 225. 250, now 275. 250, then 275. I'm bid 250, now 275, and then 250, 275. 250, then 275, and then 250, go 275. Is that it? Is that all? Fair warning. 250, 275, last chance. Sold it there, 2.5. Lot number 5, it's the Anarco Motor Oil Quart Bottle, another quart, this one at 150, 175, 200, 175, and now 200, back to you, thank you, 225. I bid 200, then 225, you gotta be 225. And I got the bid 2, then 225, and 200, though 225, and all through and done. Last chance and final call, 200, 225, wow. All through? Sold it there, 200, sold at 200, lot 6, this time the pint, the Anarco Motor Oil pint, 175, now 200, 175, thank you, 2, now 225, the smaller pint, 200, then 225, and I get the bid 200, then 225, and I get the bid 2, then 225, and I bid 200, then 225, I'm bid 200, then 225, all through and done, last chance, final call, all through, sold it there, 200, lot number 7, a rare trio of Anarco Motor Oil sample bottles here. You got the light, dark, and medium shades of oil here, grades of oil at 175, 200. These are rare. 200, now 225. Hard to find them with the original labels in place. 200, 225. I'm bid 200, now 225. I got the bid 200, then 225. You got to be 225. I'm bid 200 here, now 225. I got the bid 2, then 225. All through and done. Last chance and fair warning. 200, 225. Those are sold. Sold at 200. Lot number 8. A nice offering of tins from Joe's collection. Here's an Anarco pressure gun grease 25-pound tin at 150, 175. 150 got that great Slate Boy graphic, the iconic Slate Boy. 150, then 175. I got the bid 150, then 175, and then take it to 175, and bid 150, then 175. And I got the bid 150, 175. Is that it? Is that all? At 150, then 175. Fair warning. Last chance and final call. Got it? Yes. Now 200. Back to you. 200. I have 175 and now 2. I'm bid 175 and then 2, 175 and then 2. Thank you, 225, back to you. 225. I got 200, then 225, I bid 200, then 225, all through. 200, 225, fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold it there, 200. Lot number 9, the Anarco motor oil. It's the tall gallon, the nice tall gallon with the full face of this tin showing the Slate Boy. 200, thank you, 225 and 250. 225 and then 250, now 275, a great Canadian tin, an early Canadian tall gallon. 250, 275, you got it? Now, okay, 275, 300, 275 and now 300, 300 then 325 and back to you. 300 then 325, I got 300 here, then 325. And I get the bid 300 then 325 and 300, 325, fair warning. All through and done, last chance and final call, 300, 325. Just under the gun, sold at 300, sold at 300. Got to get your bids in. Lot number 10, the Anarco motor oil. It's a great rocker tin here. The 5-gallon rocker, 250, now 275. 275 and now 300, back to you. 275 and now 300. I have 275 and then 3, now 275 and then 3, now 275 and 300. 275 and now 300 on the rocker. 275 and then 3 from the Joe Byway collection. 275, 300, all through and done. Sold it there, 275. Lot number 11, coming from a great collection of railroad police badges. These were gathered by Joe's father, and it's one of the best collections, I understand, that has ever surfaced. I found these in a tobacco tin, believe it or not, and we're offering the entire collection here today, and it's unreserved. This pairing at 125, now 150. Michigan Central Railway police badges, 125 and then 150. 125 and then 1.5. I'm at 125 and then 150, go 150, 125 and then 150. On the Michigan Central badges, 150, now 175. I got 150, then 175, and then 175. I got 150 here, then 175. Is that it? Is that all? 175, okay, 200. 175 and then 200. 175 and then 2, you got to be 2. It bid 175 and then 2, all through and done. Sold them 175, lot number 12. An offering of 6 Canadian National Railway police badges. We're currently at 2250, now 25. I'm bid 2250, then 2500. 2250, then 25. Some rare badges here. Some of these, I understand, have never turned up, and it's offered directly to you from the Joe Byway collection. His father gathered these over the course of his career as a CNR police officer. This one at 2250, now 2500. 2250, then 25 on the first lot. 2250, then 25. Is that it? Is that all? We will sell them there. 2250, 25, all through and done. Last chance and fair warning. 2500, thank you. Now 2750. 2500, then 2750. I have 25 already. You have to be 2750. Do you care to try it one more time? We have 2500 here. 2750. You might just get them. Try it one more time. 2,500, 27.5, last chance and final call, all through and done, hammers up, 25 and 27.50. Sold them there, 2,500. Lot number 13, currently advanced to 3,000, asking 32.5 for this rare offering of 6 Canadian National Railway badges, 32.50. 3,000 then 32.5. I got a bid 3,000 then 32.5. I got a bid 3,000 then 32.50. 32.50, 35, 37.50. 35 and then 37.5. 35 and then 37.5. I got a bid 3,500 then 37.5. I have 3,500 now 37.5. You got to be 37.50. I have 35. Got a bid 35 and then 37.5. 37.5 and now 4,000. 37.5 and 4,000 now 42.50. 4,000 then 42.50. Thank you. 42.50. Asking 42.50. I have 4,000, now 42.50. And I got to bid 4,000 then 42.5. 4,000 then 42.5. Is that it? Is that all? We will sell them today. The Canadian National Railway badges. You're buying 6 of them. There it is. 45, now 47.5. 4,500 then 47.5. 45 and then 47.5. Got it. Now 5,000. 5,000, 5,500. 5,000, 5,500. You're buying 6 time capsule collection, Joe Byway collection, Canadian National Railway badges, more to come, 5,000, now 5,500. I'm at 5,000, now 55, but you gotta act quick. We can't spend all day on these. 5,000, then 55, at a bid 5, and then 55, going once, twice, and for the third and the final time, 5,000, 5,500. Care to bid one more time? There it is, thank you, now 6,000. 5,500, then 6,000. 6,000. 6,000, now 6,500. 6,000 asking 6,500. 6 and then 65, I already have 65. No, sorry, I have 6,000 asking 65 and we're all done. Is that it? Last chance? Care to try one more time at 6,000, 6,500. Fair warning, hammers in the air, 6,065 all through and done. Sold them there, 6,000. Sold them at 6,000. Lot number 14, the Canadian National Railway Police badges, currently at 1,500, now 16 on this offering. 15, then 1,600. And I got a bit 15, then 16, and a bit 15, then 1,600. 16, thank you, 1,700. 16, 17, now 1,800. 17, and then 18, and a bit 17, 1,800. 17, and then 1,800. 17, and then 18, and a bit 17, and then 18. Found these in a tobacco tin. 17, and then 1,800, not even a month ago. 17, and then 1,800. And I got the bit 17, and then 18, and a bit 17, and then 18. But is that it? Is that all? We'll sell them today. Last chance and final call. Hammers in the air. Sold them there, 1,700. Lot number 15. Nice offering of Canadian National Railway Police badges. These currently advanced to 3,000, now 32 and a half. You got it? 3,000, then 32 and a half, at a bit 3,000, then 32.50. I'm at 3,000, then 32 and a half, at a bit 3,000, then 32.50, go 32.50, go 32.50, you got it? 3,000, then 32 and a half, but is that it? Is that all on the Canadian National Railway Police badges, the CNR badges? 3,000, 32 and a half, all through and done. Fair warning. Sold them there, 3,000. Sold those. Moving on to lot number 16. Grand Trunk Railway Police badges. Buying 6 of these as well at 2,000, now 22 and a half. Asking 22 and a half. I have 2,000 already. Now 22 and a half you must be. 2,000, then 22.50 on the Grand Trunk Railway, the GTR police badges from the Joe Byway collection at 2,000 and 22 and a half. I'm at 2,000 and 22 and a half, at 2,000 and 22.50 all through and done. Fair warning, last chance, final call. Thank you, 22 and a half, now 25. Why do you wait till the end? 22 and a half and then 2,500, now 27.50. 25 and then 27 and a half. 25 and then 27 and a half. I already had it. 25 and then 27 and a half. I get 25 and then 27.50. Last chance, final call, all through and done. 25, 27 and a half. Fair warning. Sold them there, 2,500. Lot number 17. Here's a cool piece. I thought this was neat. It's a physician's gooseneck scissor lamp. This was mounted above a station master's desk in the railway station, so it could very well have been used in that application. It's an American from Indianapolis, American piece. 1,900 we have, now 2,000. I'm at 19 and then 2,000. Got a bit 1,900, then 2,000. And a bit 19, then 2,000. You got it? 2,000, thank you, 2,250, then 2,500. 2,250, then 25, and a bit 2,250, then 25, and then 25. I'm at 2,250, then 25, and 25, and 2,250, then 25, and 2,250, then 2,500. 2,250, then 25. And I got the bid here, 2,250, you want to be 2,500. 2,250, 25. What do you say, live auctioneers? 2,250, now 25, and 2,250, 25, all through and done. Last chance, you got it, thank you. Now 2,750, 3,000. 2,750, 3,000. You gotta be sorry, I already had it. 2,750, 3,000. I'm at 27 and a half and then 3,000. 2,750, then 3. What do they say? 2,750, then 3. I don't have all day. 2,750, then 3,000. Fair warning, all through and done. Last chance and final call. Hammers in the air. Sold it there, 2,750. Sold it right there at 2,750. Lot number 18, a nice pair of Grand Trunk Railway signal lanterns, a pair of them with the embossed GTR globes. And what do you say? 200 here. Thank you. 225 and 250, 275. 250, then 275. I got it here at 275, 300. 275 and then 3. 275 here and then 300. 275 on the signal lanterns. 275 and then 3. 275 and then 300. Thank you. 325. You're buying the pair. 300 then 325. I'm at 300 then 325. I got a bit 3 then 325 and 300 then 325. All through and done. Fair warning. Last chance and final call at 300, 325. Hammers up. Sold them there, 300, sold at 300. Lot number 19 coming up next. And what do we got here at 19? Another pair of lanterns, this time Canadian National Railway, CNR caboose lanterns. A nice pair from Piper in Montreal at 425, now 450, 425 and then 4.5. Nice original ones. 425 and then 450. I'm at 425 and then 4.5, and a bit 425 and then 450, 475 and 500. 475 and then 500. I'm at 475 here, now 500. What do you say? 475. Yes, I have that. Now 500. 475 and then 5. You must be 500. I'm at 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5 and fair warning. All through and done. Thank you. 500. Now 5.5. I have 500 here. Now 5.5. What do you say? 500 then 5.5. It'd been 500 then 5.5. Fair warning. All through and done. Sold them there at 500. Thank you. Sold at 500. Here's a special piece. Very excited to find this in the Byway collection. Probably the only one that exists. It's from the Great Western Railway, featuring the two-color cut glass conductor's globe. What a rare piece here. Made in the United States for the Canadian Railway, the Great Western Railway, because there was no Canadian makers of these lanterns at that time. What a great one. This one etched for the conductor, featuring a rare globe in a rare lantern. At 3,000 we have in the advance bidding, asking 32.5 on this rare conductor's lantern. Probably a presentation lantern, a great one. 3,000 and 32.5. I have 3,000, now 32.50. 3,000 in the advance, now 32.5. What do you say? I got a bid 3,000 and 32.5, a bid 3,000 and 32.50 from the Joe Byway collection, a rare GWR conductor's lantern. 3,000, now 32.5. What do you say? 3,000, yes, we already have 3,000, you must be 32.50. 3,000 and 32.5. 3,000 and 32.5 on the conductor's lantern. At 3,000 here, now 32.5, I'm going to put fair warning on the board. At 3,000, now 32.50. Are we all done? At 3,000, 32.5, I will sell it there if there's no further bidding. At 3,000, 32.5, last chance and final call, fair warning. Sold it there, 3,000. Great buy, nice piece, rare piece. Lot number 21, a nice bank here from Nugget Shoe Polish at 25 and now 50. 25 and then 50. I got the bid 25 here and then 50, 25 and then 50, 50, 50, 25 and then 50. An early one, 50, now 75. And 50, 75 and 50, 75 and 50, 75 and 50 here. 75 all through and done. Sold it there, 50. Lot 22, it's the Buster Brown Shoes countersign discovered in Joe's General Store at 150, 175. 150, then 175. I have 150, then 175, at the bid 150, 175. And I got the bid 150 here. What great graphics on this one. 175, yes, of course, 200. 175 at the 200. I have 175 now, 2. I'm at 175 and then 2 to 175 and then 2. Thank you, 225. 225. And I got the bid 200, the 225, at a bid 200, the 225, all through. Thank you, 225, now 250. Back to M&M at 225 and the 2.5. I got a bid 225 and the 250, 50, 50, 225 and the 2.5, all through. Fair warning, 225, 250. Sold it there, 225. Lot number 23, up next, Lehigh Valley Anthracite Coal sign, a nice porcelain sign at 150, 175. I've got the bid 150, then 175, and then 150, 175. Thank you, 175 and now 200. That's with LA at 175 and then 2. I got a bid 175 and then 200, 175 and then 200. 175 and then 2, now 175 and then 2, now 175 and then 200. All through and done. Sold it there, 175. Moving along to lot number 24, getting into some of the great signs in the sale today. Lot number 23 is sold, the Lehigh Valley Anthracite sign at 175. And moving along to lot number 24, it's the Bear Brothers Paints, a cool little counter display here. I've never seen one of these before, at 125, now 150, 125, and then 1.5. On the Bear Brothers Paints counter display, not too much advertising known from Bear Brothers Paints, 150, 175. Got a bid 150 here, then 175, and then 150, 175. The paint with the two bears, it wears 150, 175, and then 150 here, then 175. Fair warning, cool little piece. Last chance and final call at 1.5, and then 175. Sold it there, 1.5, sold at 1.5. Lot number 25, a rare Ramsey's Paints thermometer here, great an American piece here, single-sided porcelain thermometer. What a great big thermo at 700, 7.5. I have 700 here, now 7.5. Took it here, yes, 700, then 750. 7, then 7.5, at a bit 7, then 7.5. That early cobalt and white porcelain, you gotta love it. 700, then 7.5, at a bit 700, 750. 700, then 7.5, is that it? Is that all? And fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold it there at 700, sold it at 700. Lot number 26, The iconic Prestone antifreeze thermometer here at this one, 175, thank you, 200. 175 and then 2. I've got a bid 175 and then 2. Lots of slogans. This one you can collect. This one's the You're Safe and You Know It version at 225 and now 250. 225 and then 2.5. I'm at 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 225 and then 2.5. And a bid 225, 250, 275. 250 with LA and now 275. 250 then 275 and then 275 and then 275. I took it with M&M. The bids with M&M, correct. Yes, now 250, 275. Can't take them all. 250 then 275 right back to LA. At 250 then 275. Is that it? Is that all? At 250, 275. Fair warning. Last chance. Final call. Sold it right there at 250. Lot number 27, a Wishing Well orange soda thermometer. This one at 325. Nice big thermometer. Take note of the size on this one from St. Thomas Metal Signs here in Ontario. 325, 350. 325 and the 3.5. Thank you. 375. Back to you. 350 to 375 and the 350, 375. I've got a bid 350, 375 at the 400. 375 at the 400. 375 at the 4 and a 375 at the 4 and a 375 at the 400. 375 at the 400. All through. 375 and 400 on the big bad Wishing Well orange soda thermometer. 400, thank you, 425. I'm at 400 now, 425. I already have 400, you gotta be 425. 400, then 425, and then 400, 425. I'm at 400, then 4.25, fair warning, all through and done. Last chance and final call. Sold it there, 400. Lot number 28 is coming up next. Talk about size, a massive sign here, Robin Hood flower, and look at the condition to boot. What a great piece here from the Joe Byway collection. Of course, 375, 400. 375, I got it 400, 425 and 450. 425 and then 4.5 I'm asking. 425 and then 4.5. I'm at 425 and then 4.5 and 475 and 500, of course. Its condition, its size, impact, what a great piece. 550, 600, hard to find them this big and this nice. 550, now 600, 600, now 6.5. I already have 600, you gotta be 6.5. 600, then 6.5 on the Robin Hood flower porcelain sign. 600, 6.5, and a bid 600, then 650. I'm at 600, then 6.5, thank you, 700. 6.5 and now 700. I'm at 6.5 and then 7 and a 6.5 and then 7 all through and done. Last chance and final call. Sold it there, 6.5, lot number 29. What a great graphic sign here. It's Carter's headlight overalls, and the condition is unbelievable. What a great, great sign here. Of course, with the graphics, you got the train, the locomotive, the headlight overalls script. 1800, yes, from the general store on Joe's property. 1900, now 2000. I have 1900, now 2000. 1900, then 2, it'd have been 1900 here, now 2000, and that's with MillerandMillerAuctions.com. At 1900, now 2000. 1900, then 2, it'd have been 1900, then 2000. A great sign, and it's got condition going for it. 1930s. 1900, then 2000. 1900, then 2. I'm at 1900, now 2000 on the Carter's headlight overalls sign. Last chance and final call to bid, 2000, fair warning, all through and done. Hammers up. Sold it there. Great piece. 1900 sold. Lot number 30, the big Reddings anthracite coal sign. Single-sided porcelain from P&M in Aurelia. Man, they made some great stuff. 400, 425. I'm at 400, then 425. Got a bid 400 here, then 425. 400, then 425. Take a note of the size. It's a big one. 400, then 425. I got a bid 400 here, then 425. Thank you, 450. The bargain of the day here. Wow. 450, 475. Now 500, 550. Thank you, of course. 500, then 5.5. 500, then 5.5. I got a bid 500, then 550, 500, then 5.5. Thank you, 5.5, 600. Back to you. 600. 5.5 and now 600. I'm at 5.5 and then 6, it'd have been 5.5 and then 600. 5.5 and then 6, it'd have been 550, then 600, 6.5. 600, then 6.5. On the Redding anthracite sign, at 600, then 6.5. The condition's there, the size is there. What am I missing? 600, then 6.5. I've got a bid 600 here. I already have it. You got to be 6.5. 600, then 6.5. I'm at 600, then 6.5. It'd been 600 here, then 650. I'm at 600, then 6.5. Is that it? Is that all? I will sell it today, make no mistake, at 600 or 6.5. Hammers up and fair warning. 6 and now 650. Any further bids? Sold it there. Great buy. Great buy. lot number 31, from London Transit Commission, the LTC. It's a bus crossing sign, 75 and now 100. 75 and then 1. I've got the bit 75 here and then 100. 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 1. Is that it? Is that all? Fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold it there, 75, lot number 32, from the London Argyle Shopping Mall. Here's a sign from their grand opening in the 1960s at 100, now 125, 150. Here's history, 125 and then 150, from London, Ontario, real history, 150, 175, 150, then 175. I'm at 1.5 and then 175, and a bit 150, 175. I've got 150, 175, but is that it? Is that all? Fair warning, 150, 175, all through. Thank you, 175, 200, just under the gun. I almost put the hammer down. 175 and 200, 200 then 225. I'm at 200, then 225, and then 225, and 200, 225. Last chance, 225, 250, 225 and then 2.5. I'm at 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 225 and 2.5 and 275. 275. I need 275 now. I have 250, then 275 and 300. Back to you, 300. 275 and then 300. I'm at 275 and then 3 and 275 and then 3 on the Argyle Shopping Mall from London. The grand opening sign, there's only one of them, 300, 325. 300 then 325, and then 300 then 325. 300 then 325, fair warning. Last chance, thank you, 325, 350. 325 and then 3.5, 325 and then 350, 50, 50, 325 and then 3.5, and now 375, 350 then 375 and then 375 and then 375. You gotta be 375. I gotta go. 350, 375, and fair warning. Last chance and final call. Just under the gun. 375 and 400. That was close. 375 and then 400. You're playing with fire. 375 and then 400. Fair warning. All through and done. 400, 425, 400, then 425, and then 425. You gotta go. 400, then 425, and ticket to 425. Last chance. Sold it there at 400, lot number 33 from Thamesford, Ontario. It's their variety store sign. This one's single-sided acrylic. You could backlight this if you, no, sorry, this is not, this is a solid sign. 1960s. What do you say on this one? 75, thank you, 100. 75 and 100. There's history there. 75 and then 100. Ontario small town history. 125 and then 150. 125 and then 1.5. I got a bid 125 and then 150. 150 then 175. 150, 175 and then 175 and 200. 175 and then 200. 175 and then 2, 175 and then 2, 2, thank you, 225. 225. I'm at 225 and then 250. 225 and then 2.5. 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 275. 250 then 275 and 300. 275 and then 300. 275 and now 3. You got to be 3. 275 because I got to go. 275 and then 300. Fair warning. 300, 325. 300, 325. 300, 325 and then 350. 325 and then 3.5. I took it 325 and then 3.5. 325, 350, 375. 375. 350 then 375 and 375 and 400. 400. 375 and 400. You got to be quick. 375 and 400. 375 and then 4. 375 and then 4. 425. 425. I'm at 400 now 425. And I got the bid 4, then 425 and 450. 425 and then 4.5. 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5. 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5. All through and done. Sold it there, 425. Lot number 34 from Silverwoods Dairy. A nice lot of posters here. What an opportunity here. From the 1960s, Canadian Silverwoods Dairy posters. You're buying 4 of them here, just 25. Asking just 25. And asking just 25 on lot 34. What do you say? Thank you. Now 50. 25 and then 50. I'm going to bid 25 and then 50, 50, 50. All through and done. 25, 50. Fair warning. Sold them there, 25, lot number 35. The Morning Glory Ice Cream Lighted Clock. Rare clock here at 150, now 175. Got it with M&M at 150, you got to be 175. I'm at 150, then 175, at a bit 150, 175, and 200. 175 and then 200. 175 and then 2, now 175 and then 2, now 175 and then 200. I've got a bid 175 and then 2, now 175 and then 2, all through 2. Thank you, 225. 200 then 225. 225, now 250. 225 and then 2.5, at a bit 225 and then 2.5. 225, 250. 275, 250 then 275 and then 275 and then 275 all through, 250, 275 and fair warning all through. Thank you, 75 and 300, 275 and 300. I'm at 275 and then 3, 275 and then 3, fair warning, last chance. Sold it there at 275. Lot number 36 is coming up next. It's the Epplets Fro Cream Frozen Dessert sign. Great graphics on this one. 225. Wow, is that 1950s or what? 250, 275, and 300. Sorry, 250, 275. 275 now 300. 275 and then 300. I'm at 275 and then 300. I'm at 275 and then 3. Now 275 and then 3 on the Eplitz Fro Cream sign. 275 and then 300. 275 and then 3. 275 and then 3. All through and done. 275 and 300. Sold it there at 275. Lot number 37. A nice school zone sign, a heavy Canadian example here. This one from the 1950s. Look at the silhouettes, that'll tell you that. At 200, now 225, 225 and 250, 225 and then 2.5. I'm at 225 and then 250, 225 and then 2.5, and then 225 and then 250. It's a big, heavy school zone sign. 225 and then 2.5, 225 and then 2.5, and a bit 225 and 250, all through and done. Sold it there at 225. Lot number 38, a cool hand-painted restaurant lobby sign here from the 1950s at 225, now 2.5, 225 and then 2.5. I have 225, now 250. You gotta be 250. I'm at 225 and then 250, all through and done. Last chance and fair warning. Sold them right there, 225. Lot number 39, it's a Beaver double stand confectionery vendor at 100, 125. Put this in your lobby. 100 then 125. 100 then 125 on the double confectionery vendor. The gumball machine, the nut machine, put in it whatever you want at 125, now 150. 125 and then 150. And I got a bid 125 and then 1.5, and a bid 125 and then 150. I got a bid 125 and then 1.5, all through and done. 125 and 150, fair warning. Sold it just under the gun, sold it for 125. Lot number 40, it's a Northern Electric wall payphone. And it's got its correct sign and the rear mounting bracket. Those are always missing on these phones at 300, 325. I have 300, then 325, and a bit 300, then 325 on the 1960s Northern Electric wall payphone at 300, 325. I got a bit 300 here, then 325, 300, then 325, and fair warning, all through and done. Sold it there, 300. Lot number 41. Take note of the size on this. It's massive. Everybody that came to the preview said, I didn't realize how big that A&W sign was, and you could backlight this one. You could backlight it at 125, 150, 200, now 225. I have 200, then 225, now 250, 275. 250, 275, and 300. 275 and 300. 300, 300, 300, now 325. I'm at 300, 325, and then 350. 325, and then 3.5. I'm at 325, and then 350, go 350, 325, and then 3.5. I'm at 325, and then 350, 50, 50, 325, and then 350. 350, now 375. 350, 375, and now 400. 375 and 400. I'm at 375 and then 4, and 375 and then 4, and 375. Is that it? Is that all on the big bad A&W All-American Food sign? 375 and 400. Fair warning. Last chance. Final call. Sold it there. Nice buy. Great buy on the A&W sign. Lot number 42, the cool Canadian National Railway sign from a station, probably hung under an awning. This one at 25 and now 50. Just 25 and then 50. I'm at 25 and then half, and a bit 25 and then half, and 25 and 50. I'm at 25 and then half, and a bit 50, thank you, 75. 50, 75, and 50, 75, and 50, 75, and 50. Now 75, and 50, 75, and 100. Cool piece here. Pay attention. 75 and then 100 on the CN railway station sign. 75 and then 100. I'm at 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1. Fair warning, all through and done. Yep. 100, thank you. 125. 100 here with LA, now 125, back to you. 100 then 125 on the CN sign. 100 then 125, last chance and final call. Fair warning, all through and done. Sold it there, 100, sold it at 100. As we move along to lot number 43. Lot number 43. Getting into some of the railway stuff from the Joe Byway collection. What a variety there is here. We're moving on to lot number 43, the Canadian Pacific Special Train sign. This one at 325 and now 350. I have 325 already, now 3.5, 325 and then 350, 325 and then 350. I got 325 here and then 3.5. Some great CPR, CNR signs in the sale today. This one only at 325, now 3.5, selling now, all through and done. Sold it right there at $325. Moving along to lot number 44, a pair of Grand Trunk Railway public notice posters from the 1920s. How did this stuff survive? Well, he saved it from being thrown out. Back in the 1960s, when they were taking down a lot of the old stations, he had the foresight to say, that's not going in the garbage, that's coming with me. $275, now $300. $275 and $300. $300 now $325 and $350. $325 and $350, now $375. $375 and $400. $375 and then $4. $375 and then $4, now $375 and then $4, now $375 and $400. You got it? $375 and $400, is that it? Is that all? Fair warning, we'll sell it today, $375, $400. Sold it right there at $375. Lot number 45 from the Grand Trunk Railway, a public safety poster. Again, how many survived? 1920s at 25, 50, now 75 and 100. 75 asking 100. I'm at 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 1 and 75. Thank you, 100. Oh, I already have it here. You got to be 125. I have 100 now, 125. And I got the bid 1, then 125 and 100, then 125. I got a bid 100, then 125. Is that it? Is that all? Fair warning at 100, 125. Thank you, 150, 125 and 1.5. 125 and then 1.5. 125 and then 150 on the public safety GTR poster at 125 and then 1.5. Fair warning, all through and done. Last chance and final call. Sold it there at 1.25. Lot number 46 coming up next. The Grand Trunk Railway Station notice board. A few of these in the sale today, but man, these are neat. I've seen them repurposed to display other collectibles. Great frame and great inserts on this one at 50, now 75. 50, then 75. I got a bid 50, 75, and 50, 75, and 100. 75 and then 100. 75 and then 100, thank you, 125. 100 then 125. And I got the bid 1, then 125, and a bid 100, then 125. I got a bid 100, then 125, and a bid 100 here, then 125. Is that it? Is that all? At 100, 125, 150. 125, then 150. 125 and then 1.5. And I got the bid 125 and then 1.5. Thank you, 175. 1.5 and then 175. I got a bid 1.5 and then 175 and then 175 and then 175. Is that it? Is that all? 150, 175. Fair warning. Sold it there at 1.5. Moving on to lot number 47, another GTR station notice board. One of these would have been in each station, and Joe's father had a way of finding all of them. At 75 and 100, 100, 75 and then 1. I've got 75 and now 100. Thank you, 125. No, I already had it. You got to be 125. I got a bid 1, then 125. I got a bid 1, then 125 on the GTR notice board at 100, then 125. Is that it? Is that all? 100 here, then 125. Fair warning. Last chance and final call at 100, 125. Thank you, 150, 150, 125 and then 1.5. Thank you, 175 and 200. 175 and 200. 175 at the 2, now 175, it's a nice one. 175 at the 2, now 175 at the 2, now 175 at the 2. These are early. 175 and the 2, all through and done. Sold it there at 175. Moving along to lot number 48 from GTR, another station notice board, 50, 75, 100, thank you. 100, 75, 100, then 125. I'm at 100, then 125, got a bid 1, then 125. 125 and 150. 150, 175. 150, then 175, and then 175, and then 175. I got a bid 1.5, and then 175. And I got a bid 175 and 200. 175 and 200. 175 at the 2, then 175, 2, then 225. 200, then 225. On the GTR station notice board, 200, then 225. Is that it? Is that all? At 200, then 225. Fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold it there, 200, lot number 49, another GTR, Grand Trunk Railway Station notice board. A nice one, a really nice one at 275, 300, thank you, 300, 325, 325, 350, 350, 375, 400, 400 here, yes, now 425, I need to be, 425 and 450. Got 425 on the telephone, now 4.5, and now 475 back to you. 450, 475, and then 475, and then 475. I'm at 450, okay, 475 and 500, back to you, 500. I'm at 475 on the telephone, now 500. 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5 and fair warning. Last chance and final call at 475 and 500. Sold it there. Sold it at 475. Lot number 50 coming up next. Lot number 50, it's the Park Hill, Ontario GTR station. And how do we know that it's from Park Hill? Well, it's marked on the back. This one at 275, 300, 275 and 300, the 325. I got a bid 300, the 325, and the 325 and 350. 325 and the 3.5, and a bid 325 and the 350, 50, 50, 325 and the 3.5. Marked Agent Park Hill on the back. 325 and 350. 325 and the 3.5, and a bid 325 and the 350, 50, 50, 325 and 3.5, all through and done. Sold it there at 325. Sold at 325. Lot number 51. A lot of 12 issues of the Anarco Oil News periodical. Great information, great graphics, a lot of interesting reading in these periodicals. At 25, only 25 asking 50, 50 now 75 and 100, 75 and then 100, 75 and then 100. I'm at 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 1. A great lot of these. You often see them individually sold for 50, 25 or 50 a piece, 75 and then 100. I'm at 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 100. 75 and then 100 all through and done. At 75, 1, last chance and fair warning, all through, last chance. Sold them at 75, great buy. Lot number 52. A cool Anarco Motor Oil Auto Game premium here in the original envelope. There's actually 2 games here in the original envelope at just 25. These look great framed, by the way, at 25 and now 50. 25 and then 50. I'm at 25 and then half and 25 and then half and 25 and then half. 25 and then 50, then 25 and 50, 25 and then 50, 50, 50, 25 and 50. Is that it? Is that all at 25 and 50? Last chance, fair warning, all through and done. Sold it right there at 25. Lot number 53 from Anarco Motor Oil. It's road maps and ephemera. There's some early stuff in that lot at 100, now 125. At 100, then 125. I got a bid 100, then 125, and then 125. I got a bid 1 here, then 125. I bid 100, then 125, and take it to 125. I bid 100, then 125. All through, all done. Last chance and fair warning. Sold them 100. Lot number 54 from Super Test, some great road maps and other ephemera at 50, now 75. 50, then 75. I'm going to bid 50, 75, and 50, 75, and 50, 75, and 50, 75. Wow, 75, okay, 100. 75 and 100. Right back to you at 100. I'm at 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 100. I'm at 75 and then 1 all through and done. 75, 100, fair warning. Sold them there, 75. Moving right along to lot number 55 from White Rose Gasoline. Here's a cool lot. You're buying 13 of these great giveaway headbands here featuring the White Rose logo from the 1950s. We're at 25 only. What an opportunity here. 25 and 50. Thank you. 75, of course. 75. I'm at 50, then 75 and 100. 75 and 100. I'm going to bid 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 100, then 125. 100, then 125. 100, then 125, I'd have bid 100, then 125. I'm at a good 100, then 125, I'd have bid 100 here, then 125. I'm at 100, then 125. Is that it? Is that all at 100, 125? Fair warning, all through, all done. Last chance and final call. Sold those there at 100. What a great little buy for somebody. At 56, here's a cool accessory license plate topper. It's the Monarch Trio Light, a great original example here. I don't think this has ever been on a car. 400, yes, now 425. 400, then 425. Got a bid 400 here, then 425. I get 400, then 425. I'm at 400, then 425. I got 400, then 425. Is that it? Is that all? We'll sell it today at 400 or 425. Fair warning. Sold at 400, sold at 400, lot number 57. A great piece here, the Red Rose Gasoline Thermometer. Now, little is known about the Red Rose Gasoline Company, but this one's from a St. Thomas station that offered their products. There's a sign coming up in the sale. This kind of helps to confirm the history of the company a little bit. We're at 50 only, now 75. It comes with its original box. 50, 75. I've got a bid 50, then 75. 75, okay, 100. 75 and 100. 75 and 100. 100 here, then 125. I got a bid 100, then 125 on the Red Rose Gasoline Thermometer, a rare Canadian Ontario station. 100, then 125. Is that it? Is that all? Fair warning. Sold it there at 100. Lot number 58. It's the Vidal Motor Oil Thermometer here. This one at 200, then 225. From 1959, 250, 275. 250, then 275. I got a bid 250, then 275. And I got the bid 2.5 and then 275. 250, then 275, and then 275, and then 250, 275. Fair warning, all through. 250, 275. Is that it? Is that all? Hammers up. 250, 275, all done. Sold it there, 2.5. Lot number 59, a double bubble. This one for Adco. Great condition on this double bubble clock. The most desirable of the backlit clock styles. This one at 325, now 350, 325 and then 3.5. 325 and then 350. 325 and then 3.5, it'd be 325 and then 350. I'm at 325 and then 3.5, it'd be 325 and then 350, 50, 50, 325 and then 3.5. Is that it? Is that all on the double bubble? At fair warning, 325 and 350. Any further bids? Sold it there at 3.25, sold at 3.25. Lot number 60. What a cool piece here from the 1950s. It's a Mickey Mouse desk lamp, hand painted and cut at 100, now 125. It was made by Joe's dad as a project at his high school at 100, 125, 150, 150. I'm at 125, now 150. 125 and then 1.5, but we got to run. At 125 and then 150, 50, 50, 125 and then 1.5, all through and done. Sold there, 125. Lot number 61. 61, moving right along. It's the cartoon character cutouts, and we're at just 25. 25, now 50, 100, thank you, 125. 100, then 125. What a great offering here. These would have taken a long time to make at 100 then 125. I got a bid 100 then 125, at a bid 100 then 125. I'm at 100 then 125, at a bid 100 then 125, and fair warning, all through and done. Last chance, final call, 100, 125 on the cartoon character cutouts. Sold them there at 100. Moving right along to lot number 62. Got a telephone bidder walking on at 62. It's the Wyandotte toy tow truck. Nice lithograph tin example from the 50s. 375, 400, now 425, 450, 475 I'm asking. 475, we have 450, now 475. Do you want to be 475? Got it, now 500. 475 and then 500. 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 500. I'm at 475 and then 5, thank you, on the telephone. 500 then 5.5. 500 then 5.5. I'm at 500 then 550. 500 then 550. Got it. 600 back to you. 5.5 and now 600. 5.5, 600. Thank you. Now 6.5. 600 on the telephone. Now 650. Yes. 600 then 6.5. She's on. 600 then 6.5. At a bit 600 then 650. I'm at 600 then 6.5. At a bit 600 then 650. 50, 50. 600 then 6.5. 600 then 6.5. Going once, twice, and for the third and the final time. 600, 650. Sold it there. And she'll present the paddle number. Moving on to lot number 63. It's another toy, the Press Steel Auto Transport Truck toy. It's American from the 1940s at 175, now 200. 175 at the 2, it'd give 175 at the 200. I'm gonna bid 175 at the 2 to 175 and the 2. Hard to find them with the original cars at 175 and 200. Thank you, 225. No, I took it here. I already have it with M&M, you gotta be 225. I'm at 200 and 225, and I'll give them one chance. And a bit 200 and 225, and a bit 200 and 225. I got a bit 200 and 225, and the 225, and the 225, all through and done. Last chance and fair warning, hammers up. Sold it there, 200, sold at 200. Lot number 64 from Richard Toys. It's a ride-on dump truck, rare maker, rare truck, nice condition. 325, 350. 325 and then 3.5. I'm at 325. What a great look. 325 and then 350, all original decals and paint. 350, 375, of course. 350, 375 and then 375 and 350, 375. I have 3.5, 375. I'm at 350, then 375 and then 350, 375. I got a bit 350, then 375 and then 375 and then 375, all through and done. Last chance and fair warning at 3.5 for 375. Thank you. 400. Just under the gun, 375 and then 400, 375 and then 4, I've been 375 and then 400, 375 and then 4, I've got 375 and then 4, all through and done. Sold it there, 375, moving right along to lot number 65 from the 20th Century Limited Company. It's the Ride-On Locomotive at 150 here, 175. 150 is bid, now 175, I bid 150, then 175. I'm gonna bid 1.5, and then 175, and then 175, 5, I bid 150, then 175, and 200. 175, and then 200. Got to bid 175 and then 2, to bid 175 and then 2, to bid 175 and then 2. You want to be 200? Give you one more chance at 175. We need 200, but fair warning, 175 and 200, last chance and final call. Sold it there at 175, lot number 66. An early Mini Toys ride-on Canadian Pacific train. You don't see many of these. You see a lot of the tankers, a lot of the delivery trucks, but early on they made these ride-on locomotives. They got abused and used. This one, a great example, 275, 300. 275 and 300. I'm at 275 and then 3 and 275 and then 3. I got a bit 275 and then 3, 275 and then 300. 275 and then 3, you got it? 275 here, now 300. What a buy here. Mini Toys, ladies and gentlemen, from Aurelia. 275 and 300. I'm at 275 and then 3, now 275 and then 3, now 275 and then 3. Is that it? Is that all? We will sell it today at 275 and 300. Fair warning, all through and done. Sold it there at 275, sold at 275. Lot number 67, another Mini Toys. This time it's a ride-on Canadian Flyer train at 275 only, now 300. 275 and then 300. I'm at 275 and then 3, now 275 and then 3, 275 and then 3. I'm at 275 and then 3, now 275 and then 300. 275 and then 3, all through and done. 275 and 300. Sold it there, 275. Lot number 68, from Gendron, it's a Cadillac pedal car and a great original example here. It's got uniform surface rust, but it's kind of how you want to find them. I wouldn't restore this myself. What a cool piece. This one at 400, then 425. The Cadillac, of course, one of the more desirable pedal cars of the era. At 400, 425, and then 450. 450. I'm at 425 and then 450. 425 and then 4.5, and a bit 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 475. 450 then 475. I have 450 then 475 and then 475 and then 475 and 500. 475 and then 500 on the Cadillac. At 475 and then 500. 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5 and 475 and 500. Is that it? Is that all? On the Gendron Cadillac pedal car, 475 and 5. We'll sell it today. Last chance. Final call at 475 and 5. Sold it right there at 475 and 500. 475, we sold it at 475. Not lot number 69. Here's a rare one. If you're collecting pedal cars from Triang, it's the Brooklands Racer model pedal car here from the 1950s. This one being restored, it's been repainted. What a great rare pedal car, what a great look. At $950, hard to find information on these. Very few examples seem to exist. 9.5 and 1,000. I'm at 9.5 here, now 1,000. I'm at 950 then 1,000, 950 then 1 on the great Brooklands Racer pedal car from Triang. 950, 1,000. I got a bid 9.5 and then 1, and a bid 9.5 and then 1,000. I'm at 9.5 and then 1, and a bid 9.5 and then 1, and a bid 9.5 and then 1. Is that it? Is that all? On the Brooklands Racer, look these up, 950 and 1,000. I'm at 950 then 1,000, and I got the bid 950 then 1, and a bid 950 then 1, and a bid 950 then 1,000 on the restored Triang pedal car. Hammers in the air at 950, 1,000. We'll sell it today. Last chance, all through and done. Sold it there at 950. Great buy, great buy. Lot number 70. It's the Auto Wheel Coaster Child's Wagon, a nice original one. Pulled out of the general store on Joe's property. This one at 275, now 300, 275 and then 300. 275 and then 3, to 275 and then 3, now 275 and 300. I'm at 275 and then 3, now 275 and then 3, now fair warning, 275 and then 300 on the Auto Wheel Coaster, selling today, all through and done. Sold it there at 275. Lot number 71. It's the Johnston Brothers from London, Ontario, bread crate in the original oxblood paint with the original stencils on the side. What a great, well-built crate. Could display it or use it as a side table from the 1920s, a great London, Ontario piece. 375, 400. 375 here, now 400. I'm at 375 and then 4, thank you, 425. 400 then 425, and now 450. 425 and then 4.5. 425 and then 450. I'm at 425 and then 4.5, and a bit 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5. Is that it? Is that all? At 425 and 450, fair warning, all through and done. Sold it right there, 425, sold at 425. A cool 4-chime call bell here from the World War II era, or sorry, World War I era more likely. It's lot number 72, the Deegan call bell. What do you say to start? Great sound on this at 150, now 175. I've got the bid 150, then 175, and 150 here, then 175. And I get a bid 150, then 175, and then 150, 175. I'm at 150, then 175, and take it to 175, but is that it? Is that all? At 150, 175, includes the original hammer at 150, 175. Fair warning, all through and done. Selling today. Sold it right there at 150. Lot number 73. What do we got coming up next? From the Fletcher Manufacturing Company. It's the coolest soda fountain that I've ever seen. Many people have looked this over, and we've determined that this is an all-original piece. It's got electricity. You can put a light bulb in it. It would have to be rewired, but you could put a light bulb in it, and the whole thing looks like a light bulb. What a great, great silver-plated soda fountain here. Just puts you right back in the teens. We're at 1,300. We're at 1,300. Now 1,400. Now 1,400. 1,300, then 1,400. 1,300, then 1,400. 13, then 1,400. I'm at 13, then 1,400. 13, and then 1,400. Asking 14. Asking 14. We're at 13, and then 1,400. We're at 13 on the internet, asking 1,400. And I want to just confirm with Ethan. Ethan, can you just confirm that we have the correct bidder in here?
Yep, we do. Phone is on the absentee.
What's that?
The phone is the absentee.
Gotcha. Okay. 13 and then 1,400. 13 and then 1,400. I'm at 13 and then 14 all through and done. 13 and then 1,400. Can you confirm that, Ethan? I'm not seeing the bid. I need that bidder number. 13 and then 1,400. We're just experiencing a minor technical difficulty here. No, I've got you. I understand. There's another absentee bid that should be showing up on my board, but it hasn't updated yet. Okay, so 1,400 we have now. 1,500. Back to you. 147301.
Yep.
15. Thank you. Now 1,600. 1,600. John.
I'm at 15.
16. He's out with that bidder, the absentee. That's the absentee. Now 1,700. Back to you. 1,700. Do you want to be? 17. Correct. Now back to you. Back to you. Do you want to be 1,700?
Yep.
17. Thank you. 1,800 here. Now 1,900. Back to you, John. 1,900.
Yep.
19 and 2,000. Now 2,250. 2,250.
Yep.
2,500 here. Now 27 and a half.
2750
Now 2,750.
Yep.
2,750 on the telephone. 3,000. Now 32 and a half. 32 and a half.
Yep.
32 and a half, and then 35, 32 and a half. It's on the telephone. I'm asking 32 and a half, 35. Any further bidding before I put the hammer down? Last chance and final call. Sold it right there at 32.50. Sold it to the telephone at 32.50. Great buy, rare piece. Sorry for the delay on that technical issue. At 74, moving right along at the nickel counter display cabinet, a few nice cabinets from the sale today at 250, now 275 and 300, 275 and 300, 275 at the 3, and a 275 at the 3, and a 275 at the 300. I'm at 275 at the 3, and a 275 at the 300, 275 and the 3, all through and done. Selling today, all through, last chance. Sold it right there at 275. Lot number 75 from the Shear Company in Guelph, Ontario. It's the general store display case here, a nice example. 1,700, thank you, now 1,800. Display all your collection in this beauty. 1,900, 2,000, 22 and a half. I'm asking 22 and a half, now 2,500. Asking 2,500. I have 22 and a half and then 25. 22 and a half and then 25. I've been 22 and a half and then 2,500. I'm at 22 and a half and then 25. 22 and a half and then 25 and then 25 and then 25 and 27.50. Right back to you. 27.50. I have 25, thank you, 27.50, there it is, and now 3,000. 27 and a half and then 3,000 from Guelph, Ontario. It's a Sheer General Store display case at 2,750, now 3,000. We're at 3,000 now, 32 and a half. Right back to you at 32 and a half. I have 3,000 here, 32 and a half. 3,000 and 32 and a half, and a 3,000 bid, 32.50. 3,000 and 32 and a half, and then 32 and a half, and then 32 and a half. Is that it? Is that all? Quarter Son Oak What a beauty. 3,032 and a half. Last chance to bid. Hammers in the air. Fair warning. 32.50. Thank you. 35. 35. 32.50 then 35. Wait to the last minute. But I can't wait much longer. We're at 32.50 then 35. I'm going to sell it today at 32.50, 3,500. Bid now or forever. Hold your peace. 32.50, 35. Sold it right there at 32.50. And I'll pass the gavel over to Ethan for lot number 76, the early Koken barber chair.
Very good. What a neat sale. Can you imagine? What a neat collection, exclusive. It is the Joe Byway collection here. And again, the Koken barber chair, which was in the general store that Joe Byway, amazing actually, this general store, all of the trappings in his general store, including this early barber chair with the T-bone backrest at only 50 and 75. I made that up. 50, 75. At 50, now 75 and 100. 75, 100. At 75, 125, and then 100, 125, and now 100, 125. At 100, 125. Is that all? Is that it? At 100, 125. Thought this was pretty neat. At 100, 125. Fair warning. At 100, 125, and now 150. At 25, and then 50. At 25 and a half. At 25, 50, now 75, 75. It's the early Koken chair. Take a closer look. Early patent Koken chair at 150, 175. At 150, 175. At 150, 175. Fair warning, last chance and call. Sold at 150. Thank you so much for tuning in today, folks. Number 77, the Dr. McDonald brass plaque here at 75, 100. And now 125 at 100, 125, 100, 125, at 100, 125. It is your turn. You are out. Sorry, you have to be 125. I took 100. You need to be 125. That is a buy and a bargain. At 100, 125, fair warning. Wow. At 100, 125, last chance and call. Sold it at 178. Moving along, the Byway collection. Folks, when it's gone, it's gone. That is simply the reality here. Selling things that Joe collected since the 1960s. When they are gone, they are gone. But how exciting to disperse these items, isn't it? George White & Sons office sign there, the manufacturer of agricultural machinery. At 650, 700. At 650, 700 on this trade sign. At 700, 750. Thank you. Took it. 700, 750. At 700, 750. Where do you find this stuff? 700, 750. At 700, 750. At 7 now, 7.5. 7 now, 7.5. Hammers up, bids in. Is that all? At 7 now, 7.5. At 7 now, 7.5. Fair warning, final call. 700 now, 750. Congratulations, wow. Selling the rarest today, including these fabulous Goderich, Ontario Town Square lamps. Selling 2 of them, offered individually. You can see the image of it. Both are identical cast lanterns out of the 1920s. Folks call us up and say, where do you find this stuff? And I said, you'd have to ask Joe that question because he found this stuff back when you still could find it. 3,250, 3,500. Now that is the wow factor. That is the wow factor. 3,250, 3,500. I have 3,250 currently, 3,500. At 3,250, 3,500. Back from the Goderich Town Square. Goderich, of course, the town square like the movie Back to the Future, isn't it? And these were the lamps that were in that town square. At only 3,250, 3,500 on the first of 2 offered, 3,250, 35. Is that all? I have the absentee at 3,250, 3,500. Hammers up, bids in at 3,250, 35, 3,250, 35. Final call. Well done, congrats. Number 80 is the second of the Back to the Future lamps. Here we go. Cast iron, 3,250, 35. 3,250, 35. I have you in at I took 35, 3,500. You have to be 3,750, 35 and then 750. 3,500, 750, took it 4,000. 3,754. Don't lose this deal. At 3,754. If you want one, don't lose this deal. $37.54. If you want the pair, don't lose this deal. $37.50, $4,037.54. Is that all? At $37.54, keep them together, I say. $37.54, $37.54, 1,000 on these cast lamps. $37.54, final call. $37.54, 1,000. Well done, well done. Congrats. 81 Weatherhead brake line display racks. 150, 175. 150, 175. Thank you. 200, 175, 2, and 225. Then 200, 225. You have to be 200, 225. What do you say? 225. And then 25, 200, 225. Fair warning. 200, 225. Sold right there. 82 coming up. Yes, the Esso oil rack signs. You're buying the pair of these. 650, 700. 650, 700. It is your turn at 650, 700. Hammers in the air. 600, 650, 700. Final call. Sold right there. 83 is the next lot. This, the Trico windshield wiper service cart. What do you say on that? Use it for your oxygen tank. 225, 250. At 25.50, hey, what do you say? That is pretty darn neat. At 225, 250, right out of the 60s, 25 and 50. At 25.50, hammers in the air. At 225, 250. Fair warning, last chance, final call. Sold it right there. It is the late Joe Byway collection here, and when this stuff is gone, folks, it is gone. This, the very rare Reliant service station towel dispenser here at only 100, 125. Yes, I should think so. 150. That is a buy and a bargain. And now 75. I took it with Tim. 75, 50, 75, 200, 175.2. Pay attention at 175.2, folks. At 107.52. Now that is a buy and a bargain. Hammers in the air. At 175, 200, 175, 200, at 175, 200, last chance, final call. Sold it right there. 85 as we move along. It's Miller & Miller Auctions. Kathy Byway, thank you so much for choosing Miller & Miller to sell Joe's collection. We are indeed honored to be selling Joe Byway's collection. Miller & Miller Auctions, your choice for Petroliana. At 85 here, the Castrol Motor Oil Lollipop sign. At 300, 325. At 300, 325. And then 325. At 300, 325. At 300, 325. Where do you find them? 300, 325. At 300, 325. Fair warning, hammers in the air. At 300 now, 325. Sold at 386. Moving along to more of this Petroliana. Imagine your quarts on this Quaker State motor oil rack at 100, 125. At 125, folks, what do you say? At 100, 125, and 150. At 25.50 for the quart collection. 125, 150. At 125 and then 150. At 25.50, 25.50, now 75. What a display rack. 150, 175. Line them up at 150, 175. At 150, 175. Hammers in the air at 150, 175. Sold it right there. Thank you very much for tuning in today, folks. 87, moving along to the Sinclair Goodyear tire rack sign at 325, 350. At 25.50, at 25.50, that's 325, 350. At 325, 350, hammers in the air, bids in, hands up. At 325, 350, and 25.50, 25.50. Yes, Tim took it 7.5. At 57.5. The money's with Tim at 350, 307.5. Yes, now 400, 375, 4. At 375, 400. Where do you find this stuff? 375, 400. At 375, 400, 375, 400, 375, 400. Fair warning, 375, 4. Sold at 307.5. Number 88 is the Edison Battery Service Caddy. What a neat, neat piece. What a neat, neat piece with the die cut. 207.53 at 275.3. At 275, 300, 275, 300, 275, 3. At 275, 300, fair warning. at 275, 300, 275, 300, 275, and now 3. Sold it right there. 89, we're moving along. Lot 89, the Imperial Marvelube motor oil rack there. Now there's a rare bear with the Red Ball Imperial. Haven't seen this rectangular one. At 950, 1,000. At 950, 1,000. I should think so. 1,100, please. 1,000, 1,100, please. At 1,000, now 1,100. Many of the cube, not so many of these rectangular. At 1,000, 1,100. At 1,000, 1,100. Hammers up, bids in. Are you sure? Don't lose the deal. At 1,000, 1,100. 1,000, 1,100. Sold at 1,000. Thank you very much. Moving along to 90. Oh yes, here it is. Here it is. Look at the condition on this Imperial Marvelube motor oil rack. We've never sold one this nice. Wow. 850, 900. Yes, I should think so. 859, 950. If you like condition, feast your eyes on every single panel of this rack. 900, 950. At 900, 950. Wow. At 900, 950. A nice one. At 900, 950. You know, there's always a bad panel, isn't there? Not on this one. 900, 950 is all I'm bid. 950, 1,000. Condition, the great divider. 951. Safe and sound at 950, 1,000. Is that all? Is that everything? 950, 1,000. Hammers in the air. At 951, congratulations. 950, 1,000. 950, now 1,000. Well done. 91, we're moving along to the George Byway CNR retirement. Now, as we know, all of the railroad collection belonged to George Byway, which was the father of Joe Byway. This was his retirement sign from his employment at CNR. Pretty cool. At 2550, at 2550, at 2550, 2550, a neat little piece there as a memoir, 2550, fair warning. 92, we move along to more of this great material, all rail related. This one, the Live Rails caution sign at 25, and then 50 then, please. Yep. 25, 50, took it, yes, no, you have to be 75. I took 50, 75. At 50, 75. You're out and you're out. You have to be 75, folks. At 50, 75. Fair warning. Is that all? At 50, 75. Last chance and final call. At 50 now, 75. Sold it right there. 93. Moving along. This all belonged to George Byway, the father of Joe Byway here. This, the two-track railroad sign at 100, 125. Yes, 125. Took it 150. 125. Took it 150. At 25 and out 50. At 25.50. Cast iron, heavy cast. At 125, 150. Yes, now 107.5. At 107.5. Where do you find this material? 150, 107.5. At 150, 107.5. Fair warning. Anybody else? At 150, 107.5. Last chance, final call. Thank you very much. 94, oh yes, two. It's a 2 and 3 track railroad sign. You're buying the pair here. I should think so at 100, 125. 150 then, 125, 150 for two tracks. 2 and 3, pardon me. 125, 150. At 125, 150, I think we're wrong. Are you sure? At 125, 150. At 125, 150, fair warning. Anybody else? Final call, 125, 150. Sold at 125. 95. Moving along to lot number 95, the railway crossing sign with the reflective surface. 225, 250 presents very well at 225, 250. At 25.50, that's 225, 250. At 25.50, 25.50, fair warning. At 225, 250, 25 and a half. Sold it right there. Thank you very much. 96 here, folks. The cast iron railroad crossing sign there. It's in cast. At 300, 325 on this one, 300, 325. At 300, 325, the George Byway Rail Collection, 325, and then 300, 325, and then 325, fair warning. At 325, and then 325, and then 325, and then 300, now 325. Sold at 397. Moving along to the Sylvester Railroad Velocipede car. I think we have an additional photo of this that shows one of these in context. These are the coolest things. They really are. This right out of the 1920s. Made in Lindsay, Ontario. Now that is a museum piece. 2,500. 2750. It is your turn at 2,500, 2750. We have a photograph of one of these in context. Not this same velocipede, but something similar. I'm at 2,500, 2750. What do you think? 2,500, 750. At 25,750, yes, I'm at 2,500, 2750. Hammers in the air, 25 and then 7 and a half and then 25, now 750. Sold at 25, thank you very much. 98, the Grand Trunk Railway Watchman's Tower Bell. A Grand Trunk piece. A Grand Trunk piece. What do you say on this? 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, now 1,300. Don't miss this one. Grand Trunk Watchman's Tower Bell, 1,400, took it, 1,500 on you now. You're out, 1,600, 17. You are out. You have to be 1,700. Yes, 1,819, you have to be 1,900. You are out. 1,819, yeah, this is not something you want to let slip through your hands. 2,022.50, it's the George Byway, 25, 27.50, it's a Grand Trunk piece. 2,500, 750, don't lose this deal. At 25, 750, 3,032.50. Don't let this one slip away. It's your turn again. 32.50. Don't lose this deal. 3,032.50. I think you should. Yes, 35, 37.50. At 3,500, 37.50. For something this rare, it should be more. 3,500, 37.50. This is the Grand Trunk Watchman's Tower Bell. Pay attention. Yes, 37.50, 4,000. 37.54. At 37.54, my hammer's in the air. That's the fair warning hammer. 37.54. Last chance final call. Good choice. Well done. 99. This is the Princeton, Ontario GTR Station Platform Light. Now, can you imagine the joy of a collector like George Byway back in the 1940s and 50s finding this stuff and taking it home, back when it was being taken from the original stations? What a great piece. A display piece at 900, 950. 900, 950. Museum material. 900, 950. Is that all? Hammer's up then. At 900, 950, 900, 950, 900, 950. Fair warning, last chance, final call. Well done. 100, the railroad crossing arm. The railroad crossing arm. You see the photograph in context there. Hard to find out of the 1930s here. 1,400, 15, 1,600. Where would you find one? 1,500, 1,600. You had to be alive in the 40s and know where to find them. 1,500, 1,600. 15, 1,600. At 1,500, 1,600. Now that is what I would consider to be a monument. At only 1,500, 1,600. What a statement. How many of these survived? At 1,500, 1,600, it's your turn. At 1,500, 1,600. At 1,600, hammers in the air. Choice is yours. 1,500, 16, last chance, final call. Congrats, what a piece. 101. Ah, yes, the semaphore signal. Of course. You see the photograph in context. Could you imagine George Byway driving around in a probably a 1951 Mercury pickup or something, and buying these things and bringing them back home. This is the George Byway collection. This, of course, is the semaphore signal. At 700 only, 750 is all. 700, 750. It is your turn. I don't know, but that has the wow factor. Wouldn't you agree? At 700, 750, take a closer look. I'm only at 700 on this. 750. It is your turn. At 700, 750, my hammer's in the air. At 700, 750, are you certain? 700, 750, fair warning. 700, 7.5. Sold it right there. 102. 102 is the Wig-Wag Railroad Crossing signal. Again, George Byway collection. 1300, 1400. Yes, I should think so. 15, 1600, the wow factor. 17, 1800, the wow factor. At 17, 18, 19, took it. You have to be 2 now. 19.2. No, you have to be 22.50. I can't take 2 bids at once. 22.5, please. At 2,000, 20, yes, now 2,500. You are in, you are out. 22.50, 25, now I lost you. 22.50, 2,500 on the Wig-Wag. At 22.5, 2,500. At 22.5, 2,500. Hammers in the air, thank you very much. At 22.5, 2,500, and 22.5, and now 2,500. Sold at 22.50. If you are thinking of consigning, the upcoming sale is on September 10th. We are now accepting consignments of advertising and Petroliana. 103 is the Ford of London, Ontario sign at 75,100. That's 75,100, right out of the 50s. At 75,1. At 75,1. At 75,100, 75,100, 75 now 100, 75,1 fair warning at 75,1. Sold it right there. 104. More of the Joe Byway collection. This, the Mobil Oil lubrication chart there. At 75,1. No, pardon me. 100,752. At 175.2, at 100.752, at 100.75.200, and then 225, 250, yes, 75, 300 now. At 75.3, 25.50, please now. At 325, 350, rare as hen's teeth. At 325, 350. At 325.50, I have Aki. At 325, 350, fair warning, 325 and then 350. Sold it right there. 105. Ford service chart here. Ford service chart. 25. At 25. Hey folks, guess what? Deal of the day at 25. Have to move, have to run. At 25. Who wants it? At 25 and then 25 and then 25. To go with the vehicle, of course. Yes, and then 25 and then 25. Sold at 106. 106 is the Willard Batteries vertical sign. Love these vertical signs. Willard Batteries, you never see this stuff. I'm only at 500 on this. I'm at 500. Yes, now 600, 650. 600, 650. At 600, 650. On the Willard vertical sign. Now that's a buy and a bargain at 650, 700, 1996 pricing here. 650, 700, 750 now. 700, 750. Wouldn't that be nice to go back in time? 750, 800. 750, 800, 750, 800 on this one. Willard Batteries vertical. 758, a buy and a bargain. Folks, I have to run. 7.5, 800, fair warning. 750, 800, last chance. Are you sure? 758, final call. Sold it right there. 107. Ah, yes, some of the early material here. Where do you find this material? The Dominion Tires Garage Flange sign. A great early Canadian at 1,300, 1,400 on you. 1,300, 1,400 This is as early as it gets for Canadian Petroliana. This is the golden age. This tin litho Dominion Tires garage sign. I couldn't make it up. 1300, 1400. At 1300, 1400 belongs in the best of the best as far as collections go. Took it 15, 1600. Belongs in the best of the best collection. At 1500, 1600, Joe Byway found this back in the 60s. 1700, 1800, and there it sat in his collection. 1700, 1800 for all of these years. At 1700, 1800, I see the value. 1700, 1800, it's got value written all over it from the 1910s. 1800, this is the vintage you never find. This is the Petroliana you never find. No, 18 took it, yep, now 19. 1900, 1800, 1900, back to you. At 1900, 2000. At 1900, 2000, this is the stuff to be buying. Not so common. Not so common. 2000, you have to be 2250. At 2000, 2250, I have absentee. At 2, I need 2250. It is your turn. At 2000, 2250, and that might do it. At 2000, 2250, yes, and then 2500. 22 and a half, and then 2,500. If it was American, it'd be $6,000. 2,500, 2,750, and this well might be at 25, 2,750. Are you sure? Are you sure you are going to let this go at 2,500, 2,750? Thomas Davidson, 2,500, 2,750. Yes, 3,000. 3,000. Made in Montreal, 2753. At 2753. It's a Montreal-made sign, and what a flange it is. At 2753. At 2753, my hammer's in the air. Gotta run, gents. At 2750, 3,000. Are you sure? I need to know. 2753. One more time. At 2753. At 27 and a half, and then 3,000. 2750. 3,000. Well done. I like it. Good taste. 108. More of the great. This one, the British American gasoline and oil flange sign. No one has seen this one. No one has seen this one. Players in the game for decades say, I have never seen that flange. Well, folks, it's the Joe Byway collection. 2250, 25, 2750. No mistakes at this level. 25, 2750. No mistakes here. At 25, 2750. Does it get any better than this? At 25, 2750. At 25, 2750. At 25, 2750, a Canadian porcelain flange sign. 2,500, 2750. At 25 and then 750. It's the early stuff. 2,500, 2750, and it's the rare stuff that you should be adding to your collection here of Petroliana. You cannot find this material. 2,500, 2750, 25 and then 7/2. At 2,500, 2750, it's your turn. At 2,500, 2750, is that all? At 2,500, 2750, hammers in the air. One more time, you'll lose the deal. At 2,500, don't lose this deal. At 2,500, 2750, last chance, final call. Sold it right there. 109. Oh yes. Oh yes, the Convex Marvelube motor oil drum sign. Take a look at the size of this. Take a look at the size. This was perched on a platform in Joe's garage. 600, 650. 600, 650. This belongs in the Wall of Fame. 600, 650. In terms of Petroliana, this is a Wall of Fame piece. At 600, 650 only. 600, 650. At 600, 650. Take a closer look. It's three-dimensional, and it's early. At 600, 650, I think we're wrong. At 600, 650, fair warning, folks, hammers in the air. At 600, 650, wow, congrats. At 600, 650, last chance final call. Sold it right there, 110, 110. This is one of the stars in the Tin Litho show here. This is a St. Thomas sign. Got a Percha. Good early one with the image of the tire. Doesn't get any better than this. At 1900, 2000, 19.2. At 1900, 2000, took it, 2250. 2250. There's nothing to think about, believe me. 2250, 2500. Good color too. 25, 2750. 25,750, 3,000. These early tin signs never survived. 2750, 3,000. What a sign it is. 27.5, 3,000. 27.5, 3,000. 2750, 3,000 at 27.5 and then 3. Congratulations to who's ever paying attention here. At 2753, I can't honestly say we'll ever see another one of these surface anytime soon. This one is from the Joe Byway collection. 2750, 3,000. 2753. Is that all? Is that it? At 2753, 1,000, it's your turn. 2753, hammers in the air. 2753, last chance and final call. 2753. Thank you very much. 111, the Red Rose gasoline service station sign. Take a look at the video on this one. A nice, large dealer sign here, a great one, and one you seldom see. And in fact, it's got that patina on it that you'd kill for. And here it is at only 2,000, 22.5. At 2,000, 22.5. You just don't see this stuff turn up. 22.5 and then 2,500. 22.5 and then 2,500. At 2250, 25 took it. You have to be 2750, 3,000. You don't see this stuff turn up. 2750, 3,000. At 27.5 and then 3. At 2750, 3,000. It's big and it's beautiful with the image of the red rose. Where would you find one? 2750, 3,000. At 2750, 3,000. At 27.5 and then 3. It's a double-sided painted metal sign. At 2753. At 2753. At 2750, 3,000. My hammer's in the air. At 2753, fair warning. 2750, 3,000 final call. Sold it right there. Thank you. 112. Oh yes, the Philco radio neon sign. 1600, 1700. At 16, 1700. 17, 1800. 17, 1800. What a piece. At 1700, 1800. At 17, 1800. What a sign. At 1700, 1800 on this one, the Philco radio neon sign. At 1700, 1800, what a sign it is. 1800, 1900, these are the ones you see in the old photos and say, wonder whatever happened to that. Where did that end up? Well, this ended up in Joe Byway's truck. At 1900, 2000. At 1900, 2000 is all. It's big, it's bold, it's beautiful, and folks, where do you find these? At 1900, 2000, worthy of restoration. At 1900, 2000, 1902. At 1900, 2000, 1902, fair warning. At 1900, 2000, 1902, last chance and final call. Sold it right there at 1900, 113. We move on to the Forest, Ontario. This is cool. The Temperance Union wall box. Temperance Union wall box. This was a Prohibition piece right out of the 20s. Does it get any cooler than this? 250, 200, 75. 250, 207.5. At 250, now 207.5. At 2.5, 207.5. And in 250, 207.5. Fair warning, 250, 207.5. Sold it right there. 114, the Canadian National Railways Bulletin and Telegram box here at 75.1. 75.100. At 75.100, 75.100, 75.100, 75.1. Fair warning, 75.100, 75.1. Sold it. 75. 115, the Oak Card filers here. This is a pair of them. 50, 75, half now 75. Half now 75. You are buying the pair of Oak filers here at 75.1. At 75.100 for both 75.100, 75.100, 75 now 1. Sold at 116. Moving along, the railway station agent's ticket case. You can see this on video as well. Take a look at the interior on these. 125, 150. At 125, 150. And now 175, please. 75. At 150, you have to be 107.5. I took the tie at 150, 752. At 752, thank you very much. At 752. At 175, 200, 100. What a cabinet. 175, 225. At 225, what a cabinet. At 225 and then 225, 50. At 25, 50. At 25, 50 with the railroad history. At 25, now 50. At 25, 50, fair warning. 25, 50, last chance, final call. 225, 50. Sold it right there. 117, moving along to another great cabinet here. This one even cooler at 250, 207.5. 250, 207.5. Yes, 325. At 300, 325. At 300, now 325. 50, now 75, 425. 425 and then 25 and then 25 and then 400, now 425 and then fair warning. At 425, last chance and final call. At 400, now 425 and then 400, now 425, 50. At 25, 50, last chance and call. Yes, took it. 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, now 450. Sold at 425. 118 is the last one. This is the final ticket case here. At 225, 250. At 225, 250. At 50 now 75. At 50 now 75. At 50 now 75, 75, 300, 75, 300, 75, 300, 75, 300 now 25. At 25, at 25, at 300 now 325 and then 300 now 325. That's 300 now 325 and then 325 and then 325. Fair warning, 325. Sold at 300. Thank you, folks. 119, the railway station Wicket Grill. Isn't this cool? Take a look at the wrought iron on this. The pride that went into these institutions is just absolutely heartwarming. 207.5, 300. 207.5, 375, 3. At 207.5, 375, 375, 300. Just hang it. At 75, 300, 75, 300, 200, 75, 300, 2, yes, 325. At 325. At 325. At 25 and then 25 and then 25. Where do you find them? 350. Hang it like a Picasso. 325, 350. At 25.50. At 325, 350. Fair warning. Is that all? Is that it? 325, 50, 25, 50, 25. Now half. Sold at 325. Moving along to 120, London GTR Destination Scrolls. These I thought were cool. Where have you ever seen these? 150, 100, 75. 175 for the trio of these. 100, 75, 2. And cool pieces they make for display at 175, 2. At 175, 200. At 175, 200, 175, 200, 175, 2. Fair warning. At 175, 200, 175, 200, 175, and now 2. Sold at 175, 121, 121. Here we go with the Lobo Railway Station sign here. 225. At 225. At 225, a little bit of London, Greater London history here at 250, now 75, now 75, now 75, 50, now 75, now 325. At 325 and then 325 and then 300, now 325, your turn. At 300, now 325 and then 300, 325 and 50. At 25 and then 50, 25 and then 50 and 50 and 50 and 25, now half. At 25, now 50, fair warning, 325 half. 75 at 350, now 75, fair warning. At 350, 375 and then 50, now 75 and then 50, now 75 and then 50, now 75 and then 50, 75. Sold at 350. At 123, the Thorndale, Ontario GTR station sign. Thorndale, Ontario. At 400, 755, Vol 75, 500, Vol 75, 500, Vol 75, 5, and 550. At 500, 5.5, now 600 on this. At 5.5, 600, 5.5, now 600, 5.5, now 600, 550, now 6. At 5.5, now 600, fair warning, hammers in the air, is that all? 550, 600, last chance and final call, 5.5, 600. Sold at 550. 124, we move along to the Grand Trunk Railway station bench here. 1700, 1800, isn't this cool? 1900, 2000, 22.5, and 2500. This is cool. It's more than design, it's history. 2500, 2750. At 25, 750. You can explain that history at 25, 750. At 25 and then 7.5. At 2500, 2750. What a look, isn't it? At 2500, 2750. 25 and then 7.5. Is that all? Hammers up, bids in. At 2500, 2750 and 25, 750 and 25, 7.5 and then 25. Now 750. Last chance, final call. Sold it right there. Thank you. 125. This one is super cool. In fact, this is the rarest of the rare. It is a 12-seat station bench. Imagine the people sitting on this over the years, waiting for their destination, thinking of where they were headed. This is history. At 2250, 2500. This, I bet, is something you don't have in your collection. 25, 2750. Folks, it's the wow factor. It is the so-called centerpiece in your collection, the centerpiece in your room at 3,032.50. Imagine that, 12-seat capacity with the original label in place. It's a Canadian-made piece at only 3,032.50, 3,500. Folks, this is the wow factor. 3,500, 3,750. This is the wow factor. At 3,500, 3,750. At 35 and then 750. It was in the middle of George Byway's collection in the station. Why not yours now at 35,750? At 35,750. For what this is, it's no money at all. At 4,000, 4,250. 4,000, 4,250. Look at what you are buying. You're buying a statement piece, and when it is gone, it is gone. These did not survive. When it's gone, it's gone. At 4,000, 4,250, belongs in any serious railroad collection. It's what I call the centerpiece. At 4,000, 4,250, are you ready to let this go? At 4,000, 4,250, because you'll forget about the price. At 4,000, 4,250, when you're looking at it at the center of your collection. 4,000, 42, 4,500. 4,250, 45. At 4,250, 4,500. It's your turn again. 4,250, 45. Don't let this go. 4,250, 4,500. Under the $5,000 mark, this makes a statement. At 4,250, 45. 4,250, 45. At 4,250, 45. Are you certain? 4,250, 4,500. Anyone else? 4,250, 4,500. Last chance, final call. My hammer's up. Gotta run. 4,250, 4,500. Thank you very much. Nice one. These are really neat. All these Pulp Fiction posters here. 225 and 250. At 250, yes, 75, 300, 275, 325, 325, and then 350, 25 half, 25 half, 325, 350. It's your turn at 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50, 325, and 350, now 75. At 75, they're just too darn cool. At 300, 75, 400, 75, 475, now 4. At 75, 400. At 75, 4. Aki, you're out. At 300, 75, 4. Fair warning. At 25, 50. You're out again. At 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50. Anyone else? At 425, 450, and 25 half, 25 half, 25, 50. Now 25. Now 450. Last chance, final call. Sold it right there. 100, thank you. And 125 at 125 and then 125 and then 125, 150. At 2550, Desert Voices at 75, 200. At 175, 200. These are just too cool. At 175, 225, 50. At 225, at 200 now 25 and then 225 and 50 and 25 and 50 and 25 and 50 and just too cool to pass up and 75 at 50 now 75 just too cool at 250, 275 at 250 now 75 and then 250 now 75 and then 50 now 75 and then 50 now 75 fair warning 50 now 75 and then 50 now 75. Sold it right there. Yes, these were designed to entice the reader, weren't they? These cool posters. This is one of the coolest of all. I'm at 100, 125. Took it. Yes, 150 at 25, 50 at 25, 50, 25, 50. Only 125. I thought this was the coolest of all. At 225 and then 225 and then 225 and then 50. At 25 and then 50. At 25 and then 50, now 75 and then 50, now 75 and then 50, now 75, 300. At 75, 300, 75, 300, 75, 300, 75, 25, and 25, 50. And showpiece at 325, now 350, and to 50, now 75. Pulp Fiction, love it. At 75, 400. At 75, 425. At 25, at 25, at 25, 50, at 25, 50, and 25, 50. Fair warning at 425, now 450. Last chance and final call. Sold it right there. Where's Quentin Tarantino when you need him? This one, 129, Annihilation. If that doesn't fire the imagination, 125, thank you, 150. 150 at 25, 50, now 75 at 75, 225, 50. I love these. 25, 50 at 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50. The coolest of all, imagine that, Annihilation. At 50, now 75 and 75, 300, 75, 300. 175 now 3 at 75 3. These are just too darn cool. At 50 now 325 50 is what I'm at. At 25 50 50 50 50 50 25 and a half. At 25 50 50 50 now 25 half. Fair warning 25 and now 350. Sold it. I like your taste. This one, the McFadden True Story magazine poster there. Another cool one, 125, 150, thank you, at 125. Now 150, now 75, 75, yes, 75, 150, now 175, at 150, now 175, at 150, now 175, and at 150, now 175. Is that all? Is that it? Are you sure? At 25, 50, 25, 50, at 225, now 250. It's your turn at 25, 50, the coolest one yet. 225, 50, fair warning. 225, last chance, final call. Sold it right there, 200. What about this one, the Argosy All-Story Weekly Pulp Fiction poster here at, yes, 150, is that right? Yeah, 175, took it, 175, 2, at 175, 200, 175, 225, 250, and 50, and 25, and 50, and 75, and 75, and 75, 57, 53, 57, 53, at 200, 753, now 25, and then 325, and then 75, 1, at 75, and then 300, that's right, at 325, then at 25, sorry, took it, 50, you have to be 75. At 50 now 7.5. At 50 now 7.5, 300. You have to be 425. At 25, coolest one yet. At 400 now 25. Don't lose it. 425 and then full 25 and then full 25 and then full 25 and then 425. Don't lose this deal. At 25 and 50, yes, and 75. Don't lose it. 50, 7.5. At 50, 7.5. Fair warning. Hammers in the air. At 50 now 75. Last chance and final call. 450, 407.5. Sold right there. $225, $250 on this one, 7.5, the coolest. We saved the best for last. $325, $350. At $25.50, should be. At $25.50, the best for last. This is it. At 50, 7.5, this is it. This is all we have. At 300, 7.5, 400. At 75, 400, this is all we have. We're running out. 75, 4. At 425. At 25.50, these are just too cool. At 25.50, at 25.50, at 25.50, now 7.5, 7.5, 500, 75, 500, 75, 500, 5.5, should be 500, 600, at 5.5, 600, should be 650, should be at 700, should be at 650, 700, 6.5, now 700, coolest one yet. At 650, 700, 750, don't lose this deal. 800, do not lose this deal. At 750, now 800, 758, are you sure? At 758, at 7.5, 800, 7.5, 800, now 850. We saved the coolest for the latest. At 850, now 900. At 900, at 900, 850, now 9. 850, now 9. Don't lose it. 850, 9. It's no money. At 850, now 900, hammers in the air. Last chance and final call. One more kick. 850, 900. Are you sure? Sold 850. Thank you, folks. 133. Love these Pulp Fiction posters. Just love them. What do we have? 1.5. Yes, 325, 50, 25, 50. We saved the coolest for the last. This one says detective. Yes, it does. And 75, 400, and 25, and 25. It's every bit as cool as the one we just sold. We've planned it that way. At 50, 75. We planned it for you. And 500, 75, 550, 550, 550. Why am I thinking 1,000? 550, 600, 650, at 650, at 650, and 650. Now 700, 650, now 700. This is by far the coolest one yet. 750, 800, 758, now 850, 850, 850, now 900, 850, now 9, 950, now please, yes, yeah, right, 1,000, 950, now 1, exactly. I can tell the future. At 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, at 1,000, now 11, 1,200, 1,300 on this one. I love these. At 1,200, 1,300, it's Flynn's Detective. 1,200, 1,300, it's your turn. At 1,200, 1,300, don't lose this deal. At 1,200, 1,300, final call, 12, 1,300. Thank you very much, folks. We have another Flynn's. Another Flynn's at 225, 250. At 25.50, I love the fact that it says 10 cents. Isn't this cool stuff? 25.50. At 325, 350. At 25.50, it belongs next to the other one at 75, 400. At 75.4. At 75, 400, 75, 400, 75, 400, 75, 4. At 75, 400, 75, 4, now 425. At 50, at 50, at 50, at 50. This one's cool. The last one was cool. At 75, at 75, 5. 75.5, they're both cool. At 75.5, 550, and 600. Oh, these just, don't you love them? At 650, 700, yes, 650, 700, your turn. And 750 then. At 750, 800, yeah, they're cool. At 750, 800, at 7.5, 800, and 850. They kind of make you grin, don't they? 850, 900. At 850, 900. At 850, 900, 950. And then 1,000, 1,000, every bit as cool as the one we just hammered down. 951, it's your turn. It's well worth the money. And 1,100, 1,200, 1,100. Sorry, you have to be 1,200. I took 11 here. 1200 now. 11 now 12 should be one more kick. Are you sure? 11 now 12, fair warning. 1100, 1200, last chance final call. Well done. Love these posters. I'd sell them all day if I could. Unfortunately, we're running out, very close to the end, at 225, at 25.50, and 753, at 50 now 75, no, pardon me, 325.50, 75, 75. These get cooler as they go. 307.54, at 307.54, at 425.50, at 25.50, now 75, 75.5, 500, yes, 550 then, 550, yes, 600, detective pulp fiction, at 600, 650, I couldn't think of a cooler theme if I tried, 700, 750, 800, not if I tried, 7.5, 8, 7.5, 8, 7.5, 8, at 750, 800, wow. At 750, 800, is that all? 850 now, please, back to you, 900. Don't lose this deal.
Yep.
Yes, 900, 950. Yes, 1,000, back to you. Well worth the money, you know it is. 1,100, you know it is. This is the coolest one yet. 1,100, 1,200, we planned it that way. 1,200, 13, buy the best. 13, 1,400. 13, 1,400, buy the best. 13, 14, if you own one, why not buy the best? 1,500, 1,600, buy the best one. 1,500, 1,600, this is it. At 1,500, 1,600, it's got my vote. At 1,500, 1,600, buy the best. Last chance, final call. Hammers up, are you sure? 15, 16. Sold it right there. Thank you, folks. Wow. 1, 3, 6. Yes. Now, Tarzan and the Ant-Man. Now that is cool. 800, 850, 900, 900. If that doesn't make you grin, then you need some serotonin intake right now. 850, 900. If you buy one of these, make it this one. Tarzan and the Ant-Men Pulp Fiction poster. 850, 900. 859, I love the theme, I love the connotation, and I love the fact that someone is going to be grinning ear to ear at 850 only. 900 final call at 850, 900, 850, 900, 859. Well done. Love those posters. Thank you, folks. Tell you what, let's get into some of these signs here, the CN Telegraph and Table Office sign. You never see these signs in such quantity. George Byway would set them aside whenever he could. This one at 175.2, at 175.200, a nice porcelain, double-sided flange. Well, of course, all flanges are double-sided. 175.2, at 175.2. At 175, 200, 175, 200, 175. I should think so. This is an opportunity. They may seem common now with 5 or 6 of them lined up, but then they vaporize into thin air and people call us up, do you have any of those left? No, they're gone. 200, 225, and then 225, fair warning, 225, 225, and 250. It's funny, the first one always goes the most reasonably, and then everyone comes to their senses and realizes there's none left. 225, 250, there are none left. 225, 250, they dried up. 225 and then 250 and 25, 50 and 25, 50, fair warning, 225 and then 250. Sold it right there. So that's the first one. Now, move along to 138. More excitement here, all George Byway material. Acton Burroughs sign at 150, 107.5. Safe and Sound at 150, 107.5, and then 150, 175. This is George Byway content. This is an opportunity, even if you don't collect railway, maybe you collect signs, maybe you collect early Canadian history, maybe you just want to make a bit of money. Well, at 200 you can. 225. and then 25.50. At 25.50, everyone should own one. It is your privilege for being here today. At 225 and then 250. At 25.50, is that all? Is that it? 25 and then 50. Fair warning, 225 and then 250. Last chance, yes. And then 75, 250, 75. At 75, a buy, a bargain. At 250, now 75 and then 250. Now 75 and then 250. Now 75 and then 250. Now 75, 300. Yes, George Byway. At 207.53, at 207.53, fair warning, hammers in the air, 275, and then 300. Sold it right there. Yes, some deals, but also think about this. Think about this for 1 second. These get better and better and better, and that is the way we planned it. Condition gets better, and they become scarcer. 407.5, 500 on this one, full 75.5. Can't say I've seen this variation, 475.5. Vol 75.5. At Vol 75, 500. At Vol 75, 500. Vol 75, 500. Vol 75, 500. Fair warning. Vol 75 and then 5. Took it. 550, please now. Now 600. At 5.5, 6. At 550, 600. Yep. You are out. And 650 then. Took it with Tim. Tim, you're in. Jackson, what are they saying? 650. At 600, 650. Hey, hammers in the air. At 600, 650. Last chance and final call. 600, 650. Sold it right there. Pass it back to Justin here.
Great, thank you, thank you, thank you. Lot number 141 is up next, correct? We're at 141, just sold 140. Okay, another Canadian National Telegraph and Cable Office sign. That great early cobalt and white porcelain. Great railroad in today's sale, 150, now 175. I got the bid 150 here, then 175, and I get the bid 150, then 175. Wow, is that it? Is that all? Some opportunities today for the collector, 150, 175, and then 150 here, and 175. I got a bid 175, now 200, 175, and then 2. I got a bid 175, and then 2, to get a 175, and then 200, then 225. 200, then 225, right back to you, you're out. 200, now 225 on the National Telegraph and Cable Office sign at 200 and 225. Is that it? Is that all? And fair warning, last chance, final call. Sold it there at 200, lot 141, a rare celluloid sign from the Canadian National Railway. It's the express money order sign, 1930s. Gotta love celluloid, the color, the vibrance, 25, 50, 25 and 50, thank you, 75. I've never seen this one before. It's a nice countersign at 50, then 75, and 50, 75, and 50, 75. I got the bid 50 here, then 75, and a bid 50, then 75, and then 50, 75. I'm at 50, now 75, and 50, then 75, but is that it? Is that all? 50, then 75, and fair warning on the Canadian National Express, 75, okay, 100, right back to you. Gotta be quick. At 75 and then 100. I'm at 75 and then 1, at 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 100 and 125. 100 then 125. I got the bid 1 and 1 and then 125 and a bid 100 then 125. You got it? I'm at 100 then 125. You gotta be quick. Last chance and fair warning at 100, 125. Sold it there, 100, sold at 100, lot 142. Love these Canadian National Express money orders, porcelain strip signs, early Canadian beauties. This one in condition 8.25. It's a nice example. 200, 225. 200, then 225. I got the bid 200, then 225. I 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 get 200, then 225 from the George Byway collection at 200, then 225. Is that it? Is that all? We'll sell it today at 200 or 225 and 250. 225 and then 2.5. 225 and then 225 and 50. 225 and then 2.5 and then 225 and 250. Fair warning, all through and done. Sold it there, 225, lot 143. Coming up next, it's another one, 143, another Canadian National Express money orders porcelain sign. And on this one, I have 150 and then 175. Is that it? 175 and 200, 175 and then 200, 175 and then 2 to 175 and then 200. I got the bid 175 here and then 200, 175 and 2, last chance, 175 and 2, fair warning, all through and done. Sold it there, 175. Lot 144, here's the nice one. 225, okay, now 250, 250, 275 and 300. Save your money for the nice one. 275 and 300. I'm at 275 and the 3, and a 275, 3. Thank you, 325. Condition, condition, condition. 300, then 325. I got a bid 300 here, then 325. And 350. 325 and then 3.5. 325 and then 3.5, and a bit 325 and go 350, 50, 50, 325 and then 3.5. I'm at 325 and then 350. Your last chance to own one, now 375. 350 here and now 375. You're out 400. 375 and then 400. And 375 and then 4 to 375 and then 4 to 375 and 400. All through and done. 400, 425. You got to be quick. We got to go. 425. I'm at 400 and 425. 400 and 425 and then 425 and 425. All through and done. Sold it there. 400. Sold at 400. Lot 145. The Canadian National money orders signs. You're buying 3 signs here. A nice cardboard one, an early one from Montreal at 225, now 250. You're buying all 3. 225 and then 2.5. 225 and then 250, 225 and then 2.5. 2.5 and now 275. Got it here. Yes. 275. 250 then 275 and then 275 and 275. I got the bid 250 then 275 and then 250 then 275. 250 then 275 from the Joe Byway collection. 250 and 275, 300. 275 and 300. 275 and then 3, and 275 and then 300. 275 and then 3. Is that it? Is that all? 275 and 300 on the trio of Canadian National money order signs. 275 and 300. Fair warning. Sold them there. 275. Great buy. What a bargain. Lot 146. Another trio of Canadian National Express and money order signs. Gotta love that early stamped brass one, the countersign. Wow, I've never seen one of those before. And then a cardboard one as well at 250, 275, 300, now 325. I have 300, now 325. Got a bid 300 and 325. And I get the bid 300 and 325 and 325. And I get the bid 300 and 325 for the brass one, the cardboard one, 325 and 350. 350. 325 we have here, now 3.5. 325 and then 3.5, and a bit 325 and then 350. 325 and then 3.5, and a bit 325 and then 350, 50, 50, 325 and then 3.5. I'm bid 325 and then 350. We'll sell them today at 325, 350. Sold them there, 325. Sold them at 325. Lot number 147, the rare early Dominion Express money order sign. Make no mistake, this sign is complete. It's not a flange sign that's been cut. This was designed to be mounted this way on the edge or the corner of a railroad station. We're currently at 450. We know of other examples from the early maker Acton Burroughs in Toronto, from the teens, 450, 500, 550, 600 here, now 6.5 you have to be. 600, 6.5. 600 on the computer, now 6.5, 700 now. 700 to you. At 650 now 700. 650 then 700. I'm at 6.5 and then 7 on the rare early Dominion Express money order sign. 6.5 and 700. 6.5 and then 700. I got a bid 6.5 and then 7 and a bid 6.5 and then 700. 6.5 and then 7. I got a bid 6.5 and then 7 and a bid 6.5 and then 7. Gotta love the early porcelain in this condition. 6.5, 700. I'm at 6.5 and then 700. The telephone, they're out. 6.5 and then 700. Hammers in the air. I'll give them one last chance. Last call, final call, 650, 700, all through and done. Sold it there, 6.5. Great sign, nice buy. Lot 148, a rare piece of white rose memorabilia. It's a box for a car battery. How many of these survived? They were thrown out immediately. 100, then 125. I have 100 now and 125. I got the bid 100, then 125. I got the bid 100 here, then 125. I'm at 100, then 125. You got a bid 125 at 100 here, then 125. I got the bid 100, then 125, all through and done. Sold it there, 100. Lot 149. It's a box of Super Test snowmobile oil quartz from the 1970s, plastic quartz. There's 10 snowmobile quartz. What do you say to start in the original graphic box? 175, got it, now 200. 175 and then 200. You're buying the whole box. 175 and then 2, to bid 175 and then 200. 175 and then 2, to bid 175 and then 2. I'm at 175 here, now 200. Do you have it? 175 and then 2, to 175 and then 2, and all through there. Last chance and fair warning at 200, then 225. 200 just under the gun, now 225. 200, then 225, I gotta be 225. I had 200, now 225. I gotta bid 200, then 225, and then 225. One more chance to try. 200, then 225 on the Snowmobile Oil Quartz, the Super Test Snowmobile Oil Quartz, 200, 225. Sold them right there. 200, sold them at 200. Great buy. Lot 150, the early Super Test 2-pound grease tin. Here's a rare one. 1920s with the early graphics. Original handle at 275 and now 300. 275 and then 3. The rare 2-pound. 275 and then 3. To bid 275 here, then 300. I'm at 275 and then 3 to 275 and then 3. You got it? 275 and then 3 to bid 275 and then 3. Coming from the Joe Byway collection at 275 and then 300. All through and done at 275 and 3. Fair warning. Okay, 300. Got it. Now 325. 325. Got a bid 300 here, then 325. I'm at 300, the 325, and the 325, and the 325, all through and done. Sold it there at 300. Just under the gun, lot 151, the Super Test Seal Pack 5-pound grease tin. Nice condition on this. On this tin, we're at 125 and now 150. 125 and then 1.5, got it, now 175. 1.5 and then 175. I'm at 150 now, and I need 175. I bid 150, then 175, and then 175, and then 175. I got a bid 150, then 175 on the 5-pound Super Test Seal Pack. 150, then 175. 150, then 175, and then 175. Hard to find them like this. 150, then 175. Some nice tins coming up. 150, 175, all through and done. Sold her there, 150, sold at 150. Lot 152, it's the Super Test 1-pound Super Duty grease tin. These are hard to find in this condition. At 75 only, now 100, got it, and 125. I have 100, then 125. And I get the bid 100, then 125. I get a bid 100 here, then 125. And I get a bid 100, then 125, and then 125. I got the bid 100, then 125. Are we all done? Last chance and fair warning, 100, 125. Nice condition for that money. 100, then 125. Sold it there, 100. And here's the rare version, lot number 153, the Super Duty 1-pound Super Test tin at 75, 100, 75 and then 1. I'm at 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 1. Thank you, 125. Got a bid 1 here, then 125. And I got the bid 1, then 125. I got a bid 100, then 125. I'm at 1 and then 125 and then 125. I got a bid 1 and then 125. Is that it? Is that all? Fair warning at 100 or 125 on the 1-pound Super Duty. Sold it there, 100. Lot 154, the rare diamond logo Super Test Super Duty 1-pound tin at 125, 150. I'm asking 150, 125, and then 1.5. I got a bid 125, and then 1.5. I bid 125, I think 150. 125, and then 1.5. I bid 125. I go 150, 50, 50, 125, and then 1.5. Are we all done? 125, and then 150. Fair warning, all through. Last chance and final call. Okay, 150, 175. 150, then 175, and then 175, and then 175. I'm at 150, then 175, and take it to 175, and all through and done. Sold her there, 150, lot number 155. These are hard to find. It's a Super Test 25-pound grease pail, great 1930s logo on there, and the condition's right, at 300, 325 only. 300, then 325. And I get the bid 300, then 325, and then 325, and a bid 300, then 325. I get the bid 300, then 325, and take it to 325, and a bid 300 here, then 325. Is that it? Is that all? At 300, 325, fair warning. Last chance and final call. Sold her there, 300, sold at 300. Lot number 156, the Super Test Super Duty 25-pound grease pail at 225, okay, 250, 225, and then 2.5. I got a bid 225 and then 2.5, and a bid 225, what a bargain. 225 and then 2.5. Some opportunities today, this being one of them, lot 156, at 225 only, now 250. Got a bid 225 and then 2.5. I'm bid 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 225 and then 2.5, all through and done. Last chance and fair warning at 225, 250. Sold her there, 225. Lot number 157, a nice big lot of 17 American Railroad and steamship brochures, some great early examples here. And we're currently advanced to 275, 300, got it, now 325. I'm at 300, then 325, I got a bid 300 here, then 325. What a nice lot. 300, then 325. I got a bid 300, then 325, and take it to 325, and a bid 300 here, then 325. I got a bid 300, then 325. Is that it? Is that all? At 300, 325. Fair warning. Hammers up. Last chance and final call. Sold them there, 300. Great buy. Lot number 158. The Canadian ones now, railroad and steamship travel brochures, 7 of them here at 100, then 125. Got a bid 100, then 125. I'm at 100, then 125. At a bid 100 here, then 125. I got the bid 100, then 125. At a bid 100, then 125. Any further bidding? 100 here, then 125. Fair warning. Last chance, final call. We'll sell them today. Sold them there at 100. Lot number 159, Ontario Northland excursion posters. Buying 3 different ones here. These would be great for the cottage. 250, 275. 250, then 275, and then 250, 275 from 1971 at 300, then 325. 300, then 325, and a bit 300, then 325, and 350, 375. 350, then 375. I'm at 350, then 375, and a bit 375, and 400. 375, and then 4 to 375, and then 4, now 375, and how about 400? We have 375, now 400. You've got to be 400. 375, and then 4. I'm at 375, and then 4, all through and done. Selling them today at 375 and 400 on the Ontario Northland excursion posters. Hammers in the air. Sold them there, 375. Lot number 160, some Canadian National Railways excursion posters. What do you say? There's 4 posters in total here. From St. Thomas at 25 only, now 50. 25 and then 50. I've got the bid 25 and now 50, then 75. 50, then 75, and then 75, and then 50, then 75. From CNR, 50, then 75, and then 50, 75, and then 50, 75, and then 50, 75, and 100. 75 and 100. Wow. 75 and then 1. I've got a bid 75 and then 1. Thank you, 125. 125. I got the bid 100 here, then 125, and a bid 100, then 125. I got a bid 125 and then 150. Pay attention, there's 4 of them here, 4 posters, 125 and then 150, thank you, 175, 175. Got a bid of 1.5 here, then 175 and then 175 and then 175 and 200, 175 and then 2. I've got the bid 175 and the 2, now 175 and the 2, thank you, 225, 200 then 225. Got a bid 2, then 225 and then 225 on 200 then 225. Got a bid 200 then 225, fair warning, 200 then 225 and 250, 225 and then 2.5. 225 and then 2.5 on the CNR excursions posters. 225 and then 250. I'm at 225 and then 2.5, all through and done. Now 275, okay. 250, 275. You gotta be 275. I've got 250, now 275 and then 275 and then 275. 250, then 275, fair warning, all through and done. Sold them there, 250, great buy, wow. Lot number 161, we were happy to find these posters. Some of these were discovered behind other posters and frames. They had never been taken out of there from their original display in the railroad stations. We're at 225 and now 250 on lot 161. It's the Fare Saver plan from CPR. 225 and then 250. 225 and then 2.5, and a bit 225 and then 250, 275 and 300. 275 and then 300. 275 and then 3, and a bit 275 and then 300. Up, you got to be 325. I have 300 already. I can't take both of those bids at the same time. You got to be 325. 300 then 325, and a bit 300 then 325. I'm at 300 then 325, but is that it? Is that all? 300, 325, and then 350. 325 and then 3.5. I'm at 325 and then 350, 50, 50, 325 and then 3.5. All through and done. 325, 350, got to run. Last chance and final call. Fair warning. Sold at 325, sold at 325. Lot number 162, another poster, this one from Anchor Donaldson Line. It's a Scotland destination poster, 1920s. It's marked 1925, lithographed in Canada, 225, now 250. 225 and then 2.5. I've got the bid 225 and the 250, 50, 50, 225 and the 2.5, 225 and the 2.5. Not to mention the frame is marked Anchor Donaldson Line to match The poster, 250, 275. Hard to find these in their original frames. 250, then 275, and then 275. I got a bit 250, then 275, and then take it to 275, and how about 275 and 300? 275 and then 300. 275 and 3, and 275 here, then 300. 275 and then 3 on the Anchor Donaldson line. 300, got it, now 325. 300, then 325. And I get the bit 300, then 325, and then 325, and all through and done. 300, 325, fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold her there, 300, sold it at 300. Lot number 163, it's the Canadian Pacific White Empress poster from the 50s. Great graphics in the condition, I might add. These were tucked away behind some of the other posters in the frames, protected from all the elements. 275, 300. 275 and 300. I have 275, you gotta be 300. I'm at 275 and then 3, and a 275 and then 3, and a 275 and then 300. On the White Empress poster from CPR at 275 and 300. 275 and then 3, and a bit 275 and then 300. 275 and then 300. I'm at 275 and then 3, and a 275 and then 3, and a 275 and then 300. All through and done, fair warning. Sold her there, 275, lot number 164. Canadian Pacific Empress of Britain poster from the 50s, signed by the illustration artist, the artwork is, at 375, now 400. No, I already have 400, you gotta be 425. I got a bit 400, then 425, and 400 here, then 425. I got a bit 400, then 425, and then 425, and then 425. I'm at 400 here, and then 425. Do you wanna be 425? I have 400, you gotta be 425. I've got the bit 400, then 425. Is that it? Is that all? At 400, then 425. Last chance at 400, 425, and fair warning, all through and done. Hammers in the air, 400, 425. Sold her there, 400, great buy. Lot number 165, the Canadian Pacific Steamships Empress of Canada poster. The frame is marked Canadian Pacific Steamships to match the poster. We're at 175, 200, 225, now 250. Now 250, 225 and then 2.5, and now 275 and 300. 275 and then 300. I'm at 275 and then 3, now 275 and then 3, 300, 325. You gotta be 325. I have 300. There it is, now 350. 325 and 3.5 and then 375. 3.5 and then 375 and then 375 and 350, 375 and then 375 and 350, 375. I'm at 350, then 375, and fair warning, last chance at 350, 375. Any further bidding? Hammers in the air. 375, just under the gun, and 400, back to you. 375 at that 400. 375 at that 4 to 375 at that 4. Got a bid. 375 and 4, thank you, 425. 425. Got to be quick if you want it. 400 and 425. 400 and 425, all through and done. Fair warning. Sold her there at 400. Lot number 166. Here's a cool lot. You're buying 3 pieces from the White Star line, and they're service posters. One of them's lithograph tin, the other 2 paper. What do you say on this? Lot of 3 great pieces. You gotta love that bold White Star graphic. Of course, the Titanic was part of the White Star line. We're at 550, then 600, 600, now 6.5. I'm at 600, now 6.5. 600, then 6.5. Take note of the size on these. They're large pieces. 600, then 6.5. Not like this, like this. 600, 6.5. 600, then 6.5. At a bit 600, then 650. I have 600, now 6.5. At a bit 600, then 650, 50, 50, 600, then 6.5. I'm at 600, then 6.5 on the White Star line. Service posters at 600, 6.5. We will sell them today. 600 or 650. Fair warning, all through and done. Sold them there, 600, great buy. Lot number 167, getting into some of the gas pumps from the Joe Byway collection. Joe's pumps are great. There's some really nice original pumps with in-service paint. He liked to keep them original. In a few cases, he said, okay, I'm gonna restore this example, but many of them are as they came off of the station. Now this one's at 750, it's 167. It's a Wayne 505 Duo 2, a twin gasoline pump from the 1950s at 750, now 800. I have 7.5, now 800. 750, then 8, it had been 750, here, then 800. 750, then 8, 800, 8.5. 800, then 8.5. I got the bid 800, then 8.5 on the Wayne 505 Duo 2 at 800, then 8.5, at a bid 800, then 850. What do you say? 800, then 8.5. in the Amico colors at 800, then 8.5, at a bid 800, then 850. Got to be 850. I have 800 here, now 8.5. At 800, then 8.5, we'll sell it today. 800, 850, fair warning, all through and done. Last chance and final call. Sold the Wayne. Moving along, lot 168. It's the Tokheim 452A, another twin. What do you say on this one from the late 50s, early 60s? At 400 again with in-service paint, 450, now 475 and 500, now 5.5, 500 then 5.5, and I get to bid 500 then 5.5. These are the ones that a lot of people relate to. The earlier ones they say, I don't remember those, but these ones are the ones that a lot of people that we're dealing with relate to. 550, 600, 600, back to you. At 550 here, 600. I have 550, then 6, at a bid 550, 600. It's a twin. 550, then 6, at a bid 550, then 6 on the 452A at 550, 600, 550, 600, I'm at 5.5, and then 6. Are we all through and done? We'll sell it today at 550, 600, fair warning, all through and done. Any further bidding? Sold it right there, 550, 550. This one's got a great, great look. It's lot number 169, and you gotta love that in-service silver BA paint. It's got a BA globe on it. What do you say to start this one at? It's been advanced to 1,200, asking 1,300, only 13, what a great look. 14, we got it, we already had it. You gotta be 1,500. I have 14 and then 1,500. 14 and then 15, that great survivor look that everybody's going for, a restoration, so to speak. 1,600, now 1,700. 16, then 1,700. I'm so glad he didn't touch this one. 16, then 17, at a bid 16, then 17, the Bennett 1066. 16, then 1,700. And a bid 16 here, then 17, at a bid 16, 1,700. 16, then 1,700. 16, then 17. 16, then 17. Thank you, 17. Okay, 1,800. 1,800. 17, 18, now 1,900. 1,900. He left it alone, and we all thank him. 18 and 1,900. 18, then 1,900. On the Bennett 1066. At 18, then 1,900. 18, then 1,900. I'm at 1,800 here. You got to be 1,900. Do you have 19? 18 and then 1,900. 18, 19 on the Bennett 1066. The Survivor 1066. We'll sell it today. I have 18 or 1,900. Give it one more kick. Last chance. Final call. Hammers up. Sold her there, 1,800. Moving along. Another Bennett, 170. It's the 966. The cool feature with this pump, it's actually porcelain. Make no mistake, that's not white paint. That's porcelain. I don't know of many pumps that could say that they're entirely porcelain. And those signs on the side, well, they're actually part of the door. It's not just a contains lead sign that's been screwed in. It's actually the door itself has that logo on it. It's an amazing pump. It's the 966, and we're at 1,300, now 1,400, a porcelain gas pump. 13 and then 1,400. 13 here and then 14, at a bid 13, 1,400. 13 and then 1,400. I'm at 13 and 14. 13 and then 1,400, take it to 14, at a bid 1,300, 1,400. I have 13 and then 14 and 14, now 1,500. Thank you, sir. 14 and 1,500. 14 and 15, now 1,600. 1,600, a rare porcelain pump. 15, 1,600. I'm at a 15, now 16, at a bid 15, 1,600. Original porcelain, 15, then 1,600. I'm at a bid 15, then 16, at a bid 15, 1,600. 15, then 1,600. You got it? I'm at 15 here, now 1,600 you must be. 15 and then 1,600 on the Bennett 966, but I got to run. 15, then 1,600, last chance. Care to bid one more time? 15 only, now 1,600. We'll sell it today. Hammers in the air on the porcelain Bennett 966. Sold her there, 1,500. 1,500. Lot number 171, the Gilbarco 996, late 40s, early 50s pump. This one's restored to Esso colors, a nice paint job from the Joe Byway collection at 1,900, 2,000. I have 19 as an advance, now 2,000. I'm asking 2,000. 19 and then 2,000 on the Gilbarco 996. 1,900, then 2,000. It'd have been 19 and then 2, it'd have been 19 and then 2,000. 1,900 here, then 2,000. Anybody? At 1,900 bid, 2,000 on 171. There it is, 2. Actually, we already had 2,000. You got to be 22 and a half if you want it. 2,000, then 22 and a half. I'm at 2,000, then 22 and a half. At a bid 2,000, then 22.50. I'm at 2,000, then 22 and a half. I'll give you one last chance. At 2,000, then 22 and a half. There it is, now 25. 22 and a half and then 25 on the Gilbarco 996 Esso pump. 22.50, then 25. At a bid 22.50, then 25. Care to answer back? 22.50, then 25, 22.50, 25, last chance, final call, all through and done, restored to Esso colors, and you can buy it today for 22.50, 2,500 asking, all through and done. Sold it there, 22.50, sold at 22.50. Here's one of my favorites, the Gilbert & Barker 177 visible pump. What a great look on this Survivor. Honestly, what do you say? A great, just like it was taken right out of the service station and protected and stored, obviously, in climate-controlled building in Joe's garage at 3,500, now 37.5 on this killer Survivor example. And not to mention, it's got an original Imperial Red Ball Premier Globe. So factor that in at the 3,500. At 35, now 37.5. I have 3,500, then 37.50. Original Globe. 3,500, then 37.5 on this Survivor pump. 35 and then 37.5, and a bit 35 and then 37.5, and 35 and 37.50. 3,500, then 37.5, and a bit 35. You can't beat the look. 35 and then 37.50. Original gallon indicators, original cylinder, and original globe. 35 and then 37.5. You got it? 35 and then 37.50, the 35 and then 37.5. I'm at 35 and then 37.50 on the Gilbert & Barker 177 visible gas pump. What a look. 3,500, then 37.5 on this Survivor, all through, but I got to put the hammer in the air. It's the last chance to bid at 35, 37.5. Any further bidding? Sold it there, 3,500, great buy, nice pump. 173, getting into some of Joe's better pumps, this being the Vulcanizer 10-gallon visible gasoline pump. It's got the service cover that's marked property of Supertest Petroleum Corporation. They obviously owned the Vulcanizer pump company. We're currently advanced to 4,000. This one's being restored to Supertest colors, of course. It's got its correct tinted glass cylinder. Very difficult to find, from what I understand, the cylinders for these pumps. A great piece of early Canadian petroleum history. 4,000 is bid, now 42.5 on the Vulcanizer. 4,000, then 42.5, at the bid 4,000 here, then 42.50. I'm at 4,000, then 42.5, at a bid 4,000, then 42.50, 50, 4,000, then 42.5. I'm at 4,000, 42.5, got it, okay. Now 4,500, we took it, 47.5, right back to you. 47.5, 45 is bid, now 47.50. I'm at 4,500, then 47.5, at a bid 45, and then 47.50. Care to answer back? 4,500 is bid, and then 47.5 on the Vulcanizer 10-gallon visible gas pump. A nice one, Supertest, Supertest history. You can't say Supertest without knowing Vulcanizer. 4,500, 47.5. I'm at 45 and then 47.50. 47.50, got it, thank you, now 5,000. Now 5,000, right back to you. We're at 47.50 here, and now 5,000. Not even in the range of estimate yet. 47.50, then 5,000. 47.50, then 5, at a bid 47.50, then 5, at a bid 47.50, then 5,000. 47.50, then 5, but I've got to run. We've got more pumps to sell. I can't stay here all day. 47.50, then 5,000. One more chance on the Vulcanizer 10-gallon with the tinted cylinder at 47.50, 5,000. Fair warning, all through and done. Selling it today. Sold it right there, 47.50. Sold the Vulcanizer, and 175 is coming up next. 170. I thought we just. 174, the last one was 173. It's another Vulcanizer this time that is a 10-gallon visible pump, very similar to the last one. This one does have a cracked cylinder. But what do you say? We're at 2,500 here, 27.5. 2,500, then 27.5. These probably came from the same station, believe it or not. 2,500, then 27.5, to bid 2,500, then 27.50. 2,500, then 27.5, to bid 2,500, then 27.5. On the 10-gallon Vulcanizer at 27.50, got it, now 3,000. 3,000, down 32.5. 3,000, then 32.5. Keep them together. At 3,000, then 32.5. It'd have been 3,000 here, then 32.50. 3,000, then 32.50. The Twin Towers. At 3,000, then 32.5. It'd have been 3,000, then 32.50. Go 32.50. Go 3,000, then 32.5. I have 3,000 bid, then 32.5. It'd have been 32.5. It'd have been 3,000, then 32.50. I've got 3,000, then 32.5 on this Vulcanizer 10-gallon visible gas pump, but the hammer's in the air. I got to run. 3,000, then 32.5. We'll sell it today. Fair warning. Last chance and final call at 3,000 or 32.50. Sold it right there. Sold it at 3,000. Moving right along to one of the stars of the show in the gas pump department today from the Joe Byway collection. It's his EcoMeter 150 clock face gasoline pump. Now, we've sold these before. What a great looking pump. Almost amazing they imagined such a thing. Where are we at now? We have 25,000 in the advance. Thank you. 25,000, asking 27.5 on the rare EcoMeter 150 clock face gasoline pump. Pumps like this do not come up often. There's very few examples. When you talk to the community, everybody knows where these exist. So-and-so's got one. So-and-so's got one. This one was very much unknown to the collector community. Joe had it socked away, enjoyed it for himself, and now it's available to you. One of his favorite pumps you can now own. We're currently at 25,000 on this rare Canadian EcoMeter. Now 27.5. Clock face gas pumps. You cannot beat the look. At 25,000, now 27.5. I'm at 25,000 in the advance. Now 27.50. 25 and then 27.5 to 25. If you're collecting gas pumps, the clock face is the one you want. 25,000, then 27.5 to 25, and then 27.5. I'm at 25,000, then 27,500. Put 26,000 up on the board. Maybe that's a little bit too much to stomach for somebody at one bite. 25,000 is bid. We'll ask 26,000 if you care to play. We have 25,000, and I'll, for a short moment, allow you to bid 26,000 before we move along to lot 176. We're at 25, asking 26. All through and done, though. Fair warning, hammers in the air at 25, 26,000 on the rare Canadian EcoMeter 150. Sold it there, 25,000, great pump, great buy. 176, the Canadian National Railway safety posters, a pair of them, 75, now 100. I have 75 and then 1, 75 and then 1, and a bid 75 here, and then 100, 75 and then 1, thank you, 125. $100 bid, then 125, and a bid 100 here, then 125. I got a bid of 100, then 125, and then 125, and then 125. Is that it? Is that all? Fair warning at 100, 125. Hammers up, all through and done. Sold them there at 100. Moving along, lot number 177. Nice grouping of Canadian National CNR public notices. 50, 75 on this grouping. 50, 75. 50, then 75, and then 50, then 75, and then 50, then 75. I'm at 50, then 75, and then 50, 75, and 50, 75, and 50, 75, and all through. 50, then 75, and fair warning. Last chance and final call. Sold them there at 50. Lot 178, the big Chesley, Ontario, Canadian National Railway bulletin board. Look at the size on this. It's marked on the rear, Agent Chesley 56, which tells us when and where it came from. I can think of a million things to do with this. We're currently at 75, now 100. It's a massive, massive bulletin board from a station, 75 and then 1. I have 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 100 from the Chesley, Ontario station. 75, 100. Is that it? Is that all? On the big bad bulletin board, thank you, 100. Okay, now 125. Back to you. 100, then 125, and then 125. You got a place for it? 100, then 125. It'd have been 100, then 125. Last chance. How did it survive? 100, then 125, and fair warning, all through and done. Sold it there. Great buy. Great buy. Lot 179 from Shakespeare, Ontario. It's the Canadian National Railway Station notice board marked on the back, Agent Shakespeare, 50, 75. 50, 75. Got a bid 50 here, then 75, and then 50, 75, and then 50, 75. Got a bid 75 now, and then 100. 75, and then 100. I got a bid 75, and then 1, and 75, and then 1, and 75, and then 100. 75, and then 1, and 75, and then 1, thank you, 125. Got a bid 1 here, then 125. You got it? 100, then 125, thank you, 150. 125, and then 1.5. Got a bid 125, and then 150, 50, 50, 175. 150, then 175, and then 175, and then 175, and then 150, then 75, and 75, and 75, and 150, then 175. Is that it? Is that all on this Shakespeare, Ontario CNR station notice board? 175 and 200. Took it? Yes. 175, 200, just under the gun. Hey, 175, do you want it? 175 and 2, all through. 175 and 2, fair warning. Last chance and final call. Sold it there, 175, sold at 175. Lot number 180, it's a CNR, Canadian National Train Schedule Board, painted masonite in a wood frame, 200, then 225. This may be the last time you see this sort of thing come to market. He had the foresight to save it. 200, 225. 200, then 225, and a bit 200, then 225. 200, then 225, and 200 here, then 225, thank you, 250. 225 at the 2.5. I'm at 225 at the 2.5, and the 225 and 250, 50, 50, 225 at the 2.5. All through and done. Fair warning, 225, 250. Sold it there at 225. Lot number 181, it's another train schedule board from Canadian National, CNR, at 425 on this one, now 450. 425, now 450. I get 425 at the 4.5, at a bit 425 at the 450, 50, 50, 425 at the 4.5. I'm at 425 at the 450, 50, 50, 425 at the 4.5 on this train schedule, all through and done. Sold it there, 425. Lot 182, another Canadian National Train Schedule Board at 100, this one, 125, asking, just 125, $100 bid, then 125, a bid 100 here, then 125. I got a bid of 100, then 125, 150, then 175, 150, then 175, you got to be 175. I got a bid 175 and then 200. I can't take both bids at once. I need to have 200. I had 175 and now 200. 175 at the 2, to bid 175 at the 2, to bid 175 here, then 200 on the train schedule board. CNR, got it, 225. Care to bid 225? You're out. 200 then 225. Last chance, fair warning at 200, 225. Sold it there at 200. Lot number 183, the Canadian National Railways Train Schedule Board at 225, now 250. 225, then 2.5. 225 at the 2.5, at a bit 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 225 and then 2.5. Nice one. 225 and then 2.5. He had this displayed on the outside of the station on his property at 225, now 250. Thank you, 275 and 300. 275 and 300. I'm at 275 and then 3, a bit 275 and then 3, a bit 275 and then 300. I'm at 275 and then 3. You care to bid 3? I'll give you one final chance. 275 and 300. Last chance and final call, all through and done. Sold it right there at 275, lot 184. An interesting piece indeed. It's the International Bridge Company, a big bad wood sign displaying the tariff of tolls for that bridge. Now it looks like it's had a number of coats of paint over the years, but it appears to be to have been in service for quite a while there. 1920s we're calling it. It's got flaking paint, but what a piece of history to have today. We have, of course, the lithographs coming up from the International Bridge. 325, I have now 350. 325 and then 3.5. I've got the bid 325. Take note of the size. It's a massive, massive tariff of tolls at 325 and then 350. 325 and then 3.5. At a bid 325 and then 350, 50, 50, 375. 350 then 375. I have 350 now 375. You want to be 375? 375 and now 400. 375 and then 400. Care to bid on this piece of history? 375 and 400. I got a bid 375 here, then 400. 350, you're out, now 375, 400. 375 and then 4 on the International Bridge Company, large painted wood sign, the tariff of tolls at just 375, 400. Is that it? Is that all? We'll sell it today, make no mistake, at 375, 400. Any further bids? Fair warning, hammers up. Sold it there at 375 and sold 375. Here's a great piece. Lot number 185. It's the New York Central Train Schedule Board. And another one, Everybody came to the preview, they walked by, they said, I missed that in the catalog. It's difficult to show the size. This thing is massive. Amazing to think that somebody had the foresight to save such a thing. It is including a large assortment of the interchangeable plates to be able to change the times and the arrivals of the trains. But what a great piece, that nice early paint. We're at 1,100, asking for 1,200. 11, then 1,200. I've got the bid 1,100 here, then 1,200 on the New York Central train schedule board. 1,200, okay, I took it here. Now 13, right back to you. 1,200, then 13. I've got the bid 1,200, then 13. Take note of the size. It's big. 1,200, then 1,300. 12 and then 13, it'd bid 12 and then 13, it'd bid 1,200 here, then 13. Care to bid 13? I have 1,200, now 1,300. 12 and then 13, it'd bid 12 and then 13 on the big, bad New York Central train schedule board, 12 and then 1,300. We will sell it today at 12 and then 13 and 12 and 1,300. Is that it? Is that all? At 12 and 1,300, going once, twice, and for the third and the final time, 12 and 1,300. Fair warning. Sold it there, 1,200. Great buy. Lot number 186, moving back into some of the gas and oil, the Petroliana, this a Quaker State Tombstone motor oil sign at 125 and now 150. 125 and then 1.5. I got the bid 125 and then 1.5. Thank you, 175. And I got a bid 150, then 175, and then 175, and then 175, and then 175, and 150 here, then 175 on the iconic Quaker State Tombstone sign. Is that it? Is that all at 150, 175, and fair warning, all through and done. Sold her there, 150. Moving along, lot number 187. 187, another Quaker State. This time the double-sided porcelain, the earlier example. This one at 5.5, 600, 5.5, and then 600. Amazing they kept that style for so many years. 550, 600, 550, then 600. This one from the 30s at 5.5 and then 600. I've got a bid 550, then 6, a bid 550, then 6, a bid 550, then 6. Last chance, 550, 600 on the Tombstone. Fair warning, all through and done. Sold it there, 550. Lot number 188, the AC Delco GM General Motors dealer clock, 1970s at 75 and then 100. 75 and then 1, a bit 75 and then 1, a Canadian clock, 75 and then 1, a bit 75 and then 1, a bit 75 and then 100 at 75 and 1 and 75 and then 1 and 75 and then 1, all through and done. Fair warning, last chance and final call. Yep. 100, 125, back to you. 100 here with LA, now 125. Got a bid 1, then 125, and a bid 100, then 125. And I got the bid 1, then 125, and then 1, and then 125, all through and done. Fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold it there, 100, lot 189, coming up next. And what do we got? The standard Blue Streak ignition flange sign condition is great. 350, now 375. Got a bid 3.5 at the 375 at the 375 at the 350, 75 and 350, 375. I got the bid 350 at the 375 at the ticket of 375 at the ticket of 375 and all through and done. Fair warning, last chance and final call on the ignition flange sign. Sold it right there, 350. Sold it, 350. Canadian Industries Limited, the Silux automotive paint flange sign. And again, this is like NOS at 600. It's lot 190 at 600, now 6.5. 600, then 6.5, and then 600, then 6.5. A nice big flange, 1958 St. Thomas metal sign, 600, then 6.5. It's got everything going for it. 600, then 6.5, it'd have been 600, then 650. 600, then 6.5, it'd have been 600, then 650. Thank you, 700. We already had 650. I can't take two bids at once. 700. 650, then 700. 6.5, and then 7, and a bid 6.5, and then 700. 6.5, and then 700. Care to bid 7? We have 6.5, now 700, but I got to run at 6.5 and 700. Fair warning, all through and done. Last chance, final call. Sold it there, 650. Sold it, 650. Lot 191. It's a rare Canadian Champion spark plug sign here with the iconic bow tie logo. What do you say on this one? It's marked made in Canada. 325, okay, 350, 325, and then 3.5. What a great look. 325 and then 3.5, and a bit 325 and then 350. I've got the bit 325 and then 3.5, and a bit 325 and then 350, 50, 50, 325 and then 3.5. Got a bit 325 and then 3.5. Is that it? Is that all? At 325 and then 350, all through and done. It's got a great look. 325 and then 350, 375, 375. I've got 350 here, then 375, the bids with LA at 350, 375, and then 75, and then 375, all through and done. Fair warning, last chance. Sold it there, 350 LA Way, lot 192 is coming up next. Is the Valvoline motor oil sign. Now there's a second of this example coming up. These are seemingly new old stock. I don't believe these have ever been displayed. The condition is there. Anywhere is just from storage. We're at 275 on this nice big Valvoline motor oil sign. Take note of the size, a big one, embossed tin, 300, 325. I've got 300, now 325. 300 and 325 and 350. 325 and then 3.5 and now 375 and 400. 375 and 400. 375 I've got, now 400, then 375 and then 4 and a 375 and great sign. 375 and then 400. I'm at 375 and then 4 and a 375 and then 4 and a 375 and 400 at 375 and then 4, 425, 425 and 450, 450. I've got 425 and then 4.5 on the Valvoline motor oil sign, 425 and then 4.5 at a bit 425. What a bargain here at 425 and then 450. The conditions there, what am I missing? 450, got it, 475. I'm at 450, then 475 and 500. 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 500. I'm at 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 500. 475 and then 500 and 550. Back to you at 550. I'm at 500 then 5.5. 5.5 and then 600. 5.5 and then 600. Of course, 5.5 and then 600, a bit 5.5 and then 6, a bit 5.5 and then 6. The condition is there. 1960s at its finest, 550, 600, at a bit 550, 600, all through and done. We'll sell it today at 550. Is that it? Is that all? We'll sell it today, 550, 600. Sold it there, 550, lot number 193. Another one. Another Valvoline, what do you say on this one? 425, thank you, 450, 475 and 500, 475 and then 500, 475 and then 5 and 550, 5 and then 550, 550, 600, save your money for the best one, 550, 600, 5.5 and then 6 at a bit 600, then 6.5, 600 then 6.5, I'm at 600 then 6.5 at a bit 600 then 650, 600 then 6.5 at a bit 600 then 6.5, at a bit 600 here, then 650, 650, 50, 50, 600 then 6.5 on the Valvoline motor oil sign. Your last chance to own one in today's sale. 600 then 6.5. Is that it? Is that all? 700. Thank you. I need 700. I have 6.5. Now 700. 700 then 7.5. Right back to you. At 700 then 750. At a bit 700 here on the Valvoline sign. 700 then 7.5 and 7.5 and now 800. 7.5 and then 800. I've got the bid 7.5 and then 8. At a bit 7.5 and then 8. The best one. The good one. 800 of course. 850. 800. 850. 800 then 8.5, at a bit 800 then 850, 50, 50, 800 then 8.5. I'm at 800 then 8.5, but is that it? Is that all? At 800, 850. Fair warning, last chance and final call at 8, 8.5. All through and done. Sold it there. 800 sold at 800. Lot 194. These were probably discovered together. We've got another pair. This time the Quaker State motor oil sign. What a great look. 1967, 475 and 500. 475 at the 5 and 475 at the 5 and 475 and the 500. I'm at 475 at the 5, then 550. 5 and then 550. Got a bid 5 and then 550, 5 and then 550. I'm at 500, now 5.5. Had a bid 500, then 550, 50, 50, 500, then 550 on the Quaker State motor oil sign, a Canadian 1960s single-sided embossed tin, 500, 550. Is that it? Is that all? Fair warning, last chance and final call. We'll sell it today. Hammers up. Sold it there, 500. Great buys here. Great buys. Moving along to lot number 195. It's another one, another Quaker State motor oil sign. This one, of course, the better example. We always leave the better examples for last. 650, 700. 650, then 700. Got 6.5 here, then 7 at a bit 6.5, and then 700. 6.5, and then 7 at a bit 6.5, and then 700 and 7.5. Right back to you. 700 took it, now 7.5 and 800. 7.5 and 800. I'm at 7.5 and then 8 at a bit 7.5, and then 8 at a bit 7.5, and then 800. 7.5, 800, then 8.5. 800, then 8.5. Got a bit 800 here, then 8.5, at a bit 800, then 8.5 on the Quaker State motor oil sign at 800, 850. 800, then 8.5. Are we all done? Last chance and fair warning at 800, 850. Hammers up. All through and done. Any further bids? Sold it there, 800, sold at 800, 196. This is a massive sign. I'm staring at it right now, eclipsing the lights on front of me, a double-sided porcelain beauty, an Amoco service station sign. Again, do take note of the size. It's a big one. $450 only. Now $475, where can you get a look like that for that kind of money? A big, bad American porcelain sign, $606.5. Let's go. 600 then 6.5. I'd have been 600 here, then 650. I got a bit 600 then 6.5. I'd have been 600 then 650, 50, 50, 600 then 6.5. I got a bit 600 then 6.5. 600 and 6.5 and 700. 6.5 is bid. Now 700, 7.5, of course. 7 now 7.5. Show them the size. 700 then 7.5. 7 now 750 then 750. 700 then 7.5. I got a bid 700 here, then 7.5 and 800. 7.5 and then 800 on the Amoco sign. 7.5 and then 800, then 8.5. 800 is bid, now 850. 850 then 900. 850 then 900. Don't let this one slip away. 900 then 9.5. Got a bid 900 here, then 950. Still far, far underestimate. Lots of room to go on this one. 900 then 9.5. 9 and then 950 then 950. I got a bid 900 here, then 9.5. I got a bid 900 then 950. I bid 900 then 9.5. Is that it? Is that all? It will sell today. 950, 1,000, 1,000. 950, I took it, then 1,000. 950, then 1,000, a bid 950, then 1, a bid 950, then 1, 1,000, then 1,100, 1,000, then 1,100, got a bid 1,100, got to be quick, 1,000, then 1,100, then 1,200, 11, then 12, a bid 11, then 12, a bid 11, then 12. If you have a place for it, this is an absolute steal at 11, 1,200. 11, then 12, a bid 12, and then 1,300. 12, and then 1,300. 13, then 1,400. Like the quick bids. 13, 14, 1,500. 14, then 1,500. 14, and then 15, and a bid 15, now 1,600. 15, then 1,600. Here we go. 15, then 1,600. 16, 1,700. 16, then 17 on the Amoco sign. 16, 17, and a bid 16, then 17. Take a look at the size. It's the biggest sign in the sale today. 16, 1,700. 16, and then 17, and a bid 16, 1,700. Is that it? Is that all? We will sell it today. The hammer's in the air at 16, 1,700. One final chance, all through and done. Sold it right there, 1,600. Sold it at 1,600, 197. Spratt's Dog Food and Bird Seed sign. It's a porcelain, single-sided sign here. What do you say to start? It's an English piece at 75 and then 100. You don't find too much advertising for dog foods. 75 and then 100. I'm at 75 and then 1, a bid 75 here, then 100, thank you, 125. Got a bid 1, then 125, a bid 100, then 125. I'm at 100, then 125, and then 125, and then 125. Got a bid 1, then 125, and then 125, and then 100, then 125. All through and done. Fair warning, last chance and final call. Thank you, 125, 150, just under the gun, 125, and then 150, 175, right back to you. 150, then 175, and then 175, and then 175, 150 bid, 175, gotta be quick, all through, last chance, final call. Sold it there, 150, 198 is coming up next. The Peerless Dog Food sign. We believe this one's been painted over another sign. This one at 2.5, now 275. Got the bid 2.5, now 275, and then 250, 275. And I got the bid 250, then 275, and 250, 275. Is that it? Is that all? 250, 275, and fair warning. Got it, thank you, 275 and 300. 275 and then 300. I'm at 275 and then 3, to bid 275 and then 3, to bid 275 and 300, all through and done. Last chance and fair warning. Sold it there, 275, and sold at 275. Lot number 199. It's the Kennel Biscuit Dog Food Thermometer. Love it. 325. Now 350. 325 and then 3.5. I've got 325 in the advance, now 350. 325 and then 3.5, a bid 325 and then 350. Got a bid 325 here, now 350. Asking 350 on the Kennel Biscuit Dog Food Thermometer. Are we all done there? Last chance, final call at 325, 350. Sold it right there at 325. Moving along, we've made it to lot 200, the Cafeteria and Monarch Animal Feeds sign here. Plucked this off the wall of the general store on Joe's property. It's a St. Thomas sign, and we're at 325, now 350. 325 and then 3.5. I've got a bid 325 and then 350, go 325 and then 350. 325 and then 3.5, and a bid 325 and go 50, 50, 50, 325 and then 3.5. All through and done. Is that it? Is that all? At 325 and 350. Sold her there at 325, lot number 201. Here's a cool sign from the Globe and Mail newspaper. A 1950s Canadian lithographed tin sign at 375 and now 400. 375 and then 4. 375, not one you see. Now 400. 375 and then 4, and 375 and then 400. 375 and then 4. I've got 375, now 400. Took it, yes, now 425. You're out. You're out at 375. I have 400 asking 425. I'm at 400 then 425. I got a bid 400 here then 425. I got a bid 400 then 425. Is that it? Is that all at 400, 425 on the Globe and Mail newspaper sign, all through and done. Hammers up. Sold it there at 400. Sold at 400. A nice clean sign. The Daily Star, the Toronto Daily Star, lot 202. Porcelain, 275, 300. 275 and then 300 on the Toronto Daily Star newspaper sign. 275 and then 275 and then 300. That early cobalt blue and white porcelain that we all know and love and can relate to. 300, 325. 300, 325. I got 300 here, then 325. And I got the bid 300, then 325. Is that it? Is that all? 325 took it. Now 350, 325 and then 3.5 and 375. Right back to you. 350 and 375 and then 375 and then 375. I'm at 350, 375. Is that it? Is that all? Hammers up and fair warning at 350, 375. Sold it there at 3.5 as we move along to the rare green Red Rose Coffee sign. Now, there are 3 of these in the sale today, but they're the only 3 that I know of. And I talked to a lot of people, and they hadn't seen this particular version either. It's a St. Thomas sign, single-sided tin, an early one. And we're currently advanced to 475 and now 500. 475 and how about 500? This is the first one. 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5. 475 and then 500, then 550, 600. 550, 600. The bids with M&M at 550 and then 600. And I bid 5.5 and then 6 and I bid 5.5 and then 600 on the green Red Rose Coffee sign. 5.5 and then 6 and a bid 5.5 here, then 600, 5.5 and then 6 and a bid 5.5 and then 6. Most of the advertising you see, they use red, of course, because that's the brand. 550, 600, is that it? Is that all? At 5.5, 600, fair warning, all through and done. Sold it there, 550. Moving right along to lot number 204. I'll pass the gavel over to Ethan for the second Red Rose Coffee sign.
Thank you, Justin. Moving along, 204, here it is, the second. Why is it the first one always brings the least? Number 2 here, 204. 550 and 600, 5.5, and now 600 on this one. Good early tin litho, St. Thomas sign. Can't say I've seen one either. 556 at 5.5, 600 at 5.5, 600. Is that all? At 5.5, 600. Only one left after this. At 5.5, 600. At 5.5, 6. In your collection, do you have one of these? 5.5, 6. Fair warning. 556. Congrats on that one. These are scarce, and when they vaporize like they are, don't expect to see them again. I have 550 and now 600. We deliberately saved the best for last, and that is in terms of condition. 5.5, 6. If you own one, this is the one to own. 550, 600. Red Rose Coffee, the early version. We've all seen the one from the 50s. 556 at 5.5, 600. Fair warning. Are we all in and done? At 5.5, 600, 556. Sold it right there. Thank you very much. Moving along to 206, British American gasoline service station sign. This is a beauty. Joe's BA signs were crisp. Conditions there. Take a close look at this. Single-sided porcelain sign. Only 1,100, 1,200. Could you find a more marketable piece of advertising? The circular BA sign, it is a great one. Take a closer look. Keep in mind where Joe was finding these items, right from their original sources within 25 miles of his house back in the 60s. I only have 1,100. Yes, and now 12. Zero in on the condition. 12 should be easily 13 at 12, and now 1,300. Sorry, I took the 12. You have to be 1,300. 1,200, now 1,300 on the BA sign. As nice as you would like to find. Minimal fading. Just a great example at 1,200. 1,300. You're safe and sound, folks, at 12 and 1,300. When they're gone, they're gone. My hammer's in the air at 1340.
1400, 1400. It's well worth the 14 at 1314. Now 1500. I should think so. I salute you for bidding on this at 14 and 1500. The value is there in spades. And now 1600, 15 and 1600. The value is there in spades. Hey, take a closer look. He's got it on film at 1500 and 1600. 15 and 1600. I don't believe, yeah, 15, 16. That's not the one, Craig. At 1500, 1600. This is a beauty. And 16, now 1700, 16, 1700. Take a closer look. Feast your eyes on what we're selling here. 1600, 1700. It's the BA sign. Is there a more marketable advertising sign that I've seen in the sale? 16, 1700. Fair warning. Get your bids in. Yes, 17, 1800. At 17, 1800, you are buying condition. 1700, 1800. At 1700, 1800, zero in and zoom in on the condition. 17, 1800, fair warning, hammers up, bids in. At 17, 18, now 1900, zoom in on the condition. 1900, 2000. At 1900, 2000, zoom in on that condition on this sign. At 1900, 2000. 1900, 2000 going once, and 1900, 2000 twice. 1900, 2000, your turn, 1900, 2. Sold it right there. Thank you, folks. 207. More of this material here from the late Joe Byway and his collection here. This, another BA sign. However, market difference, this double-sided. 950, 1,000. You're buying two of the signs. At 950, 1,100, 1,200. Everyone wants double-sided porcelain. At 1,100, 12. Well, here you have it. At 1,100, 1,200. It's the British American in the classic colors. 13, 1400. At 13, 1400. At 13, 1400. Well worth that money for a double-sided circular porcelain sign? I should think so. At 1,300, 1,400, 13, 14, and now 1,500 and 15. I took it. Sorry, you have to be 16. Too late. 15, 16 I need now. At 15, 16. Too late. You need to be 16. 1,500, 1,600, double-sided porcelain, this circular sign. It's the Joe Byway collection. Hey, folks, a lot of sign for 15 asking 1,600. There's a lot of sign there, times two, really, double-sided. 15, 1,600, fair warning. My hammer's in the air. Yeah, that's a bargain. 16, I should think so. 1,700, make it quick. 16, 1,700, don't hesitate. 1,800, thank you. 17, 1,800, well worth it. You're safe and you're sound at 17, 1,800. You are so safe at 17, 1,800. At 17, 1,800, do they get any cleaner? 17, 1,800, and now 1,900. 18, 1,900 on this double-sided. 19.2, thanks for the quick bidding. 19, 2,000. 2,000, still safe at 19.2. It's a double-sided porcelain sign. At 1,900, 2,000, you are so safe at 22.50. At 2,000, 22.50, it's a statement piece. It's a dealer sign. Isn't that what they all ask for? At 2,000, 22.50 on this service station sign. Hammers in the air, are you sure? Double-sided porcelain, BA at 2,000, 22.50. I'll give you one last chance. At 2,000, I think it's worth it. 2,000 and 22.50 and 2,500. At 225, one more time, one more bid might do it. Bid now. At 22.50, 25. Bid now. At 22.50, now 2,500, 22 and a half, and then 25. Bid now. At 22.50, 25. Are you sure? At 22.50, 25. Can't find them. At 22 and a half, 2,500. At 22 and a half, 25. Fair warning. 22 and a half, 2,500. Sold right there. 22.50. Thank you very much. 208, the Goodyear dealer sign. Here's some great ones. This, the vertical Goodyear sign featuring the logo. It's single-sided, and it is porcelain. Porcelain. like liquid gold, isn't it? At 1,200, 1,300 on this iconic Canadian sign here at 12 and now 1,300, 12 and now 1,300. Folks, it's big and it's beautiful and it's Canadian and it makes a statement at 1,200, 1,300. Wow, that is a buy and that is a bargain at 12 and now 1,300 on the vertical Goodyear Tires dealer sign. We have to run. Good early sign at only 12, 1,300. Is that all? At 12, 1,300 and now 1,400. 13, 1,400. I should think so. And now you are out. No, you have to be 1,400. 13, I took you. Yes, certainly. 13 and 1,400. Fair warning. Hammers in the air. At 1,300 asking 1,400, fair warning. 1,300 asking 1,400, last chance. Final call. Congratulations on that one. 209. Might as well own the horizontal version. Very attractive sign here. Conditions there. Joe Byway collection. 750, 800. At 758. At 758 is all. An opportunity today. Opportunity knocks at 750, 800. Hammers in the air on this one. Hammers going down at 758. Is there anyone else? It is the Goodyear horizontal sign from the Joe Byway collection. Get your bids in. It will sell at 750, 800. As good or better than the one we just sold, but it is your choice. You're in charge at 750, 800, 758. Sold it right there. Moving along to 210. That's 210. It is the Goodyear Tires sign here. Now, feast your eyes on this puppy. Take a closer look at this one. 1,700, 1,800. At 17, 1,800. Now there is a beauty. There is a beauty. Absolutely. You asked for it, you've got it. At 1,900, 2,000, 22 and a half. You have to be 22.50. I have 2,000. You need to be 22.50. It's your turn at 2,000 and 22 and a half, and then 222 and a half, and then 222 and a half, and then 222 and a half. Could a nicer sign be found at 2,000, 22.50? The Canadian Goodyear at 2,022 and a half, 2,500. At 22.50, 25. At 22.50, 25, and 7.50. You are out now at 7.50. Sorry, you're out. You have to be 7.50 at 27.50. That's the one I'd be buying at 2,500, 27.50. No apologies for this one. At 2,500, 27.50, and 25, and then 7.50, and 25, and then 7.50. Your turn at 25, 7.50. Fair warning. Is that all? At 2,500, 27.50, and 25, 7.50, and 25, 7.5. Sold at 25, thank you. And then 2, 1, 1. Ooh, yes, getting into some of these fabulous, fabulous hanging signs. This, the Goodyear Tires sign, a nice sign for both the size and the graphic image of the flag with the boot. In the diamond shape, wow, there's a great sign there. Double-sided porcelain, and it is a firecracker. 1,100, 12, yes, 1,300, yes, now 1,400. That is a massive sign. 14, 1,500 at 14, and now 15. I see it hanging here, and wow, what a statement that makes. 16, 17. These are the big guns. These are the bazookas of hanging dealer signs. At 1,800, 1,900. Wow, I'll tell you, what's that work out to per inch? At 1,900, 2,000, it's a massive dealer sign, and 22 and a half in that, retained in the original frame, and 22 and a half, 2,500. At 2,500, 27.50. Don't be mistaken, it is the big one. This is the bazooka. It's the 25, 27.50, 3,000, and yes, it's Canadian. It's a great one. At 27.53, you just don't see this variation. At 27.50, 3,000. At 27.53 and 32.50. At 3,000, you don't see them this big. And guess what, folks? When they're this big, they call you Mister. At 32.50, 3,500. At 32 and a half, and then 3,500. 32.50, 3,500. Color looks good. It's a vivid sign, very presentable, attractive, and I'll tell you, it is big. At 32 and a half, 3,500, 32 and a half, 3,500, that's 3,250, 3,500, fair warning, that's it, we've got to run. 32 and a half, 35, your choice, vote with your wallet, 32 and a half, 3,500, and then 32 and a half, and now 3,500, 3,250, 35, last chance, final call, yes, and 3,750, and 3,750, don't take that, don't take that. 35, 37.50, one more bid might do it, and frankly, given the size, I think you are doing very well. Double-sided, both sides. 3,500, 37.50. At 3,500, 37.50. It's the Joe Byway collection, and it is selling quickly. 35, 37.50 fair warning. 3,500, 37.50 last chance. Final call, 35, 37 and a half. Thank you, folks. 35 sold. And then 212, the Dominion Royal Tires. Yeah, that's right. Stand next to that. Give these people an idea of how big and impressive this sign is. It is the Dominion Royal Tires sign. How many colors am I counting? How many colors am I counting? At least, right? White. We've got 2 tones of cobalt. We've got powder blue. We've got Art Deco. We have got a fabulous sign. God, you look great next to that sign, John Finley. I'm telling you. Well, let me tell you. At 5,500 asking 6,000, it's a beauty. At 5,500 asking 6. I'll tell you what. If there's something on the other side, can we see the other side? 5,500, 6,000. Give that thing a spin. At 5,500, 6,000. Fading, minimal. It's a great sign. At 5,500, 6,000. 55, 6,000. Take a closer look. Absolutely. At 5,500, 6,000. There is a beauty. At 5,500, 6,000. Folks, we are selling it today at 5,500, 6,000 on the Dominion Tires Canadian double-sided porcelain sign. It's a P&M sign. Are we all through there? At 5,500, you've got the wow factor, and you also have the scarcity. For a Dominion Tire sign, it's a great one. At 5,500, 6,000 fair warning. Yes, 6,000, 6,500. Great job, by the way. It looks great. In fact, it looks so mouth-watering, I wish I could bid. 6,500, 7,000. Wow. At 65, 7,000, you hoist this thing up into your garage, and I'll tell you, it is like an Egyptian monument. At 6,500, 7,000, none of these survived. Any collector knows how scarce these large dealer signs are. These are what you call monuments. They're massive. They're incredible, and the condition is there. I'm only at 6,500, 7,000, and now 7,500. Check out that extra tone of powder blue on the side there. It's that Art Deco skyscraper look that people go wild for. At 75, 8,000, this is the Joe Byway collection. He could find this in the 1960s. Not anymore. 7,500, 8,000. It's worth every single nickel. Every single nickel. At 75, 8,000. Folks, we've sold signs that are the size of your fist for more money than this. This is where the value comes. At 75, 8,000, the iconic Canadian company, Dominion Royal Tires. At 75, 8,000, yes, it's a Canadian porcelain double-sided sign. And that's what makes this so fabulous. It is three-dimensional. It is three-dimensional. It is 2 panels that are actually held together by a body. And the body is what's so beautiful. Can someone help John with that divider and show the sides of this sign? Where would you find it with the original? Yeah, it would be neat to see the sides. At 85, 9,000. At 8,500, 9,000. Just take a look at how this sign is made. 8,500, 9,000. That's what I find so impressive. At 8,500, 9,000. At 8,500, 9,000. Look at how this three-dimensional sign is made. At 8,500, 9,000, it deserves a prominent place in any serious Petroliana collection. It is these monumental signs that come up in collections periodically and disappear. This is such an opportunity. I have 8,500, 9,000, yeah, absolutely, wow, keep it going, absolutely. 8,500, 9,000, and now 9,500. What is it about this sign? At 8,500, 9,000, something about the way those letters are white and then outlined in that orange next to the cobalt. It's a killer sign. At 9,000, 9,500, wow. And condition, considering its size, is absolutely as good as you would ever find. At 9,095, those little tiny pebble chips disappear as you hoist it up. At 9,095, so the condition's there, the rarity is there. At only 9,000, 9,500, what isn't there? 9,000, 9,500, wow, you guys have done a good job. And I'll tell you, that sign looks better by the minute. At 9,000, 9,500, I'm about to congratulate someone that will take this and put it in a very special collection, and it deserves it. At 9,000, 9,500, fair warning on this Canadian Dominion tires, get ready to hold your peace. At 9,000, 9,500, sold at 9, thank you folks. Well done. Oh yes, yes, of course. Feast your eyes on this. This, the Super Test circular dealer sign here. This, the earlier version. And I'll tell you, we've sold these signs into the 20s. Into the 20s, and I don't mean temperature. Unbelievable. Here we go. A ton of interest in this one. One of the jewels of Joe Byway's collection here. It is every bit as nice as the one that had sold here recently for what, 23, 24, 25, whatever it was, it's every bit as nice. And here you have it, folks. So there's an opportunity at only 10,000. At only 10,000, asking 11,000. At 10, asking 11. Now, it's got the maple leaf, and does it get any more iconic than Canada's all-Canadian company? This is Super Test. This is the Canadian success story in the Petroliana game. I'm at 10,000 on this masterpiece. The maple leaf in the concentric rings. Does it get any better than this? At 10,000, 11,000, this is a pictorial double-sided porcelain sign with condition very enviable. At 10,000, 11,000, I salute our high bidder. I think you are probably someone who's very astute and making a great decision, knowing what you know about the market on Canadian Petroliana signs. I'm at 10,000, 11,000. It is your turn. 10,000, 11,000. 10,000, 11,000. What's that saying about when good men do nothing? 11,000, 12,000. I'll tell you one thing. There is nothing to think about at this level. 11,000, 12,000, locked up in the late Joe Byway's collection, hanging safely in his garage. No one knew about the sign. 12,000, 13,000, I'll take it. No one knew about this sign. When Kathy opened that door, my jaw dropped because I didn't know about this sign. Nobody did. It quietly disappeared into his garage. Of course, now it's available at 13,000, 14,000. We sold an equal sign in the 20s, and I can tell you we weren't talking temperature. 13,000, 14,000 on this one. Just for one moment with me, if you're tuning in, get lost in the maple leaf on this sign for just one moment. Profuse illustration. This is when they cared about design. The maple leaf with the Super Test, Canada's all-Canadian company. This is considered to be one of the iconic classic Petroliana signs in Canada. In fact, it is in the top 10. We're selling it today at 13,000, 14,000. I can't promise we'll get another one anytime soon. But at 13,000, 14,000, the ball's in your court. I still think it's bargain territory. At 13,000, 14,000, I think you're safe and sound. I think you already have the place for it. And at 13, 14,000, give it a try. At 13, 14, are you absolutely certain? I'll put my hammer in the air or kiss the maple leaf goodbye. At 13,000, 14,000, double-sided, thank you, 15,000. I didn't think you were patriotic than this? At 14,000, 15, 16,000, I like your style. I like your style. At 15,000, thank you, sir, 16,000. 15,000, 16,000. I don't know when the next opportunity will arise. What I do know is that prices are higher every single time that I look. There is a new and upcoming demographic that is buying these signs and that has the money to buy them. And this is a classic example of something that will be worth more a year from now than it is today. And I bid 15, 16,000. We've sold them into the 20s. And I think this sign is every bit as good as the one we sold into the 20s. At 15,000, 16,000, is it really not worth the 16, but it was the 14? No, I think it's worth the 16 plus. So 15, 16,000, the ball is in your court. I ask you one final time, gaze into that maple leaf one last time, that profuse graphic, and tell me if you can truly kiss that goodbye. If you could say goodbye to this incredible piece. I'm ready to congratulate the winning bidder at 15, asking 16,000, but I'll give you one last chance. At 15, 16,000, are you absolute? Thank you. 17,000. 16, 17. I'm not ready to sell this piece. I think it's just too exciting. I don't want to let it go. I don't want this to leave the building. 16,000, 17,000, back to you. Back to you. At 16, 17,000, it's back to you. What a sign. What a sign. It's the 30s. The good signs. Before they simplified the graphic. Before they copped out on the detail. It's a symbol of Canada. It's a symbol of Petroliana. It's a hard thing to find here. And the late Joe Byway knew that his entire life because he'd never wanted to sell it. Now it's your turn. I'm at 16, and don't tell me that you're out now. I've lost you now. At 16,000, asking 17,000, I think you should. I think you'll forget about the money, and frankly, does the money mean that much? At 16, 17,000, this sign is money in the bank. At 16, 17,000, congratulations, by the way, to our winning bidder. 16, you're in. 17, you're out. At 16,000, 17,000, hammers in the air. One last look. Are we ready to kiss that maple leaf goodbye? Take one last look and tell me that. At 16, 17,000, are you sure? 16, 17. Congratulations on that. I think you did well. I think you did well. I think you did very well. And I'll tell you what, we've got one more for you. If this was a firecracker show, then we always save the finale for the end. This is a serious sign. That's what I heard from 3 individuals that went to the preview. A serious sign. Pontiac, Buick, and GMC trucks dealer sign. Double-sided. Now, it is sitting sideways. It is sitting sideways. You can see this sign. Feast your eyes on the magnitude of the sign. Double-sided porcelain. You can see all the angles. Marked Outdoor Neon Displays Limited. QRS. This is the atomic age of signs. It's everything you'd want in a Canadian dealer sign. And the best part about this sign is that if you look at one side and you just haven't had enough, you can look at the other side. 15,000, 16,000. I would say at this level, thank you, 16, 17,000, that is probably the safest purchase I have seen all day in this auction. The 16,000, 17,000 is probably the safest money I've seen all day. At 16, 17,000, 17, 18,000. You have the rarest piece and the jewel of Joe Byway's collection. You have it. At 17, asking 18,000. At 18,000, you have the scarcest piece in Joe Byway's collection. At 17, 18,000, you have the GMC, Pontiac, and Buick dealer's sign. How many of these were made and then scrapped? Very few were made and very many were scrapped, to clarify that one. 17,000, 18,000, it's the safest money I've seen all day. And frankly, for our onlookers today that are knowledgeable collectors, what's that rule about condition and rarity? Own the rarest, own the best. Own the best piece in the collection. It's a heavy hitter sign. At 17, 18,000. At 17, 18,000, it is a heavy hitter sign. At 17, 18,000, you've got the one and only 18, 19,000. You have the one and only, the late Joe Byway and his Pontiac, Buick, GMC trucks. 19, 20,000. All of the thinking and all the logistics that went into moving this sign happened back in 1966. That's when it was moved last into Joe's collection. And here we are in 2022. At 19, 20,000. All I know is people spend more on cosmetics. 20,000, 21,000. At 20,000, 21,000, here we are at Miller & Miller Auctions, thank you very much, selling Joe Byway's one and only General Motors dealer sign. Says it all, doesn't it? Double-sided porcelain sign. Doesn't get any better than this. At 20,000, 21,000. 20,000, 21,000. I have 20,000, 21,000 on this one. The color's good. The condition's good. Take a closer look. Can we see the other side? Can we see how this is put together? Can we see how the panels are put together? Can we see how the other side is in better shape? 20,000, 21,000. Of course, when you get it up high, it all looks good. 20,000, 21,000. 20,000, 21,000. Doesn't get any nicer than this, folks. 20,000, 21,000. At 20,000, 21,000 going once. 20,000, 21,000 going twice. Hey, third and final time. Are you sure you want to let this go? At 20,000, 21,000. Final call. Thank you very much. 20,000. It's sold. 215. Some of these grand trunk pieces, this, the tariff schedule, at $375,400, at $375,400, at $375,400, at $375,400, at $375,400, fair warning, 25 and on 50. At 425 and then 450, at 25.50, 25.50, get your hands up, bids in. At 50, now 75. Is it 425.50? At 25.50, now 755, 755, 755, 475.5. At 475,500, 475,500, fair warning. At 475,500, 475,500, 475,500, now 550, please. At 550, please. Absentee is in at 5. You have to be 550, please. And I bet that does it. At 5, 5.5, 500, 550, 500, 550, now 600, please. At 5.5, 600, 5.5, 600, 550, now 600, fair warning, all in and done. Sold 550, thank you. 216, here we go with the early schedule. 1878 Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul. 25 and 50 and 25 and 50 and 25, 50, 25, 50. Is that all? At 25 and 50, a buy, a bargain, and 50 and 75 and 75. You have to be 75. I took absentee at 50, 75, please, 75, please. Fair warning, 751, 125. At 751, at 751, at 75, 100, 75, 100. Tim's bidders in at 75, 100, 75, now 1. Sold it right there, 75. Moving along, oh yes, 217, Canadian National Railways photographs. These are cool. Take a close look. 50, 75, half, 75, 50, now 75. I should think so, 75. At 50, 75, fair warning, 50, 75, last chance and call. At 50, now 75, and then 1. At 75, 100, 75, 100, 75, 100, last chance, final call. At 50, 75, 100, 75, now 1. Sold it right there. 218, more of the George Byway collection. These early Grand Trunk Railway photographs at 75, 1, thank you, 125 and 150, at 150, at 25, 50, 25, 50. Is that all? At 125, 150 and 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, now 50 and 25, half 25, 50. Sold it right there. 219, oh yes. Moving along to the Car Seals crate. At 25, 50, thank you, 75, thank you, 1. At 75, thank you, 1. At 75, thank you, 1. 75, thank you, 1. 75, now 1. Cool crate. At 75, 1. At 75, 1. At 75, 1. At 75, 100. 75, 100. 75, 100. 75, and now 1. Sold it right there. 220. That's 220. This, the collection of Grand Trunk Railway wrenches and the stud nut here at 125, 150. A lot of material there, and it's all marked GT. At 125, 150, at 125, 150, and 125. A lot of material there at 125, 150, and 25, 50. Now 75, your turn. Now 75, your turn for the entire lot. At 75, at 75, you're out. You have to be 75. I took 150 absentee, 75 please. At 75, 75, 150, 75, 2. At 175, 2, fair warning, 175, 200, 175, now 2. Sold it right there, Miller & Miller Auctions. Coming up, of course, September 10th, consignment sale of all this Petroliana, all this advertising. Happy to be working with so many of you. At 221 is the next lot, Canadian, National, and International Railway spittoons. 125, 150, yes. 175, yes. 200. At 175, 2. At 175, 2. At 175, 2, there's 2. At 175, 2, there's 2. And 225 and 50. At 25 and 50. And 25, 50 for 2. At 25, 50. At 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50. Fair warning, what do you say? 25, 50, and 75, and 75, and 75. You are out. At 2.5 now, 75, you are out. At 257.5 should be for 2, and 300, fair warning. At 75, 300, 75, 300, 75, 25, 50, and then 325 at 100, and 50, and 25, and 50, and fair warning, and 25, 50, 25, 50, 300, 25, 50, now 75 for 2. At 75, 2, the pair. At 75, at 75, at 75, 4, at 75, 400, that's 375, 400, that's 375, 400 for both. At 75, 4, 75, 400, 75, now 4. Sold it right there at 307.5. And 222, at 222 is the steam boiler pressure gauges there. Ooh, wow, what an assortment of them. You're buying all of those for one money here at only 175.2. And yes, that is the entire lot at only 175.2. At 175.2. The 5 of them for one money at 75 and 2 and 25 and 50 and 25 and 50 and 25 and 11 and 25 and 11 and 25 half, 25 half. That's 225, 250. You're out. Fair warning at 225 and then 2.5 and then 225, 250, 25, 50, 25 and then 50. Yep. And 75 and 300 and 753 at 753 at 753 175 300. What do they say, Tim? At 75.3 you're out. At 75 325 and 50 and 25 they're out again. What are they saying? 25 50 gotta run at 25 50 25 50 25 now 50 now 75 and 754 and 754 and 754 and 754 and 75 400 75 400 754 754 754 754. Sold it right there, 375. 223, Canadian Locomotive Builders plate here. Rare commodity there. 1,200, 1,300, 13, 14. You have to be 1,400. At 13, you're out. 14. At 13, you're out. You have to be 14, 1,500. 14, 15, 1,600, 15, 16, 1,700, you're out. 16, 1,700, you're out. 16, 17, 1,800, you're out. 17, 1,800, bid now. At 17, 1,800, you're out. 17, 1,800, get your bids in. At 17, 1,800, don't lose out. At 17, 1,800, 17, 1,800, 17, 1,800, bids in, hands up. 1,700, 1,800, final call. 17, 1,800, and 1,900, you're out. 18, 1,900, you're out. 1,800, 1,900, 2,000. 1,900, 2,000, 22 and a half. Get your bids in. At 2,000, 22 and a half. Get your bids in, hands up. At 2,000, 22 and a half. At 2,000, 22.50. Hands up, bids in. At 2,000, 22 and a half, and then 2,000, 22.50. Fair warning. Are they in or out? 2,000, 22.50. Sold at 2,000. 224. This is cool. Ear chime. Locomotive horn. 275, 300. 1,100, 12. 1,300. 12 and now 1,300. 12 and now 1,300. 12, 1,300. At 12. 1,300. 12, 13. Fair warning. Hands up, bids in. At 1,200. 1,300. 12. 1,300. Fair warning. 1,200 and 1,300 to you. 12, 13. Sold it right there, 12. What a great sale today. A lot of excitement here, and we are getting near the end here. The Pyle National Locomotive headlight. What do you say on this one? Almost too cool to believe, isn't it? 300, 325, and 25, 325. At 325 and 300 now 25 and then 325. Only 300 on this Pyle National Locomotive headlight here. I'm at 300. 325 is all. At 325. At 325 and then 325 and then 325 and then 325. I have you in at 325 and then 325 and then 325. Sold it right there. We have 226 moving along here. It's the monumental 2D CNR steam locomotive model. You can see this unit on film. You can see it on the video. It's monumental. At 750, 800, 13 feet. At 800, 850. At 800, 850, 900. What a piece. 900, 950. What a monument. Yep. At 950, 1,000. Yes, 1,100. 1,100, 1,200. What a monument. 11, 1,200. It is the wow factor, right? 1,100, 12. Still under $100 a foot. 13, 1,400. 13, 14, 1,500. 1,400, 15, 1,600. At 1,500, 16, now 1,700. At 1,600, 1,700, what do you say? At 1,600, 1,700, 16, now 1,700. At 16, 17, and 1,800. 18, 1,900 on this one. At 18, 1,900. 18, 1,900. Take a look at that video. 1,800, 1,900. 1,800, 1,900. 1,800, yes, you're in the lead, yes. 19, 2,000, now you're out though. 2,000, 22.50, you're back in. At 2,000, 22.50, your turn now. Lot of locomotive for that kind of money. 2,000, 22.50. 2,000, 22 and a half. At 2,000, 22.50, you're out again. At 2,000, 22.50, hammers in the air. Have to run. At 2,000, 22 and a half, fair warning. 2,000, 22.50, last chance. Final call at 2,000, 22.50, thank you. 2,500. Don't take that. 22 and a half, 25. It's monumental. At 25, 27.50, a centerpiece in George's collection. 25, 750. At 25, 7.5, and then 25, 7.5, and then 2,500, 27.50, 25, 27.50. At 25, 27.50, you're getting quite the piece. At 2,500, 27.50, fair warning, 25, 27, 25, and then 7.50. Sold at 2,500. Moving along to 227, tire repair outfits, 50, 75. Half, now 75, that's 50. Now 75, fair warning, 50. Now 75, last chance and call. Sold it right there, 228. 228, Red Rose, this the pint and the quart. Where do you find these? Where do you find these? At 2.5, 75, 300, yes, 25, 50, yes, 75, at 75, at 75, 350 now, and 75 and 400, 25 and 4, now 425 and 50 and 75, at 75, at 75, for the pair, a rare pair, at 457, 550, a rare pair at 500, 5.5, a rare pair at 5.5, 600, 650, please. That is a rare pair at 650, 700, 7.5. Your turn again. 700, 700, 750 at 700, 7.5. At 700, 7.5. Try it again. 700, 7.5. Could be yours. Two of them. At 700, 7.5. You're buying the set. You're buying the pair. At 700, 7.5, and then 750, and 750, 750. Fair warning. Sold 700. And then moving to 229, the Vidal Heavy Duty Quart, 57.5, 57.5, 57.5 now, 57.5 now, fair warning, 50 now, 7.5, 50 now, 7.5, 50 now, 7.5, and 7.5, and now 7.5. Sold it right there. 230. Moving along, another quart, I believe. Vidal, 25 and then 50. At 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50. Fair warning. 25 and then half, and then 25 now, 50. Sold it right there. 231. Moving along. This one, a very nice, might I add, quart, White Rose Ultra. 200, 225. 2225 at 200, 225 and then 2225, 225. 200 now, 225 and then 225. Sold it right there. And then we have 232, the Fleetwood Aerocraft. What an attractive tin, classic tin. This is wartime. 300, 754, 300, 754, at 375, 400, 375, 4, fair warning, 375, now 4, sold it right there. 233, this the Aviation Red Indian Motor Oil Quart tin there, a nice one, 200, 225. At 200, 225, and in 200, 225. 200, little moneymaker there, 225. At 200, 225, fair warning, 225, it's your turn. At 250, at 25 and 50, you're out. At 225, 250, you're out. At 25, 50, 25, 50, fair warning. At 25, 50, 25, 50, last chance and call. At 25, 50, 25, 50, 250. Sold it right there. And then 2, 3, 4. Moving along to the scarcer. 200, 753. 275, 3 at 275, 325, and then 325, and then 325, fair warning, 325, and then 25, and then 25, 50 at 25, 50. Hard one to find, 25, 50 at 25, 50, 25, 50, 325, 350, last chance and call, 25 now, 50 now, 75 at 75, at 75, 50 now, 75 at 50 now, 75. Bids in at 50 now, 75, and then 75, 400 at 75, 400 at 75, 400 at 75, 400, 75, 400, 75, and now 4. Sold at 75. 235, another one, 250, 75, 300, 325, 350. 25, 50 now, 75, 50 now, 75, 50 now, 75, 50 now, 75, fair warning, 50 now, 75 at 75, nicest one at 50 now, 75, 50 now, 75, 400, graded the nicest, 75, 4. At 75, 4, at 75, 400, 75, 400, 75, 400, 375, now 4. Sold it right there, thank you. And then 236, the Gilberts, these are scarce quartz. 325, 350, and 75, and 4. You don't see these. 375, 4. At 375, 4, 25, and 25. Have to be 25, please. And now 50, please. At 25 and then 50, please. 25, 400, 25, 450, fair warning, and 75 and 450. Now 755, 755, 75, 5, now 550, please. At 500, 5.5, please. At 500, now 550, fair warning, 500, now 550, last chance and call, 500, now 550, 500, 5.5. Sold at 500, 237, the nicer of the two, 600, 650, now 700, 7.5. This is the one to be buying at 750, 800, 7.5, 800, 850. This is the one, 859. Last one too at 900, 950, 1,000, so rare. At 1,100, so rare. At 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, so rare. And now 1,300 at 1,314, so rare. And then 14, 1,500, 14, 1,500, that is rare. At 14, 15, 1,600, fair warning. At 1,500, 1,600, that is rare. At 1,500, 1,600, condition. At 15, 1,600, fair warning, final call. 1,500, 1,600, that is rare. 15, 1,600, sold it right there, thank you. Thank you. Here we have the 1972 GMC 1500 pickup truck. This was the gopher truck at the General Motors Parts Warehouse in London. The original family contacted us when this was listed, and what they told us was this. They sent an email and they say, this is a very special truck to our family. It was sold to Joe Byway from our family, and we hope that this ends up in the right hands. We cherish this truck for our entire lives, and then Joe did, and now someone else will. So you'll be the third in line for this one. It's a 72 GMC 1500 custom pickup truck. What more could you want for in one of these? The originality's there, and I can tell you one thing. It has everything you'd need. 3-speed manual, it's got the 307 V8, and it's just a great truck with a fresh coat of correct paint. It has everything you'd want in one of these trucks, and they are hot as a chili pepper. 2,500, 27.5, 2,500, 27.5. So I'm at, 25,000, pardon me, and we're at 27.5. 27.5, 2,500, 27.5. We've had so much interest in this truck, and the odometer is the best part about it. 49,000 original miles. 49,000 original miles. Where would you find one that has not been used up and abused? Always a good truck, always a clean truck, with a very minor restoration, meaning the paint was done, the chrome on the back bumper was done. Very, very sympathetic to the originality of this truck. 26 folks on the board, if you don't mind. 2,500, 26,000. I have 25,000 asking 26,000. 25 asking 26, and it is selling at 2,500, 26,000. 25,000, 26,000 at 25,000, 26,000. What a truck it is. Thank you. Thank you. 26 and 27,000. You are out. You're now out. We are in the building where these trucks are being started and driven, and I can tell you one thing, there's something about the smell of petroleum in the air that reminds me of global warming, but also of nostalgia, and this is exciting. I can tell you one thing, folks, I can smell that gas and oil, and I can tell you right now, there is nothing more enthralling about this truck than knowing that that is exactly what you'll experience at the $26,000, $27,000 level. It's a great one, and you're going to enjoy it, and it's being sold at $26,000, $27,000. My hammer is in the air, and I will sell it At 26, you're out at 27. 26 now, 27, fair warning. At 26, $27,000, all in and done. 26, your turn at 27. Sold it right there, 26, thank you very much. Well done, absolutely, yeah. And a fine truck it is now. Feast your eyes on this rarity. It's a convertible. It's a Ford. It's a Ford Model 78. And I can tell you one thing. I have never seen a vehicle from the 30s that has more eyeball than this. It is incredible. It's a 4-door convertible. It's a convertible and it's a beauty. Rare, rare, rare. Open-air car. Nothing is more fun than a convertible. And I can tell you, this flathead V8 was designed by the genius of Henry Ford, and there's a reason for the cult following in these vehicles. It's because they're bulletproof. 27.5 and then 30,000. This is the late Joe Byway's 1937 Ford Model 78. 27.5 and 30,000. 27.5 I'm bid and 30,000. I've driven this car multiple times, and I can tell you one thing, you feel like a New York gangster in this car. It drives the way it should drive. It's an original paint car with minor fender work that's indiscernible. So an original 1937 Ford Model 78. Hey, did you see the decal on the firewall, the Ford V8 decal on the firewall? That tells the story of this car. It really does. A good original example, but not just any original example. It's the Joe Byway 78. 1937 convertible. Put that top down and hold on to your toupee. 27,500. Folks, put 28 on the board, because it's anyone's game. As far as I'm concerned, if that makes a difference to you, I'm happy to do it. Thank you, Jackson. Thank you, Tim. We're at 27,500. We have 28,000 as our ask. And folks, this car is selling for 27.5. 28 to a very lucky individual. I think you will enjoy this car. In fact, I think it's more fun than a barrel of monkeys. You take down that top, the reliability of that Ford V8 engine, and just take a look. Is that not the most attractive car out of the 30s you've ever seen? Those headlights hidden in the fenders, that Art Deco styling. I think this car is fabulous. I'm proud for whoever is in lead here at 27.5, 28,000, hammers in the air. You've thought about it. You've had your chance. At 27.5, 28,000, fair warning. Ball's in your court. At 27.5, your turn at 28,000. Sold it right there. Thank you very much. Goodbye, and a goodbye indeed. It is the Byway collection, and of course, everybody knows this car by now. It is the 1959 Chevrolet Corvette, Joe Byway's Corvette. You know, I said, Kathy, tell me more about this car. She said, well, I really don't know what to tell you, other than the fact that when Joe acquired this car, in 1979, every firefighter, which is what Joe was, had to own a Corvette. And Joe, you knew the perfectionist he was, Ethan. He only wanted the best. So in 1979, Joe found an opportunity that he cherished for the rest of his life, and that was this car. It was a great car, a great original example when he purchased it. And he invested just a little bit more with his friend, Dave Harrison, to make this car into the condition that you see it. Mechanically, it's flawless, because Joe was a perfectionist. In his garage, everything had a place. Everything had a method to the madness. And I can tell you one thing, Joe had passed a few months, but these cars started right up. Their curator was gone, but they started right up because Joe made sure that these cars were mechanically fit. I have $70,000 for this 59 Corvette, Joe Byway's 59 Corvette, originally a New Mexico car, and you can tell by the condition, a rust-free car. Runs and drives beautifully. There's a video right now. You can see this car in its glory. New top, 70,000, 75,000, 70,000, 75,000. I'm at 70,000. And by the way, thank you so much for tuning into Miller & Miller Auctions. Thank you so much for our bidder and for all the bystanders that are thinking, hey, is this an opportunity? 70,000 is on the board. 72.5 I'd like to try on this. 70,000, 72.5. 70,000, 72.5. It's a 59 Corvette. It's Joe Byway's 59 Corvette. Part of his collection. And hey, every firefighter needs a Corvette, and that was Joe's motto in 1979. That's a long time ago. When Joe purchased this car, it was 20 years old. Merely a used car. Of course, now it's a collector's item. Joe was the curator for all of those years, and now you have the opportunity. I have 70 on the board, and yes, you're locked in, you're safe, you're at 70. Great opportunity for you, and 72.5 to anybody else. I can tell you no mistakes will be made. I can tell you the car is better than it looks in the photographs. And I can tell you that you are safe and you are sound at 70,000, 72.5. My hammer's in the air at 70,000, 72.5. Is that all? At 70,000, 72.5. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for your participation. At 70,000, 72.5. It's your last chance and final call. Fair warning, 70,000, 72.5. So right there, yes, thank you very much. Absolutely, absolutely. And you saw that at Miller & Miller Auctions. Always proud to have vehicles as a part of our Petroliana offerings. Thank you, folks, for joining in today, by the way. 241 is the Travelers Insurance Company sign. Can't say I've seen this one. 225 and then 200, 225 and then 225 and then fair warning at 225 and then 200 now 25 and then 225 last chance and final call 25 now half at 25 50 25 50 25 50 fair warning at 25 50 25 now 50 and 25 50 25 and then 250 sold it right there. Thank you. 242 Canadian National Express signs. These are two, and they are each double-sided. Porcelain, 175.2 at 175.2. Fair warning, at 175, 200. A buy and a bargain for two, 175, 225, and then 50. 50 now 75, 50 now 75, and then 50 now 75, and then fair warning, 250 now 200, 75, and then 250 now 200, 75. Sold at 250. Yes, absolutely. Some deals today, but let's face it, that's what you came for. 250, 200, 75. At 250, 200, 75. There's a nice one at 250, 200, 75. Should be. At 250, 200, 75. Should be. And 300 at 75.3. You're out again. 300 to 75.3. You're out at 200, 753. You're out. 275, 325. You're out. 325 and then 325. Fair warning. And 50 and 50. Hard sign to find. I don't care what they say. At 25, 50 now 75. I don't care. 50, 75. At 50 now 75. What do you say? 50 now 75 and 75 4 at 75 4. You think they're common? They're not common. 75 425. They are not common. 425 at 425 at 425. An 80-year collection is not common at 50 at 25 at 50 at 25 50 25 50 425 450 and 50 and 75 is not common at 57.5 at 75. An 80-year collection is not Common 50.75 at 450 now, 400.75. Fair warning 450 now, 75 and then 75 and then 75 now, 75 500 at 75.5 at 75 500 75 now 50 at 50 at 50 at 50 at 50 at 50 and 25 and 50 and 500 now 550. Fair warning. Are we all in and done? 500, 5.5, and then 500, 550, 500, 5 and 50. Then sold it right there. Back to Justin.
Great, thank you. Ethan, lot number 244 is moving into the last lots in today's sale. It's the Canadian National Express sign, single-sided porcelain at 2.5 and now 275. I got 250, then 275, and then 250, got 275. And I got 250, then 275. Original wood frame on this example at 275, 300. 275 and then 3, thank you, 325. I got the bid 325 and 350. 325 and then 3.5. 325 and then 350, 375 and 350, 375 and then 75 and then 75 and then 350, 75. I got 350 here and then 375 and now 400. How about 400 on this nice piece of porcelain? 375, 4, thank you, 425. 400 then 425 and then 425 and 450. 425 and then 4.5 and a bit 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 50, 75 and 50, 75 and 450, 475. I'm bid 450, you got to be 475. 450, 475, is that it? Is that all? At fair warning, last chance and final call on 244 at 450, 475. Sold it there, 450. Moving along to lot number 245, and 245 is another Canadian National Express sign, again in the original wood frame. 400 we have, thank you, 425. 400 then 425. I got a bid 400 then 425. Hard to find them in condition like this. At 450, 475. 450 then 475 and then 75 and then 450, 475. I got a bid of 450 then 475 and then 475 and then 475 and 450, 475, 500, 550, 550, 500 then 5.5. You got 5.5. I'm at 550 then, sorry, 500 then 550 and 600, 550 and immediately back to you, and I'm asking 600. I have 550 here, 600, at 5.5 and then 600. Last chance. I'm going to put the hammer up. This is your last chance to own it at 550 and 600. Fair warning. Sold it there at 5.5. Lot number 246. Look at the colors on this Canadian National Express sign. The gloss. What a beauty. It's a 9 1/4 at 375, 400. 375 and 400. Great looking sign. 375 and then 4. How about 375 and then 400? I'm at 375 and then 4. Now 375 and then 4. Now 375 and then 400. Is that it? Is that all? 375 and then 4. I'm asking 4, and there it is. 425 now 450. 425 and then 4.5. I got a bid 425 here, and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5. I got a bid 425 and then 4.5. Is that it? Is that all? Fair warning at 425, 450. Sold it right there at 425. Lot number 247 is another Canadian National Express single-sided porcelain sign at 250, now 275. Here's an opportunity. What an opportunity this is. Condition, color, gloss, 250, 275. I'm at 250 and 275 and then 275 and then 250, 275 and 300. 275 and then 300, thank you. 275 and now 3. I'm at 275 and then 3, I'm at 275 and then 300 and 325 and 350. You got 325 and then 350. 325 and then 3.5, and 325 and then 350, 50, 50, 325 and then 3.5. Last chance. 325 and then 350. All through and all done. Fair warning. Sold her there, 325. Lot number 248 is coming up next. 248. Moving right along. Just a 248, and what do we got? It's another Canadian National Express sign, single-sided porcelain at 8.5. Note the size on this one, bigger than a lot of the other ones that are similar in the sale. This one at 8.5, now 900. 900. 8.5 bid here, 900 got it, thank you, 9.5. I'm at 900 then 9.5. Care to answer back? 900 then 950. I'm at 900 then 9.5. At a bit 900 then 950. Go 950. I'm at 950 and 1,000. Now 1,000. 950 then 1,000. And a bit 950 then 1. A bit 950 then 1. A bit 1,000 then 1,100. Back to you. 1,100 you must be. I have 1,000. I have 1,000. 1,100. I'm at 1,000 here, then 1,100, and a bit 1,000, then 11, and a bit 1,000 here, and 1,100, and a bit 1,000, then 11, and a bit 1,000, then 11 here, and a bit 1,000, then 11 here. Is that it? Is that all? We will sell it today at 1,000 or 1,100. Fair warning. Any further bids? Sold it right there, 1,000. Sold it at 1,000. And moving on, lot number 249, the Canadian National Express sign. It's another one, and the conditions there, what do you say? At 375, 400. 375 and then 400. What we get for the last one? 375 at the 4, 375 here, then 400. Thank you, 425. Got it in 450. 425 with M&M, and now 450 back to you. At a bit 425 at the 450, 50, 50, 425 at the 450. 450 then 475. Of course, 450 then 475 because the condition is there. 450 then 475 and then 475 and then 475. A marked example, P&M, Aurelia, 450, 475 and then 475. I bid 450 then 475 and then 475. Is that it? Is that all? 475 and 500. 475 and then 5. 475 and then 5. 500, 550. 500, 550. Back to you at M&M, 550. I'm at 500, now 5.5. I get a bid 5.5 and then 600. 5.5 and then 600, of course, because the condition. 600, now 6.5. 600, then 6.5. And I get the bid 600 here, then 6.5, at a bid 600, then 650. I'm at 600, then 6.5, at a bid 600, then 650, 50, 50, 600, then 6.5. All through and done. Fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold it there, 600, sold at 600, lot 250. Up next, it's another one, another Canadian porcelain beauty at 225. This one, the Canadian National Express, and 250. Here's a bargain. 250, 275. 250 with LA, now 275 and then 275 and a bit 250 then 275. I have 250 then 275 and take it to 275 and a bit 300. 275 here, now 300. I've got 275 and then 3 and a bit 275 and then 3, now 325. 325. I'm bid 325 and now 350. 325 and then 3.5. 325 and then 3.5 and a bit 325 and then 350. 350, 375. 350 then 375 and then 75 and then 75 and then 350, 375 and 400. 375 and then 400 then 425. And I get to bid 400 then 425 and then 425. I'm at 400 then 425 and 450. 425 and then 4.5 and 475. 4.5 and then 475. Short on examples of these signs in this sale. This will be one of the last ones at 450, 475 that we're selling today. 450, then 475, and then 500. 475, and then 500. 475, and then 500. Your last opportunity at 500, then 550. 5 and then 550, 50, 55, and then 550. I'm at 500, then 550. Got a bid 550, then 600. 550, then 600. 600, then 6.5. 600, then 6.5. I'm at 600, then 6.5. At a bit 600 here, then 650, then 650, 600, then 6.5. Is that it? Is that all? And fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold it right there at 600. Got to get your bids in, got to be quick. Lot 251, another Canadian National Express sign. This is one to pay attention to the size. It's long, 120 inches in length. What do you say to start on this big bad beauty? It's 300, 325. 300, just 300, now 325. It's a big one. 325, of course, now 350. 325 and then 3.5. I'm at 325 and then 350, go 350, 325 and then 350. I'm gonna be 325 and then 350, 50, 50, 325 and then 350, all through and done. 325 and then 350. What do you say? What a bargain here. 325 and 350, a big bad piece of porcelain. Yeah, there's a little bit of loss in the center, but man, otherwise great gloss, great color. 325 and 350, where do you buy that look for that kind of money? 325 and a 3.5, is that it? Is that all? We're fair warning, hammers in the air, bargain here, 325, 350, fair warning. Sold at 325, lot 252 is coming up next. And what do we got? The Railway Express Agency sign. What a great, well-made sign here. Conditions there, rarities there. Yeah, I'd hang this one up. 425, 450, 425 and then 4.5. And I get a bid 425 and then 450. I'm at 425 and then 4.5. And a bid 425 and then 50, 50, 50, 425 and then 450. I'm at 425 and then 4.5. Pay attention to the size. It's a big one. 425 and then 450. I'm at 425 and then 4.5 with the beveled outer edge at 425 and then 450. I'm at 4.25 now 4.5. Last chance and final call at 425, 450. Fair warning on this porcelain beauty. Bid now or forever. Hold your peace. Hammers up. Sold it there at 4.25, lot 253. It's the Eco Model 97 air meter. Painted in Service Super Test orange. We're at 1,800, asking 1,900. 1,800 is bid here. A nice Canadian example at just 1,900. Nice to find them with original surface like this. older surface, 1900, thank you, 2000. 1900, then 2000. Got a bid 19 and then 2, to bid 19, then 2000. I'm bid 19 and then 2000. You can use these, you know. You can wire this thing up, get some new pipe, use it up. 2000, 2250. 2250. Just need some hose and some electricity and a pump. 2000, 2250. 2000, then 22 and a half. I'm at 2000, then 2250, go 2250, go 2250 on the Super Test Orange Eco Model 97 air meter. 2000, then 22 and a half. I have 2000 here, then 2250, but is that all? We'll sell it today. Last chance to bid on the beautiful Eco Meter 97 wall-mounted air meter. Hammers up, all through and done. Sold it right there at 2000. Moving along to lot number 254. One of my favorites. What a great deco design on this Service Station Equipment Company air meter. This is the American SSE company, not the Canadian one. A great candidate for a full restoration here. You'll notice that the inner mechanism is present. Somebody tried painting it at one point, but they probably didn't prep it right, it seems. At 1900 only, now 2000. 1900 here, thank you, 2000. $5,000 air meter done up. 1900, then 2000. At a bid 19 and then 2, at a bid 19 and then 2, at a bid 1900, now 2000. I've got 1900, now 2000 on the Service Station Equipment Company Art Deco 1930s air meter, 1900, now 2000. And I got a bid 19 here and then 2, at a bid 19 and then 2, at a bid 19 and then 2. Is that it? 19 and then 2000. 2000 then 22 and a half, of course. 2000 then 22 and a half, at a bid 2000 then 2250. You're going to let it get away for that? 2000 then 2250. Got a bid 2000 here, then 22 and a half, at a bid 2000 then 2250. 2000 then 22 and a half. Take a close look at that. What a great design. The pedestal, everything goes together. A killer Art Deco design. The dial, everything. As nice as you'll find in an air meter. 2000, 22 and a half. 2000 we have, now 2250. Is that it? Is that all? We will sell it today. An excellent candidate for restoration here. Do it up your way at 2000 or 22 and a half. Fair warning, hammers up, last chance and final call. We're all through and all done. Sold it right there, 2000, great buy, nice piece. Lot 255, moving into some more pumps. This is the Astro Universal gas pump here, a 70s Canadian pump at 400, now 425. I've got a bid 400 here, then 425, and 400, then 425. And I got a bid 4, then 425, and then 425, and then 400, then 425. And I got the bid 400, then 425. In-service paint on this example, 400, then 425. It's Gulf. 400, then 425. Fair warning, all through and done. Last chance and final call at 400, 425 for the Astro Universal. Sold it right there at 400, lot 256. A big, beautiful Bowser 565, a Canadian Bowser. What do you say to start on this one? In-service white rose paint. That's how you like to find them. That's how they like them nowadays. We're so glad they didn't restore this one. It does, of course, have the blue Sunoco ad glass in it and an Arco glow, but that's easily changed. At 1800, now 1900. 18 and then 1900, 2000. 1900, now 2000 and 22 and a half. 2000 then 22 and a half. That bids at 2000 then 2250. Got a bid 2000 then 22 and a half. Got a bid 2000 on the Bowser 565 in-service paint. 2000 then 2250 to 2250 to 2250 to 2000 and 22 and a half. Thank you, 2500. 2250 then 25. Got a bid 2250 then 25. It's got a great look, and it's a great size. 2250 and 2500. 2250 then 25. It'd be 2250 then 25. It'd be 2250 here, then 2500. 2250 then 2500. He left them alone, and we thank him for that. 2250 then 25. Is that it? Is that all? We will sell it today, the Bowser 565. I'm going to put the hammer up in the air at 2250, 2500. Fair warning, any further bidding, last chance and final call. Sold it right there at 2250. Moving along to lot number 257. It's another 565. This one in Super Test in-service paint. Talk about a look. It's a great one. And what do you say on this one? We're currently at 2500 in the advance, asking 2750. At 2500, then 27 and a half. 25 and then 27 and a half. People restored these. They painted them themselves. They couldn't help themselves to paint them. This one in original in-service paint, a great survivor example, 2,500, then 27.5. I'm at 25 and then 27.5, it'll be 25 and then 27.50 on the Bowser 565 Super Test Pump, 25 and then 27.5. I'm gonna be 25 here and then 27.50, go 27.50, I'm 25 and then 27.5. Is that it? Is that all? We'll sell it today. Fair warning, last chance and final call at 2,500, 27.50. Any further bidding? Sold it right there at 2,500. 2,500. Moving on to lot number 258. It's the Erie 77 pump. This one's been restored in city service colors. It's a great 1950s pump from a company you don't often see. It's an Erie, and it's been done up right. It's been painted right at 2,250. Got it here. Now 2,500. 2,500. Thank you. 27.5. Here's one you don't have to spend the money on. If you want a nice restored pump, this one's at 2,500 only, asking 27.50 on the Erie 77. 25 and then 27.5. It does have a globe that goes on the top. It fits in. You can just barely see where the globe fits in, but it's included. John's showing you the globe that is included with the lot. City service, cool motor, the right globe, the right paint on the body. 2,500, 27.5. 25 and then 27.5, it'll be 25 and then 27.5. I'm at 2,500 here, I have it, now 27.50. We have 25 and then 27.5, it'll be 25 here and then 27.50 on the Erie 77. City service, 25 and then 27.5, but is that it? Is that all? We're at 25 and 27.50. I'll give you one last try. Any further bids? 25 and 27.5. Sold it there, 2,500. Lot number 259, Service Station Equipment Company. This, the Canadian Clear Vision Tall Visible Pump. This one restored. What do you say on this? We're at 3,500. From the advance bid, 3,500, asking 37.5. Here's your opportunity to outfit your garage with a Canadian visible pump, a Clear Vision pump. 3,500 only. Now 37.5, a very nice pump. 35 and then 37.5. I have 3,500 already. You have to be 37.50. 37.50. We've got 35 and then 37.5. It'll be 3,500, then 37.50. I'm gonna be 35 and then 37.5. It'll be 35 and then 37.50. Is that it? Is that all for this Canadian beauty? The SSE Clear Vision 35 and then 37.5. We'll sell it today to the advance, all through and done. Any further bidding? Sold it there, 3,500, sold at 35. And here's the double, the one we've all been waiting for, lot number 260 from Service Station Equipment. It's a Clear Vision double visible pump. How many people can say they have a double in their collection? Very few. A great, great looking pump. We've currently been advanced to 17,000, asking 18,000. I'm at 17 and then 18,000. 17 and then 18,000, and 17 and then 18,000, you're on, yes, correct. 17 and then 18,000, 17 and then 18, now 19,000, 18 then 19,000. I have 18, now 19,000, 19,000, now 20,000, 19 then 20,000 on the Clear Vision double gas pump. 19, and we get the telephone bidder, what are they saying? 19 and then 20,000. Got a bid 19, then 20, and a bid 19, and then 20, and a bid 19, then 20, then 19, and 20,000. I've got 19 and then 20. No, it's on with M&M right now at 19,000. Got it, yeah, of course. 19, then 20,000. Had a bid 19 and then 20,000. 19 and then 20,000. Anybody else? 19 and then 20,000. A rare pump, and it's done up so you don't have to do it. It's done up in Sunoco, and it looks great. Original cylinders. Tough to find them like this, tough to find them at all complete. At 19,000, 20,000, we will sell it today. We have 19,000 and asking 20,000 on the rare Canadian Service Station Equipment Clear Vision double visible pump at 20,000. Fair warning. Are we all done? Any further bids on the double visible? Hammers in the air. How many people can say they have one? A nice restored example like this doesn't come to the market often. We have one here today from the Byway collection. I'll give you one final opportunity at 20,000. Any further bids? Fair warning, hammers in the air and coming down. Sold it right there at 19,000. Sold at 19,000. Well done. Great pump. Moving along to lot number 261. It's the Canadian Pacific Railway poster, nice framed up, ready to display at 150, now 175. I got the bid of 150, then 175, the bid 150, then 175. 150, then 175, then 175, and then 175, and the bid 150 here and 175. I got a bid 150, then 175, and ticket of 175, and the ticket of 175, thank you, 200. 175 and then 200. I'm at 175 and then 2. Care to answer back? 175 and 200, is that it? Is that all? Last chance and fair warning. Sold at 175. Lot number 262, the Canadian Pacific information posters at 25 only, now 50. 75, thank you, 50, now 75. 50, then 75, and 50, 75, and 50, 75, and 50, 75, and 100. 75 and 100. I'm at 75 and then 1, a bit 75 and then 1, a bit 75 and then 1. 75 and then 100. 75 and then 100. I'm at 75 and then 1, and 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 all through and done. Selling them today, all through. Final call. Sold them 75. Sold at 75. Lot number 263. I love this one. The Canadian National Railways poster, framed up, ready to display at 150, 175. I got a bid 150 here, then 175, and a bid 150, 175. I got a bid 1.5, and then 175, and a bid 150 here, now 200, 225. I took 200, then 225. You got to be 225. I've already got 200, now 225. I get it 200, then 225. You got to be 225, now 250, 250, 225, and then 2.5. How about 2.5? I'm at 225 and then 2.5, and a bit 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 225 and then 2.5. All through and done. 250, okay. 275, now under the gun. Back to you at 300. 275 and 300. Care to play back? 275 and then 3, thank you, 325. 300 then 325, you got it? 300 then 325, do you have 325? Because I got to run at 300 then 325, 350, 325 and 350, 325 and then 3.5, and 325 and then 350, 50, 50, 325 and then 3.5. Is that it? Is that all? We're at 350, 375, 350, 375 and 75, I got to go. 350, 375 and fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold it there at 350. Sold it at 350. Lot 264, you're buying a pair of framed Canadian National Railway station posters. Hard to believe these came directly out of the stations into George's collection and then passed along, of course, to Joe. Amazing to pull this sort of thing out of that station. 325, we're asking, we paired these ones up, asking 350. I have 325, asking 350. And a bit 325 and 350. 375, that's about the price of one of them. 350, then 375, and a bit 350, 375, and then 75, and then 75, and 350, 375. I'm at 350, 375, and then 375, and now take it to 375. Are we all done? Last chance and final call at 350, 375 for this pairing. All through. Sold them there at 350. Sold them at 350. Here's a cool piece. Lot number 265, the Canadian Pacific Railway Express Christmas Parcels poster from the 1940s, framed up, ready to display at 125. It's Christmas, but this one you can display year-round. 125, 150. 125 and then 1.5. I got a bid 125, a great image of Santa there. Now 150, 125 and then 1.5, and a bid 125 and then 150, 50, 50, 125 and then 1.5. Is that it? 125 and then 150. I got 125 here. Now 150, fair warning. Last chance and final call, all through and done. Sold it there, 125, and sold it at 125. Lot 266, it's the 1926 Royal Agricultural Winter Fair poster. What a rare piece this is. How many survived? Not many. And we've got one here today. The artwork is by famed illustration artist A.H. Hyder, and we're currently at 550, 600. Have you seen another one before? Because I haven't. 550, 600, 5.5, and then 6 at a bid 550, 600. I'm at 5.5 and then 6 at a bid 5.5. I have 5.5 already. You have to be 600, 600. 550, then 6 at a bid 550, then 6 at a bid 550, then 6. I'm at 5.5 and then 600. And the 1926, that's early. 1926 Royal Agricultural Winter Fair poster at 550, 600. Last chance and fair warning, we will sell it today. All through and done. Hammers in the air. It's sold it there at 5.5. Sold at 5.5. Lot number 267. This is cool. From Group of 7 artist A.J. Casson, it's the Canadian National Railway World War II memorial poster. Now, these were displayed in railway stations and other public places. A lot of history there, showing all the names of the vets, of course, handwritten in there. This one only at $375. and 400, a big, large, heavy piece, great piece of history. Of course, done by A.J. Casson of the Group of Seven. 375 and 400. 375 and then 400. I'm at 375 and then 4. Got 375 and then 400. I'd have been 375 and then 4. Now 375 and then 4. Now 375 and then 400. Is that it? Is that all? At 375 and then 400. The history here, it comes from the members of the Canadian National Railway's Motive Power Shop, who volunteered in World War I, this to commemorate their service. 375, 400. Are we all done? Last chance and final call. Sold it there at 375. Lot number 268. A great poster, found this one again tucked in behind other posters in a frame, features the famous Beaver Shield logo. This one at 275, only asking 300. 275 and then 3. I'm gonna be 275 and then 3. Thank you, 325 and then 350. Need 350. Got 325. Need 350. I'm at 325 and then 3.5. Gotta be 325 and then 350. Go 350, 325 and then 3.5. 325 and then 350. Go 375. You gotta be 375. I can't take two bids at once. 350, 375. How about 375? I'm bid 350, then 375 and then 375 and then 375 and then bid 350 here. 375 and then 375 and then 375. I'm at 3.5 and then 375 and all through done. Last chance and final call. Hammers in the air, fair warning. Sold it right there at 350. Moving along to lot number 269. As far as graphics are concerned, this was my favorite poster personally. Great, framed up, ready to display, and we're currently at 600 only, asking 6.5. 6.5, okay, yes, now 700. I have 6.5, now 700. 650, then 7 and a bit, 650, then 7 and a bit, 650, then 7. Is this the telephone? What do you say? Got it, okay, 650, 700. 6.5 and then 700. I'm at 6.5 and then 7 and a bit, 6.5 and then 7 and a bit, 6.5 and then 700. I'm at 6.5 and then 7 and a bit, 6.5 here. Now 700. We're still well within range for this beautiful, beautiful poster featuring the scenic dome route train at 6.5. 700. Is that it? Is that all? We'll sell it today. Last chance and fair warning on this CPR station poster. Sold it there at 6.5. Sold it at 6.5. Now, lot number 270, excuse me, the World War II RCAF, Royal Canadian Air Force Women's Division poster. A rare one here. And what do you say to start? We're at 350, now 375. 375 and now 400. 375 and then 400. I'm at 375 and then 4 to 375 and then 4 on the RCAF Women's Division poster. What great graphics on this rare World War II era poster at 375 and 400. I have 375 and then 4 to 375 and then 4, 400 then 425, 400 bid, then 425 and then 425 and then 425 and then 425. The bids with LA now 450, 425 and then 4.5. I'm at 425 and then 450. 450, 475, you're out. 450, 475 and then 475 and then 475 and then 450 and 475. I'm gonna bid 450 to 475 and then 475 and then 475 and 450, 475 and 500. 475 and then 500. 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5. And this is with LA now 500 and 550. 500, then 5.5 on the RCAF Women's Division poster. 500, then 550. 500, then 550. 5 and then 5.5, and a bid 500, then 550, 50, 50, 500, then 550. The bids with M&M at this point at 500, then 5.5. But is that it? Is that all? We'll sell it today at 500, 550. Back to you, 600. Back to M&M at 600. 550. The bids with LA now 600. You're out. You're out. 550, 600, 550, then 6 at a bid, 550, then 6 at a bid, 550, then 6 at a bid, 550, 600, then 6.5, 600, then 6.5 at a bid, 600, then 650, 50, 50, 600, then 6.5. Are we all done? 600, then 6.5 at a bid, 600, then 6.5. Fair warning. Last chance. Final call. Any further bidding? Hammers in the air. 600, 6.5. Sold it there at 600, sold at 600. Lot 271, the Canadian Pacific Railway, CPR, Lake Louise poster in the original frame at 450, 475. I already have 450, you gotta be 475. I'm at 450, then 475, and then 475, and 450, 475. I'm gonna bid 450, then 475, and then 475, and then 475, and then 450, 475. Is that it? Is that all? At 450, then 75, all through and done. Last chance and fair warning. Sold her there, 450. Moving along. the Great Western Railway Niagara Suspension Bridge lithograph. I was pretty excited about these. Amazing history to these lithographs. One showing the first bridge, this one, the earlier one. Notice it's marked. Lithograph by daguerreotype. That's how early we're talking here, 1870s. And we're currently advanced to just 325. What a piece of history can be bought here. Still far below what our thoughts of what it should be worth are. I don't know of any other examples. From this early, there can't have been many to survive. Of course, it's in a Grand Trunk Railway frame. Grand Trunk acquired the Great Western Railway around the time period, and they would have kept this in the station displayed. What a great, great piece. I was very excited to see these hanging on the wall in the George Byway Railway Station. We're currently advanced to 475 only now, 500. 475, what a bargain here. 500 then 5.5. We won't be here long, I promise you that. 550, 600. 550, 600. 600 then 6.5. I have 600 here, then 6.5, and now 700. 6.5 and then 700. I'm at 6.5 and then 7 and a bit, 6.5 and then 7, now 750. They should stay together, 750 then 800. 750 now 800. I'm at 7.5 and then 8 and a bit, 7.5 and then 8, thank you, 850. 850, 900. 850 then 900. On the Great Western Railway Niagara Suspension Bridge lithograph, there's not a more historically significant bridge in Canada. It was the first suspension bridge for railways in the world. 950, 1,000. 950, then 1,000, now 1,100. Joining Canada and the US, of course. 1,100, then 1,200. 1,200, then 1,300. 13, then 1,400. 13, then 1,400. I'm at 13, then 14, and 1,500. Right back to you. 14, then 1,500 on the historically significant GWR Niagara Suspension Bridge lithograph. You can stare at this thing for hours. The Maid of the Mist in the water. Look at the landscape surrounding the bridge. It's unclaimed at this point. This is how early we're talking. 1,500, 1,600. 15, then 1,600. Not to mention the size. It's a massive lithograph. 15, now 1,600. 1,500 bid, now 16. It a bid 16, now 1,700. Right back to you. 16, 17, and 1,800. 17, and then 1,800. I'm going to bid 17, and then 18. It a bid 17, and then 18. It a bid 17, and then 1,800. 17, and then 1,800. I'm at 17 here, and then 18. It a bid 17, and then 18. It a bid 18, now 1,900. 18, and then 1,900, and 2,000, of course. 19 and 2,000. One of the more historically significant pieces in the sale, as far as I was concerned, 2,000, now 22.5. I'm at 2,000, then 2,250, go 2,250, now 25. I'm at 2,250, then 25, it'd be 2,250, go 2,500. 2,250, then 25, it'd be 2,250, then 25, it'd be 2,250 here, then 2,500. 2,250 and 2,500. Great Western Railway. How many pieces exist? We've sold the lantern today. We know what that went for, but how many other pieces even exist from this period? A monumental railway station lithograph, 2,500, of course, now 27.5. 25 is bid, now 2,750. 2,750, now 3,000. 2,750, now 3,000. 2,750, then 3, it'll be 2,750, then 3. Great Western Railway, the earliest railway in Canadian history. 2,750, 3,000. 27.5, it'd be 3, it'd be 2,750, go 3,000. I'm at 27.5 and then 3, it'd be 27.5 and then 3. Makes sense that they would be in a Grand Trunk Railway frame, considering they would have remained in the station for far longer than Great Western would have existed. At 27.50, 3,000, but is that it? Is that all? We'll sell it today at 27.50 or 3,000. We have the later one coming up next. They should stay together, but do you care to give it one more thought? One more bid at 27.50 or 3,000, because I've got the hammer in the air, and we will sell it today if I cannot have any further bidding on this historic piece at 27.50, 3,000. Care to try it one more time? Last chance and final call, all through and done. Fair warning. Sold it right there at 27.50, and we move along to lot number 273 now to continue the history. This, the Grand Trunk Railway Niagara Suspension Bridge lithograph. This one depicts the bridge, its second version of it. So this is the double-track steel bridge. This bridge actually still stands today. It's not in use, but this replaced the previous one. And this was during Grand Trunk's operation of that bridge. circa 1890. So about 30 years, 20, 30 years later than the previous one, only at 600 at this point, asking 650, 600 then 6.5, and they should stay together. They look so good next to each other. They probably always have been together. 600 then 6.5. I'm at 600 then 6.5 on the GTR Niagara Suspension Bridge lithograph at 6 and now 6.5. It had been 600 here, then 650. I'm at 600 then 6.5. It had been 600 then 6.5. Interesting to see the minor and major changes between the earlier and later bridge and the surroundings. 600 then 6.5. I'm at 600 then 6.5, got it now 700. 6.5 and then 700. 6.5 and then 700. I got a bit 6.5 and then 7, now 750. 7 then 7.5, it had been 7 then 7.5, it had been 7 then 7.5, it had been 700 here, now 7.5 and 800. 7.5 and then 800. 800 then 8.5. I'm at 800 then 8.5. Got to keep the pace. At 800 then 8.5, at a bit 800 then 850. Got to go. At a bit 800 then 850, at a bit 850 then 900. 850 then 900 and 9.5. 900 then 9.5. I'm at 900 then 9.5. It'd be 900 then 950. I'm at 900 then 9.5. It'd be 900 then 9.5. There's no reason why this should bring any less than the previous one. 950, now 1,000. Now 1,000 then 1,100. I'm at 1,000 then 1,100. Got a bit 1,000 then 11, a bit 1,000 then 11, a bit 1,000 then 1,100, and a bit 1,000 here, now 1,100. 1,000 then 1,100. Got a bit 1,000 here, now 1,100. 1,000 then 1,100. 1,000 is bid, now 1,100 on the Grand Trunk Railway Niagara Suspension Bridge lithograph. We've got to move along here. Any further bids? Last chance and final call at 1,000, 1,100. We're selling it today. Sold it there at 1,000. Moving right along to lot number 274. It's the gasoline pump ad glass at 75 here. Now 100, 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1, and all through and done. Last chance and fair warning, 75, 100. Got it, thank you, 125. 100 and 125 and then 125 and then 125, all through and done. Sold it there, 100, lot 275, the city service gasoline pump ad glass, curved panels here, 2 of them, at 125 for your restoration, 150, 125 and then 150. I got a bid 125 and then 1.5, all through, 125 and then 150. Last chance and fair warning. Sold those. Lot number 276. It's a nice Imperial 3-star gasoline pump globe lens here with the 3-star logo. Made in the USA for the Canadian market at 4.5, now 475. I've got 450, then 475, and 475 and 500. Took it 500, then 550. 500, then 550. 500, then 5.5, it'd be 500, then 550. 500, then 5.5, I got 500, then 550, 50, 50, 500, then 550. 500, then 550, all through and done on this single lens. Last chance and final call. Any further bids? Sold it there at 500. Lot number 277 is the Texaco Sky Chief gas pump sign. The interesting part with this one is the sticker, the sticker that's remained on the bottom. I'm glad they didn't remove that. A lot of people do. At 250, 275. At 250, then 275. At 250, then 275. At the 275, and then 250, now 75. 250, then 275, and then 275, all through. Last chance and fair warning. Any further bids? Hammers in the air. Sold it there at 250. Moving along, 278, the Texaco Fire Chief gasoline pump sign. Note the condition on these. They're nice. 225, 250, 225 at the 2.5, at a bit 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 225 and then 2.5. I'm at 225 and then 250, but I got to run at 225 and then 250, 250, 275, 250 then 275, right back to you at 250, 275. Last chance and fair warning. 250, 275, all through, all done. Sold it there. Lot number 279, nice assortment of parts for a service station equipment, double visible gas pump. These have been primed up and ready to go. Nozzle holders. What do you say at 225, 250? Hard to find when you're looking for them. At 225 and then 2.5. I'm at 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 225 and then 2.5. At a bit 225 and then 2.5. Thank you, 275. 250 then 275 and then 275 and then 275. I'm at 250, 275 and 300. 275 and then 300. I'm at 275 and then 3. Now 275 and then 3. Now 275. A nice big assortment there. But is that it? Is that all? At 275 and 300. Fair warning. Last chance and final call. Sold them 275. Lot 280 coming up next. These are cool. Orange porcelain. You got to think they probably came from a super test station, all complete and ready to mount to posts. It's a pair of service station island porcelain light fixtures at 250. Now 275. You're buying the whole setup there. 250, then 275, and then 250, 275, and 300, then 325. I'm at 300, then 325, and then 325, and 350. 325, and then 3.5, and then 325, and then 350, 50, 75, 50, 75, and 350, now 75. I'm at 350, then 375, and then 350, 375, and then 375. Got a bit 350, then 375, and 400. 375, and then 400. 375, and then 4, 375, and then 4, 400, then 425. 400, then 425. Complete the look with these beauties at 400, then 425. I'm at 400, then 425. Is that it? Is that all? We'll sell them today at 400 or 425. And fair warning, 425, 450, 425, just under the hammer, now 450. I'll give you one chance to answer back at 425 and 450. Fair warning, all through and done, 450, 475. 450, 475, but we got to run here at 450, 475, and then 475, and then 450, 475, all through and done, 75 and 500, 475, and then 5. I'm at 475 and then 500. Where do you find a nice complete pairing like this, even with the top lights? Just wire them up and you're ready to go. 500, 550, 500, 550, 5 and then 5.5, and a bit 500, then 5.5. Canadian lights, 5 and then 5.5, all through and done. Sold them at 500. Lot number 281. It's the Texaco Diesel Chief gasoline pump globe, one lens in a Capco body at 425 and 450. Diesel Chief, 425 and then 4.5. I'm at 425 and then 450 to 425 and then 4.5. Is that it? Is that all at 425 and then 450? Fair warning. Last chance and final call. Sold it there at 425. Lot 282, it's the Sunoco Dynafuel gasoline pump globe, 1940s, a big globe here, conditions right, 750, got it, now 800. 7.5 and then 800. I'm at 7.5 and then 8, thank you, 800, then 8.5. 8.5 and 900. 8.5 and then 900. I got 8.5 and then 9, a bit 8.5 and then 9. Nice clean example, eye-popping colors on this one. 950, now 1,000 you gotta be. I've got 950, now 1,000. Had a bit 950, then 1, had a bit 950, then 1, had a bit 950, now 1,000. Still not a lot of money for the globe. At 950, 1,000, okay. No, we already had 1,000, you gotta be 1,100. I'm at 1,000, now 1,100. Care to try one more time? We're at 1,000, now 1,100. And a bit 1,000, then 11, and a bit 1,000, then 11 on this clean Sunoco Dynafuel gas pump globe at 1,000, 1,100. One more try might get you this beautiful globe. 1,000, then 1,100, but is that it? Is that all? Nice original yellow paint on the globe body. 1,000, 1,100 all through, all done. Sold it there at 1,000. Sold it at 1,000. Now here's a beauty. What a look this one's taken on. A beautiful Red Indian Cyclo gasoline pump globe. It's a one-piece etched globe here. Hard to find these in any condition at all. This one looks like it's seen some real service, but a great look it's taken on. Happy to have it in the sale today. One of the nicer globes in the Byway collection at 32.5 only. Now 3,500. 32.5. Imagine this one on a nice original paint pump at 32.5. Now 35. I've got 32.5. I took it here. Now 3,500. It was an absentee. 32.5 and then 35. And 3,250 go 35. And 3,250 3,500 on the Red Indian Cyclo motor fuel globe. 3250, 35, and 3250, 35. How do globes survive from this period? A lot of them were shot at. They were left around, cracked and broken. 3250, 3500, thank you. Now 3750. We took it here, now 4,000. 3750, 4,000. Care to try again? We have 3750, now 4,000 on this rare one-piece Red Indian globe. 3750, 4,000. 3750, then forward a bit, 3750, then 4,000. Joe saved it for you today to buy. 3750, then 4,000. 3750, then forward a bit, 3750, then forward. Care to try it one more time? Still room left in this one at 3750, 4,000, but we've got to move along. On this McCall Frontenac beauty at 3750, 4,000, last chance and fair warning. Any further bid, hammers in the air at 3750, 4,000, all through and done. Sold it there, 3750. Nice buy, nice globe. 284 is up next. Still some great service station signs in the sale today. This one, Canadian 1957 Texaco round porcelain sign. Look at the size. A big sign. It's a 5-footer, ladies and gentlemen, and it's clean at 3,500 only and 3,750. You got it? Now 4,000 and 4,250. On this Texaco 5-footer, 4,000 and 4,250. Everybody wants a Texaco 5-footer. 4,250, 4,500, thank you. 42.50, then 45, 45, and now 47.5, and right back to you at 47.5, and now 5,000, 47.5, and then 5, and a bit 47.5, and then 5,000. The nice big bad 5-footer at 47.55,000 with the iconic Texaco star logo, double-sided porcelain, Canadian, P&M Aurelia, 1957, and the condition is killer. 47.55,000. Yes, okay, now 5,500. Back to you at 55. 5, and then 55, and 6,000. 5,500, then 6,000. You can't get more impact than a 5-foot Texaco. 5,500, 6,000. 55, and then 6 at a bit 55, and then 6 at a bit 55, and then 6,000. 55, and then 6,000. I'm at 5,500, now 6,000, but we cannot take much longer here. We're at 55 and then 6,000. We must move along. Last chance to bid on the iconic 5-foot Texaco double-sided porcelain sign at 5,500 or 6,000. Last chance, final call. Sold it right there at 5,500. Sold it at 5,500. Another great sign coming up next. The Sunoco gasoline service station sign. Sometimes you find the center sign, but rarely you find it accompanied by its tail and arrowhead that goes right through the sign. Those are nearly impossible to find. Nice to find a complete ensemble. What a great looking, massive sign in the sale today. The Joe Byway collection, his Sunoco sign at $42.50 only, asking $4,500. I'm at 42.5 and now 45, complete with the arrow at 42.50, then 45, and it's a Canadian one marked P&M 57, just the same as the last Texaco one was. Double-sided porcelain, big bad hanging sign at 42.50, then 45, and a bit 42.50, then 4,500. 42.50, then 45, hard to beat the look at 42.5, and then 4,500. 42.50, then 45, and a bit 42.50, then 45, double-sided porcelain. Is that it? Is that all on Joe's Sunoco sign? We're all done at 42.50, 45. Any further bidding? I sold it right there at 42.50. Sold it at 42.50. And here's a nice Imperial 3-star gas. This one, the clean example. What a beauty. We're calling this a 9.5 one side, 9.25 the other. They don't get much nicer than this. Double-sided hanging sign, retained in the original porcelain oval ring. They always got so chipped up. This one somehow survived in the condition you see it in today. We're at 4,000. Now 42.5. I've not sold a cleaner Imperial sign. 42.5 and now 4,500. 42.5 and then 45, and a bit 42.5 and then 4,500. On the clean Imperial 3-star gasoline service station sign. 42.50, 45. 42.50, then 45, and a bit 42.50 here, then 4,500. The one you've been waiting for at 42.5 and then 45, and 42.50 go 4,500. 42.50, then 45. Is that it? Is that all? At 42.50, then 45. We will sell it today at 42.50, 45. Okay, now 47.5. 45 and then 47.5. What are you thinking about? 45 and then 47.5. 47.5 and then 5,000. You will not find a cleaner one. 47.5, 5,000. 47.5, 5,000. Got to run here at 47.5, 5,000. I'll give you one final chance. 5,000, now 5,500. 5,000, now 5,500. 55 and then 6,000. You won't be able to live without this one. You'll always be talking about the one that got away, the clean Imperial 3-star sign at 5,500 only, asking 6,000. 55 and then 6 at a bit 55 and then 6 at a bit 55 and then 6,000. But I got to run at 6,000. Okay, now 6,500. 6,000 then 6,500. I'm at 6 and then 65 at a bit 6 and then 65 at a bit 6,000 then 6,500. 6 and then 6,500. They see the condition. They understand what we're talking about here. A beauty, 6,000, 6,500. Are we all done there? We've got to move along at 6,000 or 6,500. Care to try it one more time? Hammers in the air. Are we all done? 6,000, 6,500. Sold it there at 6,000. Great buy. Nice sign, nice condition. Another one here. This one with a bend at the one side that could be straightened out. It's in the frame as well. And still a nice example. Currently at $850, now $900 on this Imperial 3-star porcelain sign, double-sided porcelain sign at $850, $900. 850, then 9, it'd have been 850, 900, then 9.5. I'm at 900, then 9.5, it'd have been 900, then 950, 50, 50, 900, then 9.5. If you've looked at this sign, you'd agree it can be fixed. 900, then 9.5, it'd have been 900, then 950, 50, 50, 900, then 9.5. I'm at 900, then 9.5, it'd have been 900, then 950, 50, 50. Saw what the last one brought. 900, then 9.5, it'd have been 900, then 950. I'm at 900, then 9.5, 9.5 and 1,000. Back to you at 1,000. 950 and 1,000. I'm at 950, then 1, it'd have been 950, then 1, it'd have been 950, then 1, 1,000. 950 and 1,000. I've got 950, then 1 on this double-sided porcelain beauty, the Imperial 3-star, 1,000, now 1,100, right back to you. 1,000, then 1,100. And it'd be 1,000, then 11, it'd be 1,000, then 11, it'd be 1,000, then 11. If you weren't comparing it to the one that we just sold, it'd be far more money. 1,000, then 1,100. I'm at 1,000, then 11, it'd be 1,000, then 11, it'd be 1,000, then 1,100. 1,000 here, 1,100. Is that it? Is that all? We got to move along, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to put the hammer in the air at 1,000. I'm asking 1,100. Fair warning, all through and final call. Sold it there at 1,000. Great buy. Moving right along, we're selling this 3-piece White Rose service station all together as it's always been. It's always remained with the 36 diameter center circle sign and then the long strip signs, the gasoline, motor oil. What a look. Amazing to find this all together. It's lived its life together. The condition is all uniform through the 3 pieces. We're at 6,500, asking 7,000. You're buying the whole set here. No need to look for one piece for 10 years and never find it. This one, 6,500, 7,000, 7,500, now 8,000. 7,500, then 8,000 for the White Rose 3-piece ensemble. 7,500, now 8,000. 75 we have, now 8,000. 8,000, thank you. No, I can't take 2 bids at once. You got to be 8,500. We have 80, okay, thank you. 8,500, there it is, now 9,000. 8,500, then 9,000. 9,000, then 9,500, right back to you. 9,000, then 95, it'll be 9,000, then 95. These rarely turn up. Sometimes you'll find one of the strips, one of the banners on in a sale, and then you'll find the other one in another sale, but they never match up properly. This is a great matched set. At 9,000, 9,500, had it been 9,000, then 95, had it been 9, and then 95, and 10,000. 9,500, now up 10,000, 11,000, thank you. Bids coming in everywhere. 10,000, then 11,000. And a bid 10,000, then 11,000, and a bid 10,000, then 11,000. I'm at 10,000, then 11,000, and 12,000. Right back to you, sir. 11, then 12,000. I'm at 11, then 12, it a bid 11, then 12, it a bid 11, then 12. On the rare 3-piece set, 12,000, okay, now 13,000. 12 and then 13,000. One of the better White Rose pieces. If you're a White Rose collector, you understand the importance of a massive sign like this in your collection. The centerpiece, the anchor, 12,000, 13,000. 12 and then 13,000. 13 and then 14,000. 13 and then 14,000. 13 here and now 14,000. I'm at 13 and then 14. 13 and then 14,000, 13 and then 14. You can tell, just looking at the sign, that these pieces have spent their life exposed to the same sorts of things. The gloss is similar. They're very, very well matched. 13,000, thank you. Now 14,000. 13, now 14,000. I'm at 13,000 and I'm asking 14 on the complete White Rose 3-piece station sign. Each piece marked P&M, Aurelia, Canadian beauty. 13, now 14,000, but I got to be moving along. We've got a few more lots left to sell before the end of the day. If you've been waiting around, this one of them, 13,000, 14,000. We will sell it today because I'm going to put that 14, thank you, now 15,000. 14, now 15,000. I assume they'll answer right back, of course, at 14, 15,000. 14, now 15,000. 14, then 15,000. You'd spend an eternity to put this together. 15, 16,000, right back to you. 15, hit him back quick. Don't give him time to think. 15, now 16,000. I'm at 15, then 16, it'd have been 15, 16,000 on the 3-piece ensemble. 15, now 16,000. 16, now 17,000. 16, now 17,000. 16, now 17,000. 16 and 17, it'd have been 16, then 17,000. I got a bid 16, then 17, it'd have been 16, then 17,000. You've been waiting all day for it. Here it is right now. Take the opportunity to own it. 16, 17,000. 16, then 17. You've been thinking about it for the last 3 weeks as it's been in the catalog. 16, now 17,000. 16, now 17. I'm at 16, then 17. It had been 16, then 17,000. Is that it? Is that all? We will sell it today. I'll give you one final chance to answer back if you care to own this rare Canadian piece of Petroliana. 16, now 17,000. Are we all done? Last chance and fair warning. Any further bids? 16, 17,000. Sold it there at 16,000. Well done, great piece. Nice to see the numbers on these iconic pieces of Canadian Petroliana. These are two signs coming up that we've been very excited to sell. Some of the stars in the Byway collection. The famous Red Indian Motor Oil sign, the iconic logo, one of my favorite images in Canadian Petroliana. The amount of people that begged Joe to sell this sign and the other sign that's coming up would have been absolutely overwhelming. So happy to sell them side by each because they did come from the same station. Excuse me. We're at $289 and we ask $12,000, $13,000 is the ask. On the iconic Red Indian Motor Oil sign at $12,000, now $13,000. 12 and then 13,000 on Joe's Red Indian Motor Oil sign. What a great, great sign. You can't beat that graphic. They should stay together. They really should. At 13,000, now 14,000. I have 13,000, now 14,000 you must be. 14, thank you, now 15,000. 14, now 15,000. 14,000 here, now 15,000. I'm at 14 and then 15, it had been 14, then 15,000 on Joe's Red Indian Motor Oils sign. The colors are there, the gloss is there. It's a nice, nice example, nicer than any example I've seen come to market in the last 10 years. It's a beauty. At 14,000, now 15,000. 14 and then 15,000. You've been waiting for one to come up. This is it. Make no mistake, this is it. 14, 15,000, 15, thank you, 16,000. 15, then 16,000. We're not even in the range of estimate. 16, 17,000. 17,000. You've been waiting for it. Here it is. 16, 17,000. 16, now 17,000. I'm at 16, then 17. It had been 16,000, then 17. I have 16, then 17,000. 16,000, 17,000. Do you care to try it one more time at 17? We have 16, now 17,000. 16, then 17, it had been 16, then 17,000. On Joe's Red Indian Motor Oil sign at 16, 17, okay, 18,000. You can't let it get away. A new man in at 17,000, now 18,000. New money at the table, 17, then 18. I'm at 17 and then 18,000. It had been 17 here and then 18,000. 17 and then 18. It had been 17 and then 18. It had been 17 and then 18,000. You've got a spot on the wall for this sign. You've been waiting for it. It's here. It's come. It's one of the last lots in the sale today. Of course, 18,000. Of course, comes back in at 18,000. Now 19,000. This is nothing we didn't expect. 18, now 19,000. 18, now 19,000. 18, now 19,000. I'm at 18 here in the 19,000. Still plenty of players at this level, of course, being the quality is there, the rarity. Just one of those iconic Canadian pieces that anybody that understands anything about Canadian gas and oil, this is the image that's burned into their brain. The Red Indian Motor Oil sign. 18,000, then 19,000. I'm at 18, then 19, it'd have been 18, and it could be yours today at 18,000 or 19,000. 18 and then 19, it'd have been 18 here and then 19,000. 18 and then 19, I'll take it. Yes, 19,000, 20,000, back to you. 20,000, back to you. I'm at 19 and then 20. Thank you, now 21,000. Got to be quick. Hit him back quick. 20, then 21. I'm at 20, then 21. It'd be 20, then 21. It'd be 20 here, then 21,000. I'm at 20, then 21. We've been waiting all day for these. 20, then 21. It'd be 20, then 21. It'd be 20,000, then 21,000. 20 and 21. I'm at 20, then 21. It'd be 20, then 21. It'd be 20, then 21. Joe's prizes. It's amazing he was able to hold on to these for so long with how many people were hounding him to sell them. 20,000 then 21,000. But we got to run today, ladies and gentlemen. At 20,000, now 21. I'm going to put the hammer up in the air. 21,000, 22,000, of course. If that doesn't motivate you, I don't know what will. 21,000, now 22. 21 and then 22, we got to move along. At 21 and then 22,000. I'm at 21 and then 22. I'm going to put the hammer up in the air at 21 and 22. Are we all done? Last chance and fair warning at 21, 22,000. Hammers in the air and coming down. Any further bidding? Care to try one more time at 21, 22? Sold it there at 21,000. Well bought, well bought. And here's the one we've all been waiting for. Same size, but this, the rare aviation image, the one that everybody's been waiting for. There's no disputing these signs are rare, and even rarer to find in condition like this one. The blue will burn your retinas out. The color is amazing. It really is. It's vibrant, glossy, and it all pops against the white background of the sign. Great graphics for all motor cars. The Red Indian Aviation Motor Oil. It stands up on the international playfield for Petroliana. It's as nice as you can find. We've been advanced to 37,500, and we're asking 40,000 on this iconic Red Indian Aviation Oil sign. 37,500, now 40,000. 37.5 and then 40,000. If you've been waiting for a nice one, been patient, and here it is at 37.5 and then 40,000. At 37.5 and then 40, but 37.5 and then 40,000. It's an 8.75, 37.5. Everyone's looked at it and they agree it's one of the nicest ones that exists. And it's here today to be bought at no reserve as part of the Joe Byway collection. He's held onto it. He's been the curator for the last number of years. And now the opportunity to pass it along to somebody else has come. 37,500, 40,000. I'm at 37,500 and 40,000. Do you want to be 40,000? I have 37.5, but I'm asking 40,000. We're at 37.5 and then 40, 37.5 and then 40,000. On the aviation motor oil sign, the Red Indian Aviation Motor Oil sign, it's 37.5 and 40,000, below what we expected it to bring, because it's such a nice example and such a rare sign. 37.5, 40,000. 37.5 and then 40, 37.5 and then 40,000. I'm at 37.5 and then 40,000. Does anyone else care to play at 37.5, 40,000, or should we move along? 37.5 and then 40,000. Last chance and final call. I'm going to put the hammer up. If you care to pay at 40,000, of course. Now 42.5. Why does everybody always wait? 40,000 and then 42.5. I'm at 40,000 then 42.5. Care to answer back? At 40,000 here, then 42.5 and 40,000 then 42.5. I'm at 40,000 then 42.5 and 30. Who else is out there? We're at 40,000 now. I'm asking 42.5. We're at 40,000, then 42.5 on the single-sided porcelain beauty. Look at the graphics, streamlined, well thought out. 40,000, 42.5. I must threaten you again with the hammer. It's coming down. We're at 40,000, now 42.5. Hammers in the air. Last chance and fair warning. We're going to sell the sign at 40,000, 42.5. Sold it right there, 40,000. Well done, well bought. Great sign. Great sign, goodbye. But we're not done yet. Lot 291, we left the best for last. One of my favorite images on a Canadian porcelain sign, the iconic Slate Boy White Rose gasoline sign. It's been a while since I've seen a nice example come to market like the one we have here today. So excited to be able to sell this today for the Byway, for Joe Byway. We're at 11,000 in the advance, asking 12,000. For the iconic White Rose Slate Boy sign. Does it get any better? Condition on both sides, excellent. At 12,000, now 13,000. 13, thank you, 14,000. 13 and then 14,000. 13 and then 14. 14, now 15,000. 14 and then 15,000. I'm at 14 and then 15, and a bit 14, 15,000. 15, now 16,000. 15, now 16,000. And I got a bit 15, then 16, and a bit 15, 16,000 on the iconic White Rose Slate Boy sign at 15, 16,000. I got a bit 15, then 16, and a bit 15, 16,000. Do the graphics get any better on any Canadian sign? The Slate Boy, everybody knows the Slate Boy. 15,000, 16,000. If you've been waiting for a nice one, they just don't come up like this. 15, 16,000, now 17,000. Right back to you, 17,000. Shouldn't be much to think about at these numbers. 16, now 17,000. Had a bid 16 here, then 17,000. 16, then 17, and back to you at 18,000. 17, and now 18,000. I'm at 17, and then 18, and a bid 17, and then 18, and a bid 17, and then 18,000. Got a bid 17, and then 18, 17, and then 18, 18, and then 19,000. 18, and then 19. The one you've been all waiting for, it's 18, now 19,000. 8.75 and 8.5. Wow. To find both sides. You know how many of these I've seen where the head's been shot right out, the porcelain all chipped up? A great, excellent, original example here from the Joe Byway collection, 18,000, 19,000, 18, then 19,000. Got a bit 18, then 19, and a bit 18, then 19,000. And a bit 18, then 19. You've waited all day, and here it is. 18, now 19,000. And a bit 18, then 19, and a bit 18, then 19. Probably one of the better advertising campaigns in Canadian history is the Slate Boy. 18, then 19,000. I'm at 18, then 19, and a bit 18, then 19, and a bit 18. Here, now 19,000, but we got to run. I'm at 18, then 19,000. 18, and then 19, thank you to 20,000. I'm at 19, now 20,000, right back to you. Shouldn't be much to think about. 19, then 20,000 for an investment grade piece like this. 20, now 21,000. 20, then 21. I'm at 20, then 21, and a bit 20, then 21, and a bit 20,000, then 21. 20, then 21. It's only money. 20, then 21, and a bit 20, then 21, and a bit 20, then 21. The amount of requests I've heard for this sign from us. When are you going to get a good Slate Boy? Well, here it is, here today. And now we present it to you at 20, 21,000, 21,000. I've got a bid 20, then 21, and a bid 20, then 21, and a bid 20 here, then 21,000, 20, then 21,000. I've got a bid 20, then 21, and a bid 20, then 21, and a bid 20, then 21. I have 20. You got to be 21,000. I'm going to put the hammer in the air because we got to move along here to lot 292. But at 20,000, 21,000, do you care to try it again? One more time, 2021. Are we all done there? We will sell it at 20,000 if nobody else cares to bid at 21. The hammer's in the air at 2021. All through and done. Fair warning. Last chance. Final call. Hammer's up. Sold it right there. 20,000. Sold at 20,000. Lot 292. Well done. Great sign. Happy to have it here today as the part of the Joe Byway collection. Hudson's Bay Company 1927 calendar here at 200, then 225, now 250 and 275 and 300. 275 and 300, 325. 300 and 325 and then 325 and a bit 300 here, then 325. I'm at 300 and 325, but is that it? Is that all at 300, 325, 350, 375? 350, 375 and the 375 and the 375 and 350, 375. I'm at 350 to 375, but is that it? Is that all? 400. Thank you, 425. 400, then 425. 400, then 425. And a bit 400 here, then 425. I got a bit 4, then 425, and then 425, and then 425. Got to run. 400, then 425. Fair warning. 450, 475. 450, 475, and then 475, and then 475. All through and done. 450, then 475. Fair warning. 450, 475. Sold it there. 450. Lot 293, a nice big Christmas display here, a Canada Dry cardboard Christmas display at 150, now 175. Got a bid 1.5 and then 175. 1.5 and then 175 and then 175 and a bid 150, 175. Can't beat the look here. Conditions there too at 150, 175. Got a bid 150, 175 and then 175 and then 175. All through and done. Last chance and fair warning. Hammer's up. Sold it right there, 150. Lot 294. Another Canadian National Express porcelain sign at 600. We have now 6.5. 600 and 6.5. We're at the 24-inch example at 600 and 6.5 at a bit 600 and 650. I'm at 600 and 6.5 at a bit 600 and 650, 50, 50, 600 and 6.5. All, thank you, 6.5, now 700, 6.5 and then 700. I'm at 6.5 and then 7 at a bit 6.5 and then 7 at a bit 700 then 750, 700 then 750. I'm at 7 then 7.5 at a bit 7 then 7.5 at a bit 700 then 7.5. All through and done. 750. Fair warning. Sold it there, 700. Lot 295. There's 3 of these, maybe even 4 of these in today's sale. They're all new old stock. Some of them with their original corner protectors. Canadian 1940s. Great image on these Craven A cigarettes posters at 275, 300. 300 then 325. 325 and 350. 350, 375. I'm at 350, then 375 and 400. 375 and 400. 375 and then 4, and 375 and then 4, 400 then 425. 400 then 425 and 450. 425 and then 4.5. I'm at 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5. Is that it? Is that all? At 425 and 450. We'll sell it today. Last chance and fair warning, 425, 450. Sold it there at 425. Lot number 296. The Craven A Cigarettes poster at 225, now 250. What's wrong with this one? Nothing. 225 and then 2.5. I'm at 225 and then 2.5, and a bit 225 and then 250. I'm at 225 and then 2.5. A great 1940s image here at 225 and then 250, all through and done. 225 and then 2.5. Sold there, 225, lot 297. Another Craven A Cigarettes poster, this one at 150, asking just 175. Had a bid 150 here, then 175. I'm at 150, then 175. Thank you, 200. Oh, I already had 175. Got to be 200. Can't take two bids at the same time. 175 and then two to bid 175 here and then 200. 175 at the two, now 175 at the two, now 175 and 200. Fair warning, 200, 225. 200 then 225. I got a bid 225. I got a bid 225. I got a bid 225. And I got a bid 200 then 225. I got a bid 200 then 225. All through, all done. Sold it there, 200. Lot 298, another Craven A Cigarettes poster. This one at 225, asking 250. 225 and then 2.5. I'm at 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 225 and then 2.5. Great Canadian Cigarettes advertising, 225 and then 250. All through, all done, 250, 275, okay. 250 then 275, just under the gun. At 250 then 275 and then 75 and then 75 and then 75 and all through, all done. Sold it there, 250 at 299. The Country Club ice cream sign. What a beauty here at 275 and 300. 275 and then 300. It's porcelain at 275 and then 3, to bid 275 and then 3, to bid 275 and 300. I'm at 275 and then 3, to bid 275 and then 3 on the Country Club porcelain ice cream sign. 275 and 300. Fair warning. Thank you. Just under the gun. 325. 300 then 325. Here's the deals at 300 then 325. At a bit 300 here, the 325 and 325. All through and done. Sold it there, 300. And that 300 is the last lot, and it's the Martin's Ice Cream curb sign here. Single-sided lithograph tin. What do you say on this one? We're currently at 750, asking 800. Asking 800, 7.5 and then 800. I'm at 7.5 and then 8, a bit 7.5 and then 8, a bit 7.5 and then 800. I'm a bit 7.5 and then 8, a bit 7.5 and then 8, a bit 7.5 and then 8, a bit 7.5 and now 800 on the Martin's Ice Cream curb sign. 7.5 and then 8. I have 7.5 here and then 800, but is that it? Is that all? We'll sell it today at 750, 800, all through and all done. Sold it right there, and I believe that's the last lot in the sale. I want to thank everybody for sticking around until the end today, and I would encourage you, after you've seen what we've done here for the byways, we're having another auction with Petroliana and advertising in September. If you have anything you're considering consigning with us, send us along some photos. Definitely looking for some great pieces like we've sold today for that sale. Thank you very much.